Recording in progress.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We're ready, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the July 7th, 2026 Commission meeting. First and foremost, thank you for being here with us. There'll be ample opportunity for everyone to engage in the process. Either you can send an email. Many of you are here in person. You can also get engaged through Zoom. But most importantly, we're incredibly grateful that you're here to enjoy and to partake in our democracy. So thank you so much for being here with us. Moving on, today we have a special invocation. We don't have a member of the clergy to join us, but we have somebody who's just as equally important and a person who I have an immense amount of admiration and respect for, and I actually love her a lot. A person who brings me a smile to my face every time I have the opportunity to see her, and that is from the city clerk's office, our deputy, Yolanda Davis. Sometimes I wonder, I've told you before, I prefer you more than I prefer the clerk, so and that's okay. He won't get mad. He won't get mad. He won't get
No
mad. It's
comment.
okay. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, City Clerk, and the audience, those in the audience, and those participating by Zoom. I pray you all had a wonderful 4th of July with family and friends, celebrating this great country, the United States, we call home. Thank you for the honor of standing before you to give the invocation. Galatians 5:13 states, serve one another humbly in love. Philippians 2:4 states, look not only to your own interests, but also to the interests of others. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and our elected officials, and come before you humbly, asking for your forgiveness of our sins and wisdom to guide these proceedings. Grant them clarity and sound judgment on every item before them today. We know these decisions aren't always easy, but with your guidance, will serve the good of this community. Thank you for the sacrifice of time and family that public service requires. Help everyone in this room and participating on Zoom to act with humility, integrity, and respect, especially when there is disagreement, so that together we pursue the greater good for all. Bless the city of Coral Gables and all who live, work, and do business here. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Madam Deputy Director, thank you so much, as always. As we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to have the Vice Mayor read a dear friend and resident, Judge Snook's introduction and bio, which I think everyone here will be very proud to call him a resident here once you hear his bio and his engagement here in the city.
As we continue this tradition in our commission meetings, we are honored to recognize individuals whose service to our nation and community reflects the very best leadership, patriotism, and civic responsibility. This morning, we are proud to welcome Judge Thomas W. Snook, a distinguished veteran, attorney, and jurist, and a longtime civic leader in Coral Gables. Judge Snook graduated from the United States Coast Guard Academy in 1967 and began his military career as an icebreaker at USCGC Salzedo out of Boston, participating in 2 Arctic missions to break ice and resupply Fuel Air Force Base in Greenland during the height of the Cold War. Although he had anticipated an assignment to Antarctica, the Vietnam War changed those plans. In 1969, he submitted what he has described as a 5-word wish list that simply read, any ship going to Vietnam. He was subsequently assigned as damage control assistant aboard the USCGC Mendota and served on combat patrol off the coast of Vietnam. It was during that deployment that he decided to pursue a legal career, later saying he wanted to bring about change within the system. The Coast Guard later sent Judge Snook to law school in his hometown of Syracuse, New York, where he graduated with honors from Syracuse University College of Law and served as editor-in-chief of the Syracuse International Law Journal. Over the course of a remarkable 26-year Coast Guard career, Judge Snook held numerous leadership positions, including assignments on Governor's Island during the nation's bicentennial celebration, Government Appellate Counsel at Coast Guard headquarters in Washington, D.C., staff judge advocate for the 8th Coast Guard District in New Orleans, chief trial judge for the Coast Guard, and finally, staff judge advocate for the commander of the Atlantic area before retiring from military service in 1993. Following his military career, Judge Snook settled in Coral Gables, practiced maritime law, and later served as a United States Administrative Law Judge with the Social Security Administration until his retirement in 2016. Today, he continues his dedication to public service as the immediate past president of the Gables Good Government Committee, the immediate past president of the local chapter of the Military Officers Association of America, and a member of the Miami-Dade Commission on Human Rights. Judge Snook, thank you for your extraordinary service to our nation, your lifelong commitment to justice and public service, and your continued leadership with the Coral Gables community. It is truly our pleasure to invite you to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stand if you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Judge, you're not done yet.
Okay.
So in addition, we have a token of thanks for your participation in today's Pledge of Allegiance. I want to thank you for the friendship that you've given to everyone in this community and leadership for the next leaders to be on this commission. So if you mind, I'll come meet you. I can come to you. We know you're very athletic, so.
Let's take a photo. Judge, maybe? Now we move on to America's semi-quincentennial moment. I'd like to invite Joanne to please join us. Again, for many of you who are not aware of what we're doing is, over this 250-year anniversary of the greatest country in the world, we're celebrating important moments in our history. And we have individuals that join us at every commission meeting over this year to make sure that we have this moment memorialized and we get these experiences on record. So thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
If I may,
Yes.
as we continue our semi-quincentennial moments at commission meetings, as I've said, it is especially fitting to welcome back a familiar face and a true friend of Coral Gables history, Joanne Meager. Many of you will remember Joanne for her tremendous work in helping bring us the Merrick moment during our city's centennial year. Through those presentations, Joanne and the volunteers of the Merrick House Governing Board helped us reflect on the people, places, and stories that shaped Coral Gables over the past century. Today, we're honored to welcome Joanne back as part of our semi-quincentennial moment as we continue expanding that reflection from our local history to our national story. This morning's presentation is especially timely as the Coral Gables Museum recently opened Local Leadership, National Legacy, Coral Gables Mayors Across the Century. The exhibition recognizes the 25 individuals who have served as mayors of Coral Gables and connects their leadership to a broader American story. As a nation commemorating 250 years of independence, this exhibit reminds us that democracy is not only shaped in Washington, D.C. or in the state capitol, it is also shaped right here in our cities through civic responsibility, public service, and a commitment to community. And we saw that right now with Judge Snook as a prime example. For over 100 years, the mayors of Coral Gables have helped guide the city beautiful through moments of growth, challenge, and transformation. Their service reflects the strength of local government and the important role that cities play in preserving and advancing the ideals of our great nation. Joanne, thank you for once again helping us tell the story of Coral Gables in such a meaningful way. We are grateful to have you with us this morning, and we look forward to hearing today's semi-quincentennial moment.
Thank you. There's a little image of our very first mayor, Edward Doc Dammers. The theme running through the Coral Gables Museum's semi-quincentennial Mayor's exhibit is that our city's leaders have worked through times of challenge and times of change. Perhaps our first mayor, Edward Doc Dammers, did both. Dammers, the showman, described as the Iron Man of real estate, conducted all of George Merrick's land auctions. He was the only mayor to be elected by unanimous consent by the brand new city commission formed in 1925. He faced the challenges of establishing governance practices and municipal services in a newly incorporated city, and in very short order dealt with the changes brought on by Miami's railroad embargo, a 3-month Miami Harbor blockage when the Prince Valdemar brigantine ran aground in government cut, and the 1926 hurricane. Construction floundered. Miami's boom had become a bust. But Dammers had the management skills, the energy, the bulldog tenacity for the job. At the peak of Coral Gables' promotion, he had overseen a national sales force of 3,000. Journalist Theodore Weigel described him thusly: Edward Dammers, enormous and genial, humorous and shrewd, was a man with more experience of living than 10 men would have if rolled into one. Before we had been talking for 2 minutes, he knew exactly what I wanted and why I was there. And in 3, he had signed my papers, shoved a handful of cigars into my pocket, clapped me on the back, and waved me cheerfully away, and was already signing more checks and conducting a shouting conversation with a salesman about another land deal. In a 1927 photo, which will come up in a moment, Doc Dammers demonstrated his cheeky style. Dressed in Spanish military uniform, he penned a sentiment to his friend George Merrick and signed it, "From his mayor, the best mayor Coral Gables ever had." At that time, the statement couldn't be refuted. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here, and we're beyond grateful for your commitment to the city beautiful, especially what you're doing with Merrick House. 2 quick points before we give a nice little token of appreciation to Joanne. If you haven't visited the Merrick House, I had the pleasure of taking our pages who are here with us today. Please rise, pages, to be recognized. Or pages. So the PAGE program is a program that I started a few years ago here in the city of Coral Gables, and it's continued to grow. And these are tomorrow's future leaders. They're rising stars. Some of them are joining us for a second year, like I see the gentleman in the back. And we welcome you here and thank you for all the hard work. Especially thank you to staff, our ACM, our DCM, and our manager. Thank you for making this an incredible experience. So they went to see the Merrick House, and they were incredibly impressed. And I joined them. And I want to thank our staff, our public works team, our construction team, the manager. Thank you for making the corrections that were required that we had talked about over the last 2 years at the Merrick House. It's never looked better. It was amazingly well put together, clean. Some of the pending issues that were addressed. We had a leaky roof. We had a leaky chimney that was addressed. The drywall had been damaged. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you for that hard work. And the second thing is I have a small token of appreciation for you. May I give it to you and have the commission take a photo?
Just a moment of personal privilege. Back in May, the Pelican Harbor Seabird Station made a presentation, and the hope is that the city has, the commission has given thought to that, and we look forward to hearing about the city's support. Just a reminder, the ask is $5,000 per year, so I'm hoping we will hear soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say a few words before we move on to the agenda about the devastating earthquake in Venezuela. The city of Coral Gables is collecting donations at all 4 Coral Gables fire stations to support relief efforts through Global Empowerment Mission. I've made a request, and thank you to the manager and the DCM while the manager was away on the ACM for moving expeditiously. Thank you to Chief De La Rosa. I'm not sure if he's here. Oh, he's in the back. Thank you with your entire team, all the firefighters. Thank you for your hard work. We moved very, very quickly. You guys moved heaven and earth, and we were able to deliver on an opportunity to really get as much support as possible. Thank you to Martha Pantin, who's in the back, along with the entire IT team for getting the message out there very, very quickly. With South Florida being home to many Venezuelan families, the crisis is deeply personal to many in our community. Several employees have friends, relatives, or loved ones who have been impacted by this horrible tragedy. Everyone is encouraged to donate new, unopened, approved emergency relief supplies to any Coral Gables fire station. Donations will be transported to Venezuela through GEM. This morning, we had our first initial pickup, and the firefighters told us that it was, a good show of support. That they were actually impressed with the amount of support that was provided by residents here in the City Beautiful. We're an incredibly blessed community. I mean, Coral Gables, the City Beautiful. We have so much to give thanks for. So this is the moment to just take a few seconds when you stop by a Publix or Milam's or Whole Foods or Trader Joe's. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Just buy an extra canned good. Buy something on the list. Drop it off at a fire station. Just remember how blessed we are to live in the greatest country in the world. We have so much, and at a moment when people are in pure despair, panic in Venezuela, it's an opportunity to give back to that community. So thank you to our firefighters, to our city manager, ACM, DCM, Marta, Pantin, and all the members of our community who have been so gracious and have really stepped up to the plate to make sure that we can move quickly and get these donations in place. So thank you very much. Moving on to our first item on the agenda, item A1, presentation of a resolution of condolence to a bereaved family of Daniel Ramudo. Mr. Ramudo, will you please join us? I'd like to read a quick resolution on the record, and then I'd like to hear from Olga Ramudo, a dear friend and a resident, a person who, she's not only a colleague, but a person who I hold in incredibly high respect, who is involved in countless amounts of boards and chambers and is constantly engaging in just the benefit of the community. Your only interest is pushing Coral Gables forward. And I felt that on multiple occasions when we were invited from prime ministers to ambassadors. You're front and center. You're making sure that their visit here, along with Belkis and her entire team, is just flawless. And you're making the city Coral Gables look, again, like we always do, because of the hard work of individuals like yourself and Belkis' team. So you deserve all the credit. Whereas the community mourns the passing of Daniel Ramudo, a beloved resident of Coral Gables, Florida, whose warmth, dedication, and zeal for life touched all who knew him. And whereas Daniel built a distinguished career marked by dedication and versatility, from his years as a trading associate in New York to founding his own real estate technology venture. And whereas Daniel's greatest joy in life was the time he spent with his daughter, a bond that he cherished above all else. And whereas in more recent years, Daniel found particular joy in working alongside his mother, sharing in that special bond and partnership. And whereas Daniel posed an adventurous and curious spirit, delighting in discovering new restaurants and exploring new places, embracing travel as a way of experiencing the richness of life. And whereas Daniel's kindness, warmth, and love for those around him leave a lasting impression on his family, friends, and all those lives that he touched. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Daniel Ramudo, and that we join together in celebrating a life well lived, filled with hard work, love, curiosity, and connection. And in witness whereof I have hereunto placed my hand and caused the great seal of the City of Coral Gables to be affixed on the 7th day of July, 2026.
Thank you very much. My son lived, worked, and played in Coral Gables, just like me. He loved this city. And I know that this moment would be very, very loved by him. Thank you. And he went fast, but I'm sure he's up above looking at us and thanking you all. Thank you.
Olga, this is just a small resolution of condolences for your son. I had the pleasure of spending time with him we broke bread. Super smart, kind. Even in some very difficult moments that he had in his life, he was always resilient. He always had a smile on his face. And I think that's a testament to the incredible person that you are.
Thank you.
So I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to make the funeral. I apologize. I was out of town. But this is the simplest gesture that we as a city can give to honor his legacy and to honor the hard work. And he has a beautiful daughter that will continue that legacy. And that is something to hold on to tight and to look in her eyes and always remember your incredible son.
Thank you.
So on behalf of the city, we extend our deepest condolences to your family.
Thank you very much.
And we love
Thank you.
We love
Thank you.
Thank you. Want to take a quick photo, please? May we? May we take a photo? Yeah, please. Item A2, a presentation or proclamation declaring July 2026 as Taste of the Gables Restaurant Month in the City Beautiful. Good morning, Belkis.
Good morning. We're here for Taste of Gables, July 1st started. If you haven't been to the website, please go tastethegables.com. So I want to get that out of the way. So Taste of Gables has become one of Coral Gables' signature summer initiatives designed to drive businesses to our restaurants, specifically in the very slow months that we have. So this year marks the 4th consecutive year that we've had Taste the Gables. When we started, we had 30 restaurants. We currently have 75 restaurants participating. And the reason, of course, that we did it again is because we wanted to get our restaurants through the slower months. And what we've learned from them is from those that did take the survey last year, they said that 70% of those that took the survey said that their revenues went up 5 to 20%. And in the summer months, that is very good. And some saw even more of an increase. So like I said, 75 restaurants, it's really a great way to experience Coral Gables and everything that we have to offer. There are prefix menus. Something that we're very proud of this year is that the department secured more than $24,000 in sponsorships, and that's in kind and also cash donations. So we were able to use that money to promote the city in a more higher light. I do want to recognize our partner that is here today. So it's also an introduction to you, all of you. Gloria Baez is the new VP of the Chamber of Commerce, and she's here with us. And we also have a couple of restaurants that are here. Kojin, I don't see him right now, the chef, but we have Aromas del Peru that are here, and Let Them Have Cake Estefania was supposed to be. Oh, there you are. If I can have you come up as well for a second, Aromas del Peru as well. And so I just want to have Gloria, if it's okay, Mayor, to say a few words.
No, great.
As our new
Gloria,
chamber.
I want to welcome you to the City Beautiful. We've
Thank
had
you,
the pleasure
Mr.
of
Mayor.
having multiple conversations,
Yes,
and it's a real blessing to have you here in the city.
thank you so much. I am so honored to be here. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and the rest of the city. On behalf of the Chamber and the Board, I just want to say that our partnership with the city is magnificent, and I truly look forward to working with all of you, individually and collectively. So thank you.
We want to hear. Also, by the way,
Stephanie.
don't be shy. By the way, I don't know if you've had this young lady's cakes. I had the opportunity to cut the ribbon at her establishment. It's located on Alhambra, And let me tell you, I've ordered from them before. Amazing, amazing cakes, delicious cakes. You're an architect. You're an architect, correct?
Yes.
I remember that from about 2 years ago when we cut the ribbon.
Yes.
And she's more of an artisan than an architect. She is amazing, amazing at what she does. And if you haven't eaten at Aromas de Peru, one of the best restaurants here we have locally, delicious, and it's also very healthy food too. Also, I enjoy it. So please make sure you go out there and try these incredible restaurants. The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, well, I don't let them have cake, and as the mayor was saying, I love to work with sugar flowers and design cakes. But I guess after this meeting, all of you will need some cake, some cookie, coffee. So you guys can walk over there. Hope to see you there.
What is the exact address on Alhambra?
It's 367 Alhambra Circle.
Yes, and by the way, they have coffee there also.
Yes, we have coffee, we have tea.
I feel like I'm part of like your team. I'm like selling it.
Yes, exactly.
I just want they're not just selling cakes and cookies. You can stop by there and have a coffee. You can enjoy yourself. It's in a great location on Alhambra. Make sure you go there. I've stopped by there for coffee.
Through the mayor, so you don't get too singled out. You know, I've been there many times, and my wife is a huge fan as well. And you did come in with the save, because while the pastries are excellent, I'm a big fan of the coffee.
Yeah,
Right?
very
You got
good.
that beautiful machine that's
pink machine.
very well administered by your barista. So everyone should check it out on Alhambra, right by the Globe, you know, not too
Yeah,
far
I
from there.
appreciate that. Yeah, the shop is super cute, and marketing it is hard, but yes, I would appreciate if people came by and got to sit there. We really did a hard work with making it super cute and super pink, and everything is super nice and girly.
Very welcoming.
Yes.
Very welcome.
Thanks.
Please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How are you, Mayor?
Good to see you.
Thank you. So, I mean, we're so excited to be part of, the new strip here in Giralda. I think that the Taste of Gables is super creative and something new. It's bringing in so many people. I have a lot of clients and guests who are coming in that are so excited over the opportunity. I think what we're doing here is almost a better version of Miami Spice, but something a little more locally. Sorry, yeah. And I just welcome any of you who want to come and visit us. We'd be super grateful to have you. Yes, and it's been 16 years we're here in Coral Gables, and we hope to keep being here for even longer. Thank you.
Do you want to talk a little bit about your move? Your
Oh, yeah.
Kyle, I just want to make sure. I mean, I visit your restaurant, so I just want people to know that you're no longer at the same location.
Yeah. So we opened in 2010 in Ponce de Leon, the location here next to Target, and we moved about 7 months ago to Giralda, right next to Luco Osteria. So we've been there. It's been phenomenal. The foot traffic that we have is amazing. I mean, the works that you guys do just to bring in more foot traffic, it's absolutely great. I mean, I can't complain. I'm so grateful. So thank you so much.
By the way, if I may, thank you for giving us credit for the foot traffic. And I worked on, the manager deserves all the credit for Giralda. He was there first day. I was with him at 10 o'clock at night as we were working. It was really Miracle Mile that first day when we were there, but it was the project Miracle Mile and Giralda were the same project, the streetscape project. But you deserve all the credit. Let me tell you why. So thank you for giving us credit on Giralda and all the programming that Belkis does and Martha and all our team does. That's a great thing. But your food is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
The quality of your food is amazing. Now you have an amazing setting because you had a location that was already built out, and you basically now are able to enjoy that. You don't have to spend too much money on that. The second gen space, so it's really nice. But your food is top notch. The quality is impeccable. The ambiance, the service. I slip in and slip out. I eat there. If I want something healthy, if I want to eat some fish, it's really, really good. So I want to congratulate you on if you're a restaurant owner and you've had a restaurant for almost 20 years, it's a testament that you're doing something right. So continue to work with the chamber. I think the chamber has an incredible, bright future under Gloria and the new team that we have there. So I'm excited that both of you could join us. We have two different spectrums. We have dessert and we have a main course. So thank you, Belkis, for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, I do have the proclamation, but I do want to commend each one of you, our Economic Development Department, Belkis Perez, as well as the Chamber, because we're blessed in our city that we have a chamber that works with our city and a city that works with the chamber. That doesn't always happen, where you have put the businesses on a pedestal, basically, and understand that this is critically important for the economic health of our city. all the way around. And attracting great businesses like this, our economic development department's done a great job. Our mayor's done a fabulous job of introducing our city to many, many companies that have decided to make this their home for both their employees and their businesses. So, without further ado, I'll read the proclamation. And whereas the city of Coral Gables is renowned for its vibrant culinary scene, featuring a diverse array of restaurants that contribute significantly to the local economy and community. And whereas the month of July has been designated Taste of the Gables Restaurant Month, an annual activation aimed at driving business to Coral Gables restaurants during the traditionally slow summer season. And whereas this year marks the 4th year of Taste the Gables program under the Economic Development Department's showcasing of the city's commitment to supporting local businesses and promoting culinary excellence. And whereas Taste the Gables offers an extraordinary opportunity for residents and visitors alike to explore the city's dining establishments with more than 75 participating restaurants in 2026, including Michelin-starred and local favorites, offering specially priced fix menus and exclusive promotions. Whereas there is no cost for restaurants to participate in this program, ensuring that all local dining establishments have the opportunity to benefit from increased visibility and patronage. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Taste the Gables Restaurant Month. Congratulations, and let's take a picture.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I do want to point out my staff, so Solange Lopez and Danielle Cordova, they have to input all of those pictures and menus manually, so I just want to give them a shout out.
Moving on to item A3, congratulations to Lieutenant Carlo Milito, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of July 2026. Chief, you have 2 items, item A3 and item A4. You want to take them both?
Yes, take them both.
Thank you.
So, good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I'd like to just echo what you said earlier. Thank you for the recognition, but I'd like to thank our residents for turning out and providing all the supplies. Everything that we succeed in this city is usually, and for the most part, and that's what makes us unique, is a team effort. So as you stated, I'd like to thank Martha, who spearheaded the communications, and our police and fire PIOs, our firefighters for receiving and making sure that all the supplies got to Station 1, and our public works and green space that not only provided the truck, but are on our way to deliver the first round of supplies to Venezuela. So it's definitely a unique city as to how everyone bands together for the same cause.
I just want to echo what you just said right now, but I want to make it very, very clear. The tax collector and myself had a conversation. We immediately, Dariel Fernandez and I were talking back and forth about doing something here in the city. I immediately called the manager, the DCM, that evening in the ACM, and we had a conversation and said, well, what can we do? The next day, we had an on-site meeting with Laura and Martha Pantin, and the IT team, we put together a quick clip, we got it out there, and everything was rolling. So our staff moves incredibly quick, cohesive under the leadership of the manager. And I don't think any other city can move as quickly as that. I think we had that conversation, Madam ACM, was like 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. And the next day we were set for an 8 o'clock meeting at the fire station. So that's a testament to the manager's leadership, to your leadership, Mr. Chief, DCM, ACM, and the entire team, all the employees, all directors, every single one of the firefighters here that was present and that obviously had played a hand in this. So thank you for that.
And I'd just like to welcome Chief Fajardo back. He had deployed with Task Force 2, and he returned late on Monday. So with that, I'd ask Chief Jones to present our firefighters of the month.
Good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to highlight the amazing work that is done by our staff. And today we want to highlight two individuals that serve as a team. I once read a quote that says, "You don't go as far as your dream, you go as far as your team." These are two exceptional individuals that has done amazing work in our newly formed Emergency Medical Services Division. Most recently, because of their preparation and attention to detail, these individuals ensured that we not only had a site inspection by the state of Florida, but ensured that there was zero deficiencies. And in addition, they have identified areas of process improvement as well as efficiency and have excelled in that area. So today, we'd like to highlight Lieutenant Carlo Melito and Captain Christina Muslera.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commission, councilmen. Thank you so much for the honor. Truly honored to be here today. And I'd like to thank, first and foremost, my wife and my daughter in the back.
Good job.
And chiefs and everybody here to give me the ability to do what I do every day here. I took a lot of pride out in the streets now and in administration, delivering that to our new recruits and everybody throughout the department. So with that, I say thank you.
I'm not a great public speaker, but I will do my best. I'd like to thank Chief Del Rosa and Assistant Chief Jones and Assistant Chief Legro for their outstanding leadership and dedication. I appreciate the opportunity and trust they've extended to me to serve as EMS captain for Coral Gables Fire. I also appreciate Chief Fletcher and Lieutenant Melito for their guidance and support. We couldn't have accomplished as much as we have in the last 7 months without them. Receiving Firefighter of the Month is an honor that reflects the great team I work with, and I look forward to continuing to serve this department and this community. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your hard work. Thank you so much. Let's take a quick photo. Item A5, congratulations to Officer Christopher Challenger, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month for the month of April 2026. And we also are going to do item A6. Congratulations to Officer George Berenas, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Officer of the Month for the month of May 2026. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Vice Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. First up will be Officer Challenger. Again, we appreciate this forum to be able to give just a little bit of taste of what our officers do on a daily basis. And in this case, Officer Challenger. Back on April 14th, 2026, he responded to a burglary in progress at 5526 Majority Street. The homeowner advised they were not home, but they received the alert on their the Ring camera. She described a subject who was wearing a white hoodie and had a black beard and 2 brown backpacks that was trying the back door of the home. Subject fled prior to the officers arriving. Officer Challenger, looking at getting the bolo, started to look around the area and found a subject in the area of 400 block of Como Avenue that matched the description. The victim was brought over, positively identified the subject. Officer Challenger read him Miranda, and he waived his rights. And he asked the subject what he was doing. He said he was hungry, looking for food. So, due to his great observation skills and his detective skills, he was able to apprehend the subject and take him into custody. So for that, he received Officer of the Month for April.
Thank you, Chief, Command Staff, Commission for having me up here, Mr. Manager. I also want to thank Sergeant Salzedo and Lieutenant Guasto for nominating me for Officer of the Month. And as with anything with our police department, it's a team effort. Pretty much, I just happened to find him first, but even if none of us found him that day, one of our officers identified the subject the day before and conducted an FI. That was Officer Castaneda, who was also on scene. And not only did he identify him, he was with his trainee. When he heard the call go out, he shared a photo of the guy. So it was pretty easy to find him, along with the help of Officer Molina. And honestly, Lieutenant Baina, if he were 5 seconds quicker, he'd be up here accepting this nomination because he was right behind me. So it's teamwork, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much,
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. Officer Challenger, thank you so much for your service. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that the police holds a very special part in my heart. But you in specific have sacrificed and served this community with all your strength, and I want to thank you for that. I've saved these centennial coins for very special moments and for very special people. And I have one for you today. Not only a centennial coin, but I'm also giving you the 250 coin. So if you would, I have a little note in here for you. Congratulations for being named Officer of the Month. Thank you for your outstanding service and dedication during the city's centennial celebration and the 250th anniversary of the United States. Your professionalism and commitment are sincerely appreciated. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll give it to you when we're taking a picture.
And before I go, I just want to say another shout out, thank you to Aaron Glasser, who's with, he just left, but he's behind the scenes with every Officer of the Month. He celebrates it every year, Officer of the Year. He doesn't get enough notoriety, but the police department, the FOP, everybody appreciates Aaron Glasser. Thank you.
Our next recipient is Officer George Brenes. He was nominated for May of 2026, Officer of the Month. Between April 21st and the 30th, a total of about 20 incidents were generated in an area involving property crimes. Subject was going through the backs of residents off the golf course. He was going into cars, and there was several cases that we identified through the subject. He was identified in one photo, and we were able to put out a probable cause flyer for him. We looked in that area, we put together different groups, we had the drone flying up, all of this areas, we were still searching for the subject. And then on May 6th, Officer Brennis was at the 350 Bird Road at the 7-Eleven. He was still on writing assignment with his field training officer when he observed the subject walk into the store and recognized him immediately from the flyer. The subject was detained, search incident arrest, revealed that the offender was in possession of several credit cards, IDs, and he was subsequently placed in arrest by the detectives. Officer Brennis is a new officer who is still on writing assignment, his sense of keen awareness, and thanks to him to the intel from the detectives, along with training by his FTO, led to the apprehension of a prolific criminal to the city of Coral Gables. I believe in the end we closed about 14 cases involving this subject. He not only had broken in here, he was on Miami Beach, city of Miami, several of these cases, so our closure helped them close their cases. For his efforts, he's recognized as Officer of the Month for May 2026.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
That's Sunday. Good morning, sitting officials, Deputy Chief, command staff, fellow officers and guests. I'm standing here to receive Officer of the Month. So early in my career is an incredible honor to which I'm humbly accepting. I know for a fact I wouldn't be standing here without the incredible support system I've received around me. We were able to identify that subject within an hour, and without that identification, we would have never apprehended him. To my FTOs, Detective Rivera, Officer Becker, Officer Zalte, and Officer Luis Lopez, thank you for your patience, setting rigorous standards, and sharing your wisdom and passion with me. The award and recognition is a direct reflection of your membership. To our command staff and city officials, thank you for your leadership and providing us with the resources to do our job effectively, and for placing your trust in me. This award may have my name on it, but it belongs to several officers, as I rely on the support of my fellow officers daily. That day, I was riding with Luis Lopez and Officer Alex Rodriguez. Without them, I would have not been able to do it. We set up sort of a perimeter. We blocked the back exit, the front door, and one went in and apprehended. It was a teamwork effort, no incident. Could have gone the wrong way, but it was very smooth, luckily to them. I'm proud to wear this uniform, proud to serve the city of Coral Gables, and I look forward to continually serving our community each and every day. Thank you all.
Thank you to both gentlemen. Great work. Officer Challenger, Brennis, thank you so much for your hard work and making sure that we can sleep easy at night, knowing that your team is working out there in pursuit of all these criminals, and making sure that, again, this is the safest place to live, not only in South Florida, but in the country. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Take a photo.
Here, put it back here for you.
Moving on to item A7, congratulations to Javier Romero from the City Manager / Communications Department, recipient of the Part-Time Employee of the Second Quarter for 2026. Sir?
Morning, Mayor,
Good
Vice
morning.
Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Rodriguez, Assistant HR and Risk Director. We're going to continue with the employee recognition, so this is the best part of my job. We get to recognize employees on a quarterly basis. So for our part-time employee of the quarter, we have Javier Romero. He actually joined the city last fall. He's a part-time producer and editor. He was nominated by Martha. Martha wrote a phenomenal nomination, so I'm going to have Martha come up with Javier so they can be recognized. Congratulations.
So as Jose said, Javier joined us recently, but he has something that I can't teach. He has great initiative. So as part of the examples of his initiatives are when we started having the meetings here, he thought didn't like how the drop thing looked back here. And before we got the curtains, he was the one that came up with the solution, and we actually got it done in less than 24 hours. He also came up to us with the idea of having a fun educational series for Instagram and social media called Did You Know? And it highlights city programs, etc., like what green space management does and other examples. And this is a good way to educate our residents about programs that the city does do, but that we can highlight them for social media. In our conference room, we had cables running down the floor. We were having people coming over here for meetings, and he took it upon himself to get that done. So one of the greatest things of having an employee is one that has his own initiative, and we are really lucky that he joined us recently. So thank you, Javier.
Of course. Yeah, it's a little odd to be in front of these cameras. I'm usually behind them. But first and foremost, I want to thank Martha Pantine for this nomination and for her exceptional leadership. She plays such an important role in guiding the work that we do, and I'm incredibly grateful for her support. I also want to thank Michael Rocha for his mentorship and guidance, and all of my incredible colleagues who I have the privilege of working with every single day. Each of you has helped me grow and get me to where I am today. To my friends and family and my amazing girlfriend, thank you for always pushing me to be the best version of myself and for supporting me every step of the way. And to everyone here and the entire city of Coral Gables, thank you for the privilege of letting me do this job. I'm truly grateful to be a part of this organization, to be recognized in this way. So, thank you.
Congratulations, well deserved. Let's take a photo. Moving on to item A8, congrats to Robert Chang from the Parking Department, recipient of the Employee of the Month for April of 2026.
So our, as you said, Mayor, April winner is Roberto. He comes to us from the Parking Department. He's a parking enforcement specialist with nearly 20 years of service. So employees are often nominated for going above and beyond. And this is a very unique case of going above and beyond. So I'm going to call up Monica. So she can tell the unique story of how Roberto went above and beyond and is deserving of this reward. So Roberto, if you could join us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Monica Beltran, Director, Parking, Sustainability and Mobility Services. First, I want to start by thanking all of you for this wonderful program. It's not every day that our staff gets to come out here, look at our leaders, and share a moment. Today, in particular, some of my employees here, our employees here, are rather new to the city, having joined us in the last 2, 3 months. So they get a taste of what a commission meeting is, and also of the appreciation that we have for the work that they do. And I'm going to take this moment to remind them that more than an enforcement officer that does parking and preserves parking for the use of residents and visitors and businesses, that we're also ambassadors, and we're out there to make a difference. Robert Chang, on or about 9:30 in the morning, was driving his vehicle, city vehicle, to get washed. He saw he heard a honking coming from a school bus. It was about 9:30, like I said, and he stopped. Now, nobody else had stopped. He stopped, and he got closer and realized there was a child in this bus that was trying to get people's attention for about 2 hours. It was 7:40 or so. The child told him he had been left in the bus. The driver had gotten out. He apparently fell asleep, but the driver apparently was aware that he was there. But anyway, left the child in the bus with the doors secured. Officer Chang stopped, got out, pried the doors open, and got the child out. He was crying and nervous, etc. Now imagine the parent not knowing where this child was. So Officer Chang called the parent, called his supervisor, who called PD, and it was all coordinated. Officer Chang then tried to appease the child, offered to buy him food. The kid was hungry, called the parent again to find out if the kid had any food allergies so that he could get him something. He stayed with the child until the mother, who was very desperate and crying, came to the scene. Now, if this had happened in a peak heat, a hot day, the child may not have survived. So many people drove by, but nobody was aware enough to stop and render aid. And for that, Officer Chang is recognized today.
Good morning. I want to say thank you.
Thank you for going above and beyond. It's truly a pleasure. We've had the pleasure of meeting before, along with all the employees behind you who do an amazing job on behalf of the city. So I want to thank you for your hard work. Who knows the damage that could have been caused by leaving that child any longer inside that school bus. At the end of the day, it could have been one of these brutally hot days. We got very lucky that you were there. And that luck comes with the pride that you take in being an employee here at the city of Coral Gables. So we're beyond grateful for that. And this is just a small token and a gratitude on behalf of the city. But thank you for taking that extra step, making an extra corner, not just doing your scope of work, but doing what we here in the city of Coral Gables are known for, which is going above and beyond. So thank you for that, sir. Thank you very much. moving on to the final item before we take on approval of minutes. Item A9, congrats to Jose Vilar from Community Recreation Department, recipient of the Employee of the Month for May 2026.
Sure. Jose Villar comes to us from the Community Rec Department. He is the aquatics manager, so he's come up through the ranks of the Venetian pool, starting as a lifeguard, coming as assistant supervisor, and now he's the manager of the pool. He's a pleasure to work with. You know, we do a lot of recruiting, a lot of hiring for the pool, so working with him, it's a pleasure working with him. He was nominated by Carolina Vestra, our ACM, so I don't know if you want to join us. Yeah, she wrote a very nice nomination as well. So if you could, Jose, please join us, be recognized.
So I apologize that I jumped before the director, but this is very, very personal and long overdue. Earlier this year, and this is very, very rare, in January, he reached out to have lunch and share some news with me. And that news was that, you know, he had worked on a different career path for the last couple of years and made the decision that it was time to leave the city. But he understands the responsibility in training his new staff and his replacement, and said he would give the city a 10 months notice before leaving us, which is extremely rare. So he's worked very hard to find his replacement. And like I said, this recognition is long overdue. So I wanted to make sure he is recognized before he leaves the city. And I wanted to share some words about Jose and what he's accomplished with the city, if you will let me. Jose's commitment to aquatics, public safety, and public service is deeply rooted and dates back to his earliest days on learning how to swim at the Venetian pool under the tutelage of our very own Venetian Aquatic Club members and volunteers. He carried that experience forward and paid it back by serving as a Venetian Aquatic Club aide, where he spent many summers volunteering his time and teaching swim lessons. This work is especially meaningful as swim instruction remains the #1 preventative measure against drowning. That early dedication to water safety has defined his career and continues to shape his leadership approach today. For more than a decade, Jose has been entrusted not only with the stewardship of one of our most iconic, historic, and high-traffic facilities, but also with the safety and well-being of thousands of visitors who pass through the pool each year. This is a significant responsibility, and he has consistently met it with professionalism, vigilance, and a deep sense of duty. His leadership has ensured that safety remains the top operational priority while maintaining a welcoming and enjoyable environment for all patrons. Beyond his operational excellence, Jose's commitment to his team is equally noteworthy. He is an individual who fosters a culture of accountability, mentorship, and continuous improvement. He leads by example, investing in the development of his team and encouraging them to pursue training, certifications, and professional growth opportunities. His emphasis on education as a driver of innovation has elevated not only his own performance, but that of his entire aquatics team. Jose's dedication to the city is evident in his proactive approach to challenges, his willingness to go above and beyond, and his consistent pursuit of excellence. He has positioned himself as a forward-thinking leader who embraces new ideas, best practices, ensuring that our aquatics operation remain both safe and progressive. In every respect, Jose exemplifies the values of public service, leadership, and innovation. His contributions are invaluable, and he is most deserving of this recognition.
All right. Well, good morning. Very humbled to be here. I'm on season 18 of the show. So the original cast, most of them are already gone. But I couldn't ask for a better team, blessing, family, co-workers, or anything. I have nothing to say except thank you. All these years have been a blessing, and I'm very happy and proud to be here. Thank you.
Mr. Villar, we wish you Godspeed, good luck in your next adventure, and hopefully, God willing, you'll join us soon again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, moving on to the approval of minutes. B1, regular city commission meeting of May 19, 2026. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item B2, regular city commission meeting of June 2nd, 2026. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Moving on to public comment.
First speaker this morning, Jess Osborne. For those who will be appearing, please remember to state your name and address for the record.
And also, please, I'd like for everyone to be concise and also to be aware that if you speak on an item during public comment and it comes up later in the agenda, we won't give you a second bite of the apple. So
Thank you.
thank you for respecting the city's time and your time.
Absolutely.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Jess Osborne. I'm a resident of Miami. My pronouns are they and he. And born and raised here in Miami. Graduate of UM. Living and working in and around the current area. Sorry, excuse my demeanor. I'm a little sick. But I'm here to speak about LGBTQ protections for our residents here, especially as being a member of that tribe. I want to thank you for having a really good score on the HRC's MEI index of 92. And I'd like to keep and uphold those protections for folks like myself and my team. It is currently being threatened by SB 1134, the anti-DEI bill. And so I'd just like for the council, the city, my team here, who is also going to speak, just to be aware of what's happening and get creative on how to keep those protections. It doesn't just affect LGBTQ people, it affects everybody, all types of minorities. I'm also a proud Hispanic American, and I'd like to add that the importance to this is everybody. What I'd like to try to say is I've also traveled a lot around the world, and what I have gathered in my years is that no matter who you are, what your culture is, or your political affiliation, everybody just really wants love and safety, and I'd like to see that reflected in our city's laws so that people feel that in their community. I'd like for politics to not get dangerous and change the way that I need to live, especially being from here. There's no other place that I belong than here, and I'm never leaving, even though I have been around the world. shooting a little off the hip here, but I think that's about it. Just please consider how we can help one another in regards to SB 1134. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Leonardo Montenegro.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Leo, and I'm here as a member of the community to speak in support of LGBTQ plus inclusion in Coral Gables. I live here and I work at the University of Miami, where I conduct research on HIV and mental health. And so I've dedicated my entire life to understand how we can implement equity in our communities. And I'm here to express my strong opposition to SB 1134, which is relating to official actions of local governments. This bill is deeply concerning because, it restricts counties and municipalities from funding, promoting, or taking official action related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. In practice, this could make it harder for local governments to respond to the real needs of the communities they serve, especially communities that already face barriers to safety, healthcare, housing, employment, and public services. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not abstract political concepts. They are practical tools that help local governments understand who is being served, who is being left out, and how public services can be made more accessible and effective. Whether we're talking about language access, culturally responsive health outreach, LGBTQ plus inclusion, racial and ethnic disparities, or support for underserved neighborhoods, local governments need the ability to address inequities directly. I'm especially concerned that this bill could create fear and confusion among local officials, nonprofit partners, contractors, and service providers. When the law threatens local officials with misfeasance or malfeasance for actions related to DEI, it discourages public servants from doing the very work needed to ensure that all residents are treated fairly and have access to essential resources. Florida is diverse. Our local communities know their residents best, and they should not be prevented from creating policies, programs, trainings, or partnerships that reflect the needs of those residents. Preventing local governments from supporting inclusion does not make the government more neutral. It makes it less responsive to the people who rely on it. So I just urge lawmakers and local leaders to oppose efforts that limit equity-focused work and to protect the ability of counties, municipalities, and community organizations to serve all Floridians with dignity, fairness, and respect. So I expect something to happen, and I expect it to happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Lloyd.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is David Gary Lloyd, and I'm here to express my support for the inclusion and visibility for the LGBTQ plus community here in Coral Gables. My husband and I are residents here, and we absolutely love this city. However, I was shocked when we moved here from downtown Miami because I realized there's actually a very large LGBTQ plus community that resides here in Coral Gables. And it wasn't obvious to me at first, but over the years, I've met so many neighbors, families, business owners, employees, churchgoers, students, all kinds of people in our community that identify as LGBTQ+. The recent SB 1134 bill that was signed into law specifically targets any government funding that falls under the very broad term of DEI. Our LGBTQ+ community contributes so much to the city and state, and we all just want to make the place we call home a better place for us all to enjoy and live in. This past June for Pride Month, I produced an art show with the local networking group Gay in the Gables and the historic Congregational United Church of Christ, which is the church that's directly across from the Biltmore Hotel. It's beautiful, very iconic. We transformed the sanctuary into an art gallery featuring queer Florida artists. The show was only open for 3 days, and we had about 700 visitors over that very short time frame. That really touched my heart to see how much support exists between the LGBTQ plus community and our local residents here in Coral Gables. To target humans because of race, gender, or orientation is not what I believe this city stands for. I'm asking for your legal counsel to review anything that can be affected by the SB 1134 bill and find ways that we can protect the programs and policies that help bring essential inclusion for members of our community. I can't tell you what it means to see my city show support with visibility like illuminating City Hall with the rainbow colors during June. It makes us feel safe, welcome, and part of the city we love to brag about. Coral Gables has received a 92 out of 100 on the Municipal Equality Index scorecard via the Human Rights Campaign. That shows that the policies and programming that we already have are working. Now we just need to protect them. Thank you so much for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you, sir.
Lane Tidwell.
Lane, good morning. Good to see you. So before Lane comes up here and speaks, Lane and I have been friends for a long time. I've had the pleasure of visiting Lane at his home. And Lane is the individual, along with his husband, who are responsible for the beautiful fountain that you see adjacent to the Granada, the country club, the one adjacent to the country club. One of the works that he's been working on is to make sure that fountain is up and running. He writes me emails and text messages. If there's ever a tree in the way or the fountain stops working or he sees something that's not right in that park, he's one of the individuals that when we found that park, advocated for that park, really takes care of it and makes sure that he's a community advocate on all fronts, just in that little slice of heaven that he has right there between the little park on Granada and Alhambra and the fountain. So Lane is a big advocate for the City Beautiful. Thank you for being here, Lane. It's nice to see you. Oh, and by the way, he also makes a mean banana chocolate cake, just so you know.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm terrible at this. My name is Lane Tidwell, and I live at 933 Majorca Avenue, Florida, 33134. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all you've done for our community. I applaud you, and I absolutely love living. I'm so proud when people ask me, where do you live? I live in Coral Gables. It's cool. It's a great place to live. This morning, I am also here to support SAVE and its advocacy, its Pride campaign. I just want to say that together we can move mountains. Divided, we can only see, or hope we can see the top of the mountain from a different view. And I think you guys have done a great job. And like I say, I just appreciate all you've done for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane.
Robert Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Commission members and the officers of the City of Coral Gables and all the staff who make this meeting possible. I want to thank you for what you've done. My name is Robert Johnson. I live at 933 Majorca Avenue. I support SAVE's Advocacy is Pride campaign, and I want to thank Coral Gables as a city for its past support and urge that you take action before Florida SB 1134 takes effect and limits our city's abilities to respond to the programs that they have been advocating in the past that makes us all live so well and stay so well in this city. I also recognize and regret that this law will affect not only the residents' well-being, but also will place the city at risk and liability from uninformed individuals who might want to bring a lawsuit, and that it places each of you on a personal responsibility and liability for what is done. I think that's very important, given the good work that you do. What you need is congratulations, not threats. A state cannot run without the well-run cities that are in it, and to be shackled this way is a shame. The threat, obviously, that I see, first of all, is aimed at the LGBTQ community, but Florida SB 1134 goes much further than that. The bill is triggered by ethnicity and several other identities that individuals within this city oftentimes expressed through their participation in civic endeavors and through recognition by the city itself. Because the bill is triggered by ethnicity, there are many festivals and programs that may be at risk, and we should seriously consider the impact that that might have on the city. I have spent nearly 50 years now studying the distribution of health, illness, disease, and death in society. This is my profession. And I can tell you that the pattern of that distribution is not random. It is predictable, and it varies by communities. Our community happens to be a very favorable community in that we benefit from things that the city itself does to promote the health, well-being, and safety of its citizens. Those may be in jeopardy, and I want us to think about them clearly. I also think that the bill might give us some opportunities to implement those programs in non-discriminatory ways because of the carve-outs, particularly with regard to federal law dealing with health, like the Americans with Disability Act, providing appropriate care for those, which includes some of these identities, and the Affordable Care Act. Local governments can also limit harm in other ways, and one of the ways that I've studied particularly that we don't always recognize is that you can limit the harms of loneliness. The Attorney General of the United States said that after COVID, the public in the United States was facing a loneliness epidemic. And the programs that you offer provide connection and ties to the community, and that defeats the impact that loneliness has. And so congratulations for that. I want you to urge you to continue to do that as part of a public safety and health infrastructure that the city can undergird its citizens with and keep active in that regard. What I'm asking for today is for the City Council to look at an inventory of all of the things that you do that have this public health focus and figure out ways in which you can preserve them. Of course, I'm also very interested in preserving what you've done in the past for the LGBTQ community. And with that, I thank you. Belonging is good. It's good to be seen. It's once you're seen, it's good to be welcome. It tells you that you belong. And I think we all belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Miles Davis.
Mr. Davis, good morning.
Good morning, mayors, vice mayor, commissioners, city staff. My name is Miles Davis. I serve as Director of Advocacy and Communications at SAVE. We're South Florida's leading LGBTQ+ advocacy organization. I'm here to recognize Coral Gables for earning a 92 on the Human Rights Campaign's 2025 Municipal Equality Index. That is a strong case, and it reflects very meaningful work by the city to treat residents, employees, families, and visitors with fairness and respect. But a 92 is not just a score to celebrate. As you've heard from many folks here already, it is a foundation that we must protect. Coral Gables is a city that values planning, stability, and thoughtful governance. That is exactly why this moment matters. As new state restrictions come into play, cities across the state will need to understand what they mean for local services, partnerships, contract, our advisory boards, funding agreements, and community initiatives. Our ask is simple. We're asking the Commission to direct city staff and legal counsel to review the MEI scorecard along the new state law and identify what may be impacted, what can be preserved, and most importantly, what steps the city can take now to protect local decision-making. At its core, this is about home rule, and we know Coral Gables should be able to make decisions that reflect, of course, Coral Gables, its residents, its workforce, our families, and our local needs before services are disrupted or local authority is narrowed. Our team will be following up with everyone, and we hope that the constructive partnership that the city has had in the past will continue as we help you review the laws, understand what options are available, and chart a practical path forward. A 92 is a strong score, but a strong score still needs a strong defense, and SAVE is here to work with you on that. Coral Gables has the opportunity to protect both its progress and its right to govern locally, and I thank each and every one of you for your time and commitment to public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Maria Cruz.
Before we move on to the next person, Madam City Attorney, will you do me a favor, please? Will you schedule time with me next week to go over the MEI scorecard? And I want to review the preemption legislation. And I want to be very clear to our friends at Saved Aid and all the members of the community. Preemption is not something new, as you're aware. You're very aware of it. It handcuffs us on many different fronts. I'm just going to throw a few out there, and I know I'm going to forget the most important ones. For example, we're the city beautiful, correct? Now there's new state legislation that came through preemption where trees can be cut down without approval from the city. And we also have our state legislative director here who's going to speak a little bit about that. But also, we can no longer now control the issue of whether full grass goes in the front of the house or in the sides, in the back, like we've allowed in the past. So preemption is something that, again, that we're dealing with as a city. But I'm going to be very candid with you. Our hands are tied in regards to a lot of the preemption that comes. I will review the report card, the MEI report card, which I think is critically important to review it. And I will draft a memo with the help of my city attorney and our director of legislation at the state to make sure that we can address through the whole commission these issues, and we can make a strong case of how we advocate for the entire community as a whole. And I'm beyond grateful, especially to see my friend Lane here, who I haven't seen in a few months, to have you here raising your voice, because we don't work for just one individual, we work for the city as a whole. And when you tell me that you were actually impressed that there was a rather large LGBTQ community here in Coral Gables, you know, I've known that for a long, long time, especially when you knock on doors. And that community is very vocal, is very proud, again, to be residents here in the city of Coral Gables. And we're very proud to have you here in the city beautiful. So I will sit down with our city attorney and our director and our city manager to review the MEI scorecard and see what we can do to continue advocating on behalf of the entire community as a whole. Madam Director?
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Grinnell, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs. I just wanted to put out on the record that staff is, this is very important to us, and we have been actively meeting to make sure that we adhere to the state requirements, but also think of creative ways that we can circumvent certain prohibitions. So we would be happy to include you in those meetings, Mr. Mayor, but I just wanted to say that we have been on it, and we do very much care about how to preserve what's important to the city.
I'm not surprised at all that the manager's team is already on it, because this is, again, we're addressing every single email that comes from the state of Florida. Our Director of Government Affairs is on it, along with the manager, not only looking at funding issues, but also looking at preemption issues, which again are extremely painful for us as a city, because there is nobody, and I want to be very clear, and I've told this to our leaders who I have the utmost respect at the state of Florida, there is nobody closer to the residents than the individuals that you see here in front of you and in this room. And I'm not talking about only elected officials, I'm talking about staff. We're the ones that deal with the potholes. We're the ones that deal with the fountains that are broken. We're the ones that deal with the trees that need to be trimmed when a crime is committed in your neighborhood. So at the end of the day, Mr. Manager, if you'd allow me to engage in that process also, be kind, and we can bring back, along with the Vice Mayor, if she wants to get involved, we can bring back a memo to the commission. Madam Vice Mayor?
Well, I want to be involved too, because the type of litigation I've done under the ADA, it's very, very clear that federal law offers a preemption as well. So I'd like to explore that with the City Attorney's Office.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. There is an item on the consent agenda. And since the consent agenda, I've been told, is not something that we can talk about unless somebody pulls it, I am going to talk about it now. It's item D7. It's item D7 is a development agreement, the annual report 2425, prepared by the University of Miami for the City of Coral Gables August 26, 2025. It's a very lengthy report. It took a little time to go through it, but I managed it. On page 12, it talks about the fact that the university was going to fund some public realm items for $250,000. The only problem is that when we, the residents, discussed it with the university, it was $1 million. Now it's down to 250. And at the time that we discussed it, we wanted lightning, because of anybody that goes in that area next to the university from Miller north is very dark at night, extremely dark. So on page 12, it talks about $250,000 for public realm improvements. On page 13, it mentions that there's a 10-year day, there's 10 years of the date of the adoption for this to expire. Okay? This was 2016 to December 2026, that will expire. On page 14, it says that they're waiting for the city to identify the improvement that is going to be done with that money. So page 12, 13, and 14, we talk about that. On page 20, we talk about annual payments that the university was going to pay the city. It's very interesting because it says annual payments, and the last payment was November 29th, 2024. So what happened to the payment in 25? There's no record. According to them, the last payment was November 29, 2024. Okay? It's over $1 million. Okay? And the last thing that I have is we talk about the Wasco Center. Okay? I want to remind those of you that were here then, and if you were not here, I can tell you, you can find it on the records, that the Wasco Center was supposed to be a convocation center for the university. It was not supposed to be a venue for conventions, concerts, et cetera, and it says it on the documents at that time. I have the original documents if anybody wants to see them. Convocation center. Then somewhere along the line, our administration somehow, because this is the problem when you have covenants, agreements with the city, that they sign in goodwill, and then people come back and say, oops, I couldn't do it then. I need a break. I need an amendment. I need a waiver. And
Ms. Cruz,
our elected people go for it.
we've gone over 1 minute and 40
I'm
seconds.
sorry, other people went over it too.
But they didn't go over 1 minute and 40
Okay,
seconds.
I'm
So I'd ask
sorry.
you to please bring it in for a landing.
Okay, I'm going to close it up. I suggest that any of you that are interested to know, since it's going to be approved today, that you need to go online and pull it and read it so you can see what I've said and it's there.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes
Jackson
of additional
Holmes.
time. Yes. Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Jackson Holmes, 35 Sedonia Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida. I hope we can pull up the first picture here.
If cable TV can please share my screen. Thank you.
Maybe you can slide it up. Can you slide it up? Okay, there we go. So for as you all can see, that's me with, maybe you need to slide it down a little bit. Sorry. That's me with former United States Senator Bob Graham. And I'm going to put myself under penalties for perjury in what I'm going to say today. I'm asking that the residents watching this pay close attention. Bob Graham, I'm saying this under penalties for perjury, opened the door for me to discover free energy. And I'm saying that under penalties for perjury. So can we go to the next slide? Now, what is the proof of free energy? This came in a 60 Minutes broadcast, which you can see a slide from here. How about the next one? Or do you have that Threads video that I just sent you?
No, sir.
It's a separate email. I sent you a Threads to click on.
I did not receive your separate email, Mr. Holmes.
No Threads video? I just sent it.
I haven't received it, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the people with IT to try and get the camera to zoom in here. I'm going to play it off of my iPhone, see if you can pick up the feed. This is the proof of free energy. All right, you know, somebody comes to you and say, I got proof of free energy. You say, yeah, I know a good psychiatrist. But if the U.S. Department of Defense comes to you and says, yes, there is free energy, then you listen, because it's United States Department of Defense. That's what this video is. It's too bad we couldn't get it synced properly here. And within the Department of Defense, guess who invented the internet? DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. They invented the internet. People at home, watch the web links here that I'm be showing. And DARPA, who invented the internet, is the one that says there is free energy. So I'm going to see if this can be picked up by the cameras.
It's quite real. Are you surprised to hear yourself saying this? Very much.
Can you try and pick it up?
And we found that the Pentagon is saying it too. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, known as DARPA, did its own analysis. And we
Mr.
obtained
Holmes,
this internal memo that concludes there is, quote,
please bring it in for a landing, and
anomalous
the next
excess
time
is produced in these experiments.
staff will have the video.
You're going to keep the Coral Gables people from learning about free energy?
You have played it before, but no one's going to be able to see it from your phone. We have another meeting coming up in a month.
They can pick up on it and follow it up later. Do you have the next slide?
Your time is up, and we haven't. How many people waiting to speak?
You're suppressing free energy from the people of Coral Gables. Could you play the next slide, please?
Mr. Holmes, the next slide I have for you is not a video. Once again, it's
right. It's a slide, right?
We need to move on and allow some other people to speak. We have many things on.
People at home, you can see the city commissioner is suppressing your ability to know that there is free energy that I got through the help of U.S. Senator Bob Graham.
I understand. We spoke about it. The sun is free as well. It does cost money. We need to allow.
Suppression of information from the citizens of Coral Gables.
Okay. Next meeting, you can have the video.
Marina Brayman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Lago, commissioners, and city staff. My name is Marina Brainin, and I'm here on behalf of SAVE. This morning, my colleagues and I, and of course, the Coral Gables residents who came to join us, we do, of course, want to encourage the city to examine all the events, programs, like we've already mentioned, that could fall under SB 1134. Just a few items that could be on the chopping block in the city of Coral Gables. The city has a sponsored Women's History Month celebration. Coral Gables also has an annual Hanukkah Festival of Lights. There's also a citywide clergy prayer breakfast, and as well as a Black History Month programming, including a Juneteenth commemoration. Now, in terms of the LGBTQ community, I'm not sure if residents knew this, but something that you can see on your MEI is that the City of Coral Gables has an LGBTQ liaison in the city manager's office and in the police department. As a city employer, Coral Gables also offers same-sex partner benefits and inclusive healthcare. In a show of support, as one of your residents mentioned, the City of Coral Gables also has lit up City Hall in celebration of Pride Month. So all of these events and policies, it won't just affect LGBTQ people, it could affect any category that falls under the DEI umbrella. Now, like you said, Mayor Lago, state preemption does exist, of course, we know that, and it does tie the hands of our municipalities. However, attorneys at the ACLU, former legislative staff who used to work in the state, including myself and Miles, who spoke before, as well as other organizations who, if they haven't already reached out to you, will be offering other options for municipalities like yours. We believe that there are options. As your staff mentioned previously, Coral Gables can still enter into long-term contracts, funding agreements, and partnerships that protect these programs and services for future years before January 1st. Another option that other South Florida municipalities are considering is joint legal action. These are still options before the bill takes place on January 1st. So we stand, of course, ready to partner in this process. Our goal is not to change the identity of Coral Gables, but to uplift our residents that live here, and of course, to prevent the state from controlling what our local governments can do, because they are, of course, closest to the people. So we will, of course, be reaching out to your office and the city manager's office, and we really just appreciate your support and the time that you've given us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Day. Thank you so much for being here with us.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. May I have now we're moving on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to time certain at 10:30 a.m. Agenda item G1.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving fiscal year 2026 to 2027 cultural grant recipients and setting in place a funding mechanism contingent on the city's approved budget.
Good morning, Ms. Cathers. How are you?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Cultural Coordinator with the city. We do have a presentation. So one of the responsibilities of the city's Cultural Development Board is to recommend to the City Commission the annual allocation of cultural grant funding. I want to thank the members of our Cultural Development Board who had the role of reviewing and scoring each application. Board member Eric Fliss is here today to speak on behalf of the board, and he will come up and just say a few words after the presentation. I would also like to thank our cultural partners, the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce and the Arts and Business Council, who provide professional development opportunities and support to our grantees. As a reminder, the City Commission adopted amendments to the cultural grant guidelines and included a process to have bonus points for the following scenarios: 5 additional points for principal address in Coral Gables, 5 for applicants who include programming that is free, and 2 for organizations whose operating budgets are $50,000 or less. The board applied the same funding recommendation as last year, maintaining the dedicated funding of Youth Arts Program at $50,000 and $228,228 for Coral Gables core cultural organizations and cultural programs. So this year, on May 14th, the Cultural Development Board reviewed and scored 53 applications for the allocation of grant funding in all categories, with one of the applications required by the Coral Gables Museum, which is funded separately. Of the 52 remaining applications, 5 did not meet the 80-point threshold established to recommend funding, and 2 were disqualified for not submitting required documents. The proposed funding of the eligible 45 applicants and their scores, plus the Coral Gables Museum, have been provided in your Exhibit A that's attached to the proposed resolution. The board is recommending funding for these organizations, which represent a diverse range of the arts, including music, theater, film, dance, opera, literary arts, performance, poetry, gardens, and museums. So we have quite the opportunities for culture here. We have a few slides that are interspersed, just representing these. Here we see a gallery opening, a book reading, and a garden tour. And then, of course, a summary demonstrating the actual impact of the cultural grant program and benefit to Coral Gables residents and visitors. So you can see here, and this is similar to last year, the total number, 1,308 programs overall. The percentage of events that are in Coral Gables, of course, is always 100%. Percentage of free events is 40%, which is very high. And the number of Coral Gables venues that are used is 28, and that's a significant increase. You'll see the economic impact of total expenditures by the grantee organizations and their audiences is well over $20 million, and the local benefit rate of return for the local government itself is over $800,000. So again, just a few more images showing the cinema, some children's programming, dance, an orchestral concert. These are just a few. So as I said, we have Eric Fliss with us today to speak on behalf of the board and answer any questions from the commission.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Eric Fliss, Cultural Development Board. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. I just wanted to say thank you for your support for this program. Last year, you provided some additional funding for the youth programs, which had a major impact on those organizations. Their funding levels were raised, and the amount of work they can do within the city of Coral Gables was increased by directly by those funding. It also provided additional funds for our major cultural organizations in Coral Gables. It was also, as a panel member, easier to review all of the grants, as we were not competing children's orchestras with professional orchestras, and we were able to make clear evaluations of all the applications. So I just want to say thank you and ask to please accept the package that was provided to you.
First and foremost, thank you for your service to the city.
Pleasure.
It's a great impact, and we're grateful for the work that you do along with the director. Ms. Cathers, may I ask you just a few questions very quickly? My questions, one of them is a question, and one is just reiterating it to bring it home. Number one, what is the percentage of the money that's spent, of this grant money that is spent in the City Beautiful?
100%.
Can you repeat that again?
100%.
That's number one. And number two, where does that money come from?
It comes from the general fund.
I want to be clear. So what we're doing here right now is, if you look at the numbers, over $20 million of economic impact here in the community. So when you have an event, for example, like a World Cup game, and then everybody disperses after 2 hours, where do they go? They go have lunch, they go have dinner, they go have a drink, maybe they do some shopping, maybe they go see the Miracle Theater, the cinema, maybe they go to Books and Books, maybe go have a coffee somewhere, but they spend their hard-earned dollars here in our community. So we are already respected as the cultural destination in South Florida. And it's an incumbent on us in making sure that we continue to spread this message, because this is an economic driver in our community. You know, if we're not investing in art, if we're not investing in theater, in the cinema, you know, if we're not investing in that, at the end of the day, I think that it will only hurt us. So I want to congratulate you and the board, the city manager, and all the work that you're doing in regards to making sure that we're very careful, we're very methodical. We're auditing, like, for example, the previous year, these individuals who got a grant submit an audit, correct?
Yes, they submit a final report.
A final report which basically says this is when the event happened, this is proof that the event happened, this is how much money was spent, this is a receipt, so that people understand that the taxpayer dollar is being used for the appropriate venue or event that we as a board and as a city dictated and approved.
Correct.
Okay, Just want to be clear of that. Okay. Any further comments?
Just through the mayor, just thank you for the hard work that you do evaluating each and every one of these applications, because it does take a lot of time and effort to go through them one at a time, and you bring so much back to our city. So much richness. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Let's go to G2.
you.
Let's take
Thank
G2
you.
right now since we're here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Fliss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission approving intervals, a Coral Gables-based art series as part of Miami Art Week, and for an application to Art Basel for an official event, further approving funding up to $110,000 from the Art Fund toward the program and marketing materials, and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2025-2026 operating budget to recognize the transfer of funds from the Art and Public Places Reserve and to appropriate such funds to put toward the cost of the project.
Just really quickly, she said 210. It was 110 or
No, it's
210?
110,000.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But we'll take 200.
I know. Trust me. I know you will.
Good morning. So following up on the success from last year, the Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board discussed the city's Miami Artwork 2026 program and unanimously supported continuing Intervals, which is a public art exhibition we programmed in partnership with Coral Gables Public Spaces and with galleries presenting at Art Basel Miami Beach. So Intervals is designed to present a minimum of 5 artists in site-responsive installations that are open and publicly accessible, including partnering businesses and hotels. In compliance with Art Basel Miami Beach program requirements, galleries affiliated with Art Basel are being approached to present their artists, and we already have some commitments if this is approved. Artists are provided funding to create the site-specific installations for exhibition that lasts about 8 weeks. And then last year, we ended up extending at least 2 of those beyond that. So again, building on the established relationship with Art Basel, we would like to submit an Art Basel VIP event application to celebrate intervals at one of the locations with an invitation to visit all the sites. Funding of $110,000 is being requested for the recommendation, related expenses and marketing, and is proposed through the Art Fund, which is funded through private development projects. Today, we also have Dr. Jill Dupuy with us, who is the chair of the Arts Advisory Panel and is available to also discuss the program and answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor, for being here with us.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for your enlightened leadership. My day job, as you may know, is the Executive Director and Chief Curator of the Low Art Museum, so thank you also for your support in that channel. But because of the work I do, I really understand that art contributes to quality of life, and it is also an economic driver. It's not just a frill. So I am really grateful for, again, your enlightened and visionary leadership. And I think that this program is very much in line with that same vision. As I'm sure you are aware, Art Basel has a tremendous impact that resonates far beyond Miami Beach. Those who are a part of those proceedings really are elevating their own programs, and in this case, their own cities. So I think that as we discuss on the Arts Advisory Panel, that this is a really important opportunity to extend because it does bring relevance, impact, and engagement that reverberates far beyond the city of Coral Gables and even South Miami. So I speak for the panel in giving our full support to this resolution.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. Do I have a motion?
I move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Again, thank you and send my best to the board. We're grateful for your work on the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
11 o'clock, we have a time certain. I think for once, this is a world record. We're going to start on time. Time certain, 11 a.m., agenda E7, E8, E9, and E11.
Mayor, E7, or Mayor and Commissioners, E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the future land use map and mixed-use overlay district map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-213, comprehensive plan text and map amendments and small-scale amendment procedures from religious institutional to commercial mid-rise intensity and to include within the boundaries of the North Ponce mixed-use district overlay, Block 21, revised plat of Coral Gables Douglas section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E8 is an ordinance to the City Commission making zoning boundary changes pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-212, zoning code text and map amendments, 1, from special use to mixed use 2, and 2, to include within the boundaries of the North Ponce mixed use district overlay, Block 21, revised plat of Coral Gables Douglas section, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of a planned area development pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-206, general procedures for planned area development for a mixed-use project referred to as Crystal Residences, including a private school on property legally described as Block 21, revised plat of Coral Gables Douglas section, Coral Gables, Florida, superseding ordinance number 1909 and ordinance number 2962, including required conditions, providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. E11 is not going to be voted on today. It's on for your information, but it is a resolution of the City Commission requesting mixed-use site plan review and an encroachment agreement pursuant to Article 14, process section 14-203, conditional uses for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as Crystal Residences, including a private school and live-work units on property legally described as Block 21, revised plat of Coral Gables Douglas section, Coral Gables, Florida, superseding ordinance number 1909 and ordinance number 2962 to permit the current accessory school as a principal use, including required conditions, providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, we will consolidate these items for purposes of the public hearing, and this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So I would ask that the clerk please swear in everyone who will be testifying today.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, how much time are we allotting for each side?
So Mayor, I think as is typical, you can ask members of the public who have, well, first you're going to hear from the applicant, of course, and then from staff.
Yep.
And then when you have members of the public, I think it's appropriate to ask that they keep their remarks to the 3-minute time limit as they can. But of course, if some people have additional information, given that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, please, I would ask that you be flexible and allow them the opportunity to fully make their comments.
Thank you very much. Sir, Counselor, good
Good
morning.
morning. Powerful speaker. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As mentioned by your city attorney, I think we're taking these items all together, so all of the testimony that we're presenting will relate to all 3 of the items that are before you today.
Mr. Clerk, if I may, because I've been accused before of not providing enough time, even though what I've been doing lately in all the meetings is basically taking both sides and making sure that I track the time very carefully. So I'd like to even put a timer on the applicant and also on Mr. Winker if possible, please. So I want to make sure we provide as a public record how much time each individual was given.
Mayor, can I just add one thing? In terms of public comment, I think it would be appropriate for you as the chair to recommend and suggest and remind folks that if their comments are repetitive, perhaps they can keep them brief, and just summarize instead of going into detail if they're being repetitive.
Madam City Attorney, what I will do is what I've been doing lately is I will provide everyone with 3 minutes. I will ask it for you to be concise and respectful. And once you go over, I will just, at the end, when you're finished speaking, I will say you went over a minute, you went over 2 minutes. And then at the end, I will consolidate it and I will tell you what both sides spent in regards to the time. Because at the end of the day, that's the way that you can tell, when someone comes to you and says, hey, you didn't give me enough time, but I want to do the same thing with the applicant and with Mr. Winker also. So please, can I have a time just so that I can keep track of the applicant's time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. My name is George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm here this morning on behalf of FRC Realty and Crystal Academy. We're excited to be here today to present what we hope is the final stage of approvals for this important and unique mixed-use project. This is a project that has been more than 5 years in the making. It's gone through an extensive, we could put the presentation up for the commissioners on the screen, thank you. It's a project that's gone through an extensive historical, architectural, and public review process over the last 5 years. And as a result of that project, it's also been, as a result of that process, it's also been a project that has been evaluated, refined, and improved based on feedback from city staff, residents, and city boards. The proposal before you today is a mixed-use project. It has residential, live work, it has open space, but most importantly, what it does is that it's anchored by a new permanent home for Crystal Academy. And before getting into the project, I'd like to take a step back and explain how we got here today. For many years, this property was owned by a church, and they leased space to Crystal Academy. Crystal Academy is a nonprofit school that has operated on this site for 17 years. They've served over 600 families in Coral Gables by providing specialized therapeutic programs and education for children with learning disabilities and development delays. When the church decided to sell the property in 2021, Crystal Academy was faced with the reality that they may have the possibility of losing their home and no longer be able to provide these services that they give to our residents in Coral Gables. At the time, my client, realizing the importance of this institution, made a promise that they would keep Crystal Academy on site, build them a brand new facility, and give it back to them rent-free for 99 years. This is a commitment that my client today has honored, and now you will see it implemented in this project. This commitment is especially important when you think about how the high demand for these programs are and just the limited availability that they are in this community. The CDC reports that 1 in 6 children, 1 every 6 children are diagnosed with a development disability. However, there are very few schools that provide this specialized program. In Coral Gables, this is the only institution in the city that provides these services. And this project gives Crystal Academy a permanent home to continue to provide these services for generations to come. So with the community benefit in mind, I'd like to walk you through some of our public benefits. This project includes 184 new residential units, 16 live-work units. As I mentioned, a new ground floor facility, educational facility for Crystal Academy. You can see it here in the rendering. This is the rendering from Galeano Street. They will be located on the ground level, fronting Galeano, in the same location that they are today and have been operating for the last 2 decades. This is all integrated into a 9-story mixed-use building. This project provides a 5,000 square foot publicly accessible community courtyard that is accessible through a paseo, a pedestrian paseo that connects Phoenicia and Antilla Avenue, as well as a 4,000 square foot children's park that will be used by the school during school hours and available to the public after school hours. So overall, the project, just to give you an idea in terms of open space, this was discussed lengthy at the Planning and Zoning Board. This project, as designed, provides 3 times the amount of open space that will be required for a similar project in the North Ponce area, and provides 55% more open space than is required by your PAD regulations. In terms of location, and I think this is one of the most important items that was discussed by the Board of Architects and the Planning and Zoning Board when they recommended approval of this application. It's the context of this block. So this block encompasses an entire city block between Phoenicia Avenue, and it fronts onto East Ponce. And East Ponce is the main commercial corridor that connects Ponce de Leon Boulevard to Douglas Entrance, which is one of the largest commercial centers in the city, and to Southwest 8th Street. As a refresher, and I know that many of you were involved with the North Ponce overlay creation, but the goal of the North Ponce overlay when it was created in 2016, it had a clear vision, which was encourage new housing, expand open space and civic amenities, and create a more active and walkable neighborhood. The city identified this area after multiple planning studies as a place that was appropriate for growth because of its proximities to employment centers, transit, and commercial uses. So the goal of the North Ponce overlay was to activate this area with foot traffic. They wanted to bring residents within walking distance of commercial, within walking distance of schools, within walking distance of jobs, and within walking distance of parks. And this is exactly what this project accomplishes. As shown on the zoning and land use maps here, this property sits in the middle of what we have to our east, which is the MF2 area of the North Ponce overlay that allows heights up to 100 feet in height. And as you will see, our project is substantially below that, below what's allowed today to our east. And to our west, you have the North Ponce Mixed Use Overlay District that allows and currently has today, as you'll see, building heights ranging between 150 to 190 feet in height. What's also interesting here is that the city's 1926 zoning map shows this block was originally planned for multifamily residential development, as we're proposing today, with the western portion, which is highlighted in red here, allowing for building heights up to 150 feet, and the eastern portion, which is highlighted in green, allowing for up to 60 feet. So before this property was rezoned in 1970 by the then owner for religious uses, this property was historically already planned for residential development with building heights up to 150 feet in height. So historically, and under today's planning framework, this block really always served as a transition between the commercial corridor to the west and the mid-rise residential neighborhood to the east. So the request today, our request is for MX2 zoning and a mid-rise commercial designation that follows the same planning principle that you saw in the North Ponce Visionary Workshop and the 1926 zoning map. It creates that appropriate transition between the MX3 district to our west and the MF2 district to our east. And how do we accomplish that transition? So what we've done is that we have, in working with many residents in the area and based on their feedback, we have reduced the height along the eastern portion of this property to create a height transition and step the height down from 9 stories on the west to 8 stories on the east. This is, as you can see here, both of these heights are well below the height that is currently allowed today in the North Ponce Conservation District. This is the context I was telling you about that was looked at carefully by the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Architects. As you can see, in this area of the North Ponce overlay, we already have buildings that are approved or built today to a height that greatly exceeds what we are proposing. What you're seeing here is buildings that range from 130 feet in height to 190 feet in height within this portion of North Ponce. So I say this to say that this proposal is not a departure from the planning framework that was established for North Ponce, but rather it's a continuation of it. And with that, I'd like to introduce Albert Cordovez, who's our lead designer, to walk you through the project and what we've been able to accomplish with the proposed land use, zoning, and PAD requests.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, George. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Albert Cordovez with Corwell Architects. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time in reviewing our application this morning. Extremely happy to be here. This has been a very long process, but a great process when we truly believe that at the end, with all those meetings we had with staff, with our client, with the collaborative nature of the Board of Architects, with that, it's culminating into what we truly believe is an incredible project for the community and for the city of Coral Gables. George spoke about the vision of North Ponce, and that's exactly where we started. With that particular vision, having the dream of having a city block in the city, we wanted to take this pedestrian realm to truly another level. And in doing that, our goal was to bring that quality of openness, the open space, the articulation of the massing itself from 8 to 9 stories, from east to west. And we said to ourselves, the one goal that we want to make sure we do is to bring this pedestrian realm to another level. We started with actually anchoring the building in the corner of the site. And you'll see here some of our site plans. We'll go to the site plan. The main corner of the site, Antilla. Right here. So we started anchoring the site in the very main visual corridor with the main lobby access that views directly into that beautiful courtyard that we spoke about. And in doing the perimeter, we wanted to make sure that these were established active spaces. All our 16 live work units, the Deer School to the west, and anchoring with another great open space on the northeast corner of the site, which is the park. So essentially 90% of our project is activated, fully activated at ground level. In addition to that, we actually stepped the building back in some of those areas from minimum setbacks to another 10-foot setbacks to create more green and open space areas. And that theme was followed through in the interior. That's why the reason we created that courtyard, we wanted to bring that quality of life to the interior of the project. And then again, connecting all these pieces, we generated the cross-through block paseo, which actually generates an incredible connectivity from north to south through the middle of the block itself. Again, connecting all those beautiful open spaces that we took from the minimum 20% required to over 32% required, over 32% provided on this project in open space requirements. We were careful to analyze the parking scheme, and as you can see, essentially is completely lineared from all sides with active uses as we come up the building. The project, as we mentioned, breaks itself up into 8 stories in the rear, 8 stories in the east, 9 stories on the west. And one of the things that, going back to the ground, I forgot to mention, the interior loading facilities, again, was done in order to protect that pedestrian quality on the project itself. The school itself has a drop-off area at ground level, which is totally internalized, as we can see here. And the entrance to our parking is also totally internalized, again, minimizing the curb cuts, only 2 in the entire block, 1 in, 1 out on the north. Again, the articulation as you go up, you saw from our renderings that we shared with you, is very key in making sure that it met all the Mediterranean boards as approved by the Board of Architects. And when we thought really that the project had conceived a beautiful nature, we come up with the ability to meet with staff, and they have recommended 1 or 2 conditions which we thought could be very well implemented into the project. We've taken the lead to do that. One of them was to essentially take that colonnade from the liftwork units on the west and on the south and push it back to the building, creating a more residential look and feel for these areas. And I'll share some of the just recently developed renderings that we have of these areas. As you can see here, this is basically the same building, but stepping the colonnade back, still featuring an articulation to the building, but generating a more soft and residential look along those pedestrian realms. Again, by stepping it back, we went from a total of 20 feet of green area from the back of court to the building to almost 30 feet of green areas now, which really enhances that complete perimeter of the building, as you can see in these pictures. So again, by the comments of staff and working together, what we thought was good, it got even better, because I think now we have an even more appealing pedestrian realm on the project, as we can see here. The other comment that we've received from the planning board was to take the anchoring park that we have on the northeast corner of the building, and instead of aligning the park on a north-south axis, to think of aligning it on an east-west axis. Same square footage, we didn't lose any open space by doing this, but it generates more of a buffer between the women's club and the building itself. We thought that was another great recommendation, and as you can see here, we started implementing this already into our project. But again, all in all, I think from the onset, the vision, the North Ponds vision, the multiple meetings with staff, the Board of Architects approvals, I think we're truly culminating with an incredible project for this city and for this community. Thank you.
Before you end, just a quick question. What is the slide number on this page? Just I want to refer back to it later.
And through the mayor, I'm going to ask that between the presentations, we take a 5-minute restroom break.
Mr. Mayor, that's slide 48. 48.
4A?
Mhm.
Sorry.
48.
48, okay.
48.
Yes, sir.
So just to wrap up, I know we have some residents that would like to speak, but while we like to take credit for many of these design solutions that you saw today, they were obviously the result of, a lot of collaboration with residents in the area, with city staff, with your city boards. I'm happy to report that we have actively been meeting with residents in the area. We have 500 petitions of approval. These petitions are, as you can see here, only 8 blocks, only an 8-block radius. We did not travel, to South Gables or north of 8th Street. This is really from the neighborhood, 500 residents who are in support of this project and its mission. As Albert mentioned, there's 3 conditions of approval. We are in agreement with all 3 conditions of approval. If this project moves forward, we would ask that they be incorporated into the approval so we could work with your city architect to make sure they're implemented as part of the final design process. I'd also like to reaffirm on the record some of the commitments that we have made throughout this 5-year process. The first is the preservation of the oak tree that's on site. We are committed to relocating it to the southwest corner of this site, making it a prominent feature of this project. We've already started the work. We're starting it early to make sure it's done properly and correct. Second of all, I want to reaffirm our commitment to relocate the statue of Christ that currently sits on the property. We have been in communication with the Church of the Little Flower, and if this project is approved, we will be relocating the statue of Christ to the Church of the Little Flower and creating a First Communion garden so it could sit in a prominent location that could be enjoyed and appreciated by the community. We're also committed to, which we have currently preserved, the plaques within the property. We will be happy to donate the war plaques to the Coral Gables War Memorial so they could be preserved in a setting that recognizes their importance. And we've also, as we mentioned during the historic preservation review process that was early on in this project's history, we will be implementing and incorporating the rest of the plaques within the property throughout the common open spaces. So as you can see, this project represents a unique opportunity to accomplish a lot of goals of the North Ponce overlay and accomplish something truly special in terms of community benefits. It's a project that's been designed and extensively reviewed and significantly improved recently through collaboration with city staff and your planning and zoning board. And for all these reasons, we request your approval in accordance with the staff report and the recommendation of your planning and zoning board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I have 11:23 starting at 11:04. That's 19 minutes. Am I off?
I had him starting at 11:05, but you're not off by the
Okay. Well, we'll give him 11:05. So what do we have? I want it to come from you so I can write this down.
18 minutes, sir.
11:23 is a total of 18 minutes. Okay. We will take a 5-minute break at the request of the Vice Mayor, and then we'll hear from our dear friends now. See you in 5 minutes at
My church.
Ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Okay. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back. It is 11:35. Ready? Perfect. Let me just wait to our. Do we have her? Madam Director?
Good morning. Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. If I could have the PowerPoint, please. When you're ready. Thank you. So as we know, this is the entire block of 21 in the Douglas section, highlighted here in yellow. This is an aerial looking down with an existing former church, the existing home of the Crystal Academy, bounded by in the north, Phoenicia, Galliano on the south, Antilla, and then East Ponce to the west. This is a view looking south. You can see Ponce Leon on the right side of the project, and you can see Galliano running along the left side. So in 1967, the property was rezoned from apartment use to special use zoning to allow a church as well as to allow a kindergarten. That was expanded in 1971 to, I believe, to third grade, and then again in 1991 to cap that student enrollment to 75 students, along with other conditions. Staff is recommending that the condition of 75 students still remain for the property, but to allow the Crystal Academy to be a principal use and no longer an accessory use. There are 3 requests that you're going to be considering today. The 4th will be considered if it's approved on first reading. The first one is a change the future land use map for the comprehensive plan. The second one is a zoning map change. The third one is the planned area development. So the current property, the currently block is future land use designation of religious institutional, and they're proposing to change that to commercial mid-rise intensity, and also to include that property within the mixed-use district of the North Ponce. And that is to allow the school to be a principal use within the project. So looking at massing models, this is existing conditions. All those white buildings are the current building heights of the area. The subject property is the green property, zoned S, and around it are the white buildings of existing heights. So if you overlay the current allowed zoning of future land use, you have the brown being 70 feet in height or 97 with the Mediterranean bonus. So you can see that on the brown to the east and to the south of the subject property. On the left side, on Ponce Leon, you can see the red, which of course is significantly higher heights of 97 where that step back is, up to 150 or 190.5 feet. Along Ponce Leon, this property is settling between the lower medium intensity of North Ponce, which again is 70 feet or 97 feet in height, and then the more intense heights along Ponce Leon. The applicant is proposing to change the zoning here from special use, as you can see right here, to to mid-rise, commercial mid-rise. Again, commercial to allow the school to remain there on site, matching the same height as the brown around it. So the height would be 70 feet or 97 feet of height. So again, this is existing with the white buildings of what the massing is today. With the current allowed zoning, you can see pockets of those white buildings are historic properties, but the rest have height allowed of 70 feet or 97 feet. They're proposing to do MX2 or commercial mid-rise land use intensity, and that would allow a height of 70 or 97 feet. The zoning map is also proposed to change from S zoning to MX2 zoning, also incorporating the property into the North Ponce mixed-use district, which of course is removing them from the North Ponce Conservation District. A little history about that. The North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation District is for conserving those apartment buildings in the area. They applied to MF2 properties. So they allow for additional uses, conditional uses for designated historic properties. They have a historic preservation benefits program for properties that are built before 1964 that exempt parking, that allow for TDR or transfer development rights sending sites, as well as allowances and signage. There's a garden apartment conservation benefits program as well. Those properties built before 1964 to allow for variance requests and reduce parking requirements. For new construction, there are additional requirements for landscape for front yards. There's no walls or fences allowed. There's maximum driveway widths, as well as parking setbacks behind habitable space. So for new construction under the Conservation District, you are required to follow the zoning, the height, the FIR, the density, the setbacks. They still apply for any new construction within the neighborhood conservation overlay. So the third request is the PAD, the Planned Area Development. So the site plan that I have, I did not know about the new site plan of rotating the park. So the park is on the northeast corner. The Crystal Academy is facing Galliano. There are crosswalks on all four sides of the property. There's a public plaza on the southwest corner, a public courtyard and paseo, an interior block of the site plan. The pickup and drop off of the school is located inside the property across the paseo and the courtyard, internally accessed. So the applicant is requesting 2 code deviations. The PAD allows you to request deviations from the code in exchange for public benefits. So right now you are only allowed to have 8 stories of height for MX2 properties. They are proposing to do 9 stories on East Ponce de Leon and then scale down to 8 stories when facing Galliano. The other deviation they're requesting is a slight deviation. This is based, of course, on the plans that I have submitted, not the new rotated park plan. They only have 27% of transparency or glass that's facing Phoenicia across the street from the back of house of the Women's Club. Public benefit that they're offering is a 5,000 square foot educational facility for Crystal Academy or any future nonprofit organization. They are offering the school to be there without any cost, rent-free for 99 years. And they're offering that in a covenant that's included in your packet today. And they're also providing a 4,000 square foot park for daytime learning for the school, as well as public access after hours. And that's the same for the courtyard and the pedestrian pass-through. The conditional use is for the site plan and for the school and for LiveWorks, which are all required to do conditional use review and approval. It's not being considered by you, but we're going to explain it anyway because it's all connected to the PAD and the request change of land use and change of zoning. So again, the park is in the northeast corner. Today it's been rotated as required or recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. The school is facing Galliano. The pickup and drop off is internally accessed. You have the vehicular one-way access from Antilla from the south and going north and emptying out onto Phoenicia. There's a courtyard and the LiveWorks surrounds most of the property. So again, the existing property is almost 1.5. It's 1.49 acres large. The FAR is at 3.5, which is they're allowed to do. They're requesting 93 feet of height when they're allowed to have 97 feet with Mediterranean bonus. And they're requesting to do 9 stories instead of 8 stories, which are allowed to do through the pad request and designation. They're doing the 9 stories again on East Ponce and then 8 stories facing the Galeano. They're allowed to do 184 units with 125 units per acre. They're requesting to do 184 units, 16 live-work units, the school of 500 square feet, and the parking spaces 301. They're providing 20,000 square feet of open space. There's a rendering looking northwest. That's the entrance of the school. This is outdated. It is not showing the rotation of the park, which would look a little bit different with today. So it was reviewed by DRC back in January 2022, reviewed by the Board of Architects later that year with approval in October 2023. They had a neighborhood meeting officially earlier this year in May. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this property, this application last month, recommended approval, and you were here looking at this for first reading for today. We'll come back to you if approved for second reading. Letters were mailed to the property owners and current occupants within 1,500 feet of the property as required by the zoning code. And that was mailed 3 times. The property was posted 9 times. The website was posted 9 times as well. And that newspaper was advertised once. So staff has determined that this application is consistent with the comp plan. It's providing housing in an area that we want to encourage more and more workforce housing to keep with the increase of housing demand in the area. We recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are outlined in the PAD ordinance at the very end. But briefly, it's capping the height at 9 stories or 93 feet of height, 5,000 square feet for Crystal Academy with 75 students maximum. To rotate the corner park to be east and west as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, which they have done. I have not been able to review that at length. They will remove the arcade to provide stoops and porches to have front yards to be more in character with the North Ponce Conservation District. They're going to incorporate landscape setback on the north side, which is Phoenicia, and then have a public accessible courtyard, covered walkway, and corner park. They also have off-site improvements as well, including underground utility lines along Phoenicia as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Mr. Winker? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Clerk, what time is it?
11:47, sir.
Thank you very much.
I have a PowerPoint I'd like to present.
Yes, sir.
Could table TV put up Mr. Winker's presentation? There you go.
Thank you. David Winker, law offices at 4720 South Lejeune. I represent Bonnie Bolton, who lives adjacent to the property. Here we go again. Another developer wanting to build an out-of-scale project by getting the city to grant it special concessions, waivers, exceptions, and a massive upzoning. Here we have an out-of-town developer who wants the city to relieve it from its obligations under our city code and our master plan to build more than double what it would otherwise be allowed to build. And this is a problem that keeps happening again and again in our city. And it's frustrating residents, and that's what you're going to hear today in public comment. And it begs the question, what are we getting in return as residents and taxpayers for these massive upzonings? Neighborhood context matters. This property sits within an established residential neighborhood. 4 single-family homes directly abut this project. The current use is special use religious. The current height limit is 4 stories. The surrounding development, as you saw in the maps, is predominantly 1- and 2-story structures. This project puts our historic resources at risk. 6 historically designated structures are located on Phoenicia Avenue near the project. 3 historically designated structures are located on Antilla. The neighborhood is currently being studied for historic district designation. Historic preservation includes protecting the historic neighborhood scale and context. This 9-story structure permanently will alter that context. And let's get down into the code. We're not asking you guys to do us a favor, we're asking you to enforce the city code. Section 103 of the zoning code says the purpose of the code is to implement the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan's goal is to protect Coral Gables' historic and architectural character, preserve George Merrick's vision, protect residential neighborhoods from incompatible uses, and require compatibility with surrounding architecture and development. This project conflicts with Section 103. 226,000 square foot of development, 184 residential units, 93-foot tall building in a low-scale neighborhood. The intensity, the massing, and the scale are incompatible with the surrounding development. There is no argument against that. This project undermines the stated purposes of the zoning code. It also conflicts with the North Ponce Conservation Overlay. The overlay district was adopted to preserve neighborhood character, protect the historic garden apartment fabric of the neighborhood, maintain traditional development patterns. The applicant seeks removal from the overlay because the project cannot comply with it. I talked earlier about asking for favors. They're asking the project be removed from the overlay because they can't comply. If the project was compatible, they would comply. Conflict with Coral Gables Historic City Plan. The city plan was unanimously adopted, calls for preservation of neighborhood character, encourages development compatible with surrounding residential areas, supporting low-scale development patterns. Again, 9 stories is inconsistent with these objectives. Conflict with the North Ponce community vision. The vision workshop recommended preserving the garden apartment character of this neighborhood, recommended maintaining building heights between 2 and 4 stories, encouraged preservation of neighborhood scale, supported exploration of public park and open space opportunities. And we're going to get into the problem with this project vis-a-vis public park and open space opportunities. It is inconsistent with our comprehensive plan. It converts a religious institutional site into dense residential commercial development. It removes existing neighborhood protections. There is no affordable housing commitment despite reliance on housing policies, fails to preserve neighborhood character, and overall, the approval will undermine long-term planning goals. The compatibility analysis. South and east properties are residential. The existing campus is low intensity. The proposed project dramatically increases density and activity, scale and massing, out of character, traffic and concurrency. The staff acknowledges in its report there's additional traffic and delays in an area that already has streets that struggle to handle the existing traffic. 301 space parking garage is going to result in significant traffic generation. Residential traffic, school traffic, visitors, and deliveries are going to compound those impacts. These narrow residential streets are not designed for this level of intensity. This project does not take into account, nor the traffic study take into account, the changes that are currently happening on Ponce. Infrastructure concerned. Again, street network is constrained. The school drop-off and pickup activity creates additional congestion. Traffic mitigation is deferred. Now I want to get to what I think is probably the most important part of this. We as a neighborhood, we as a community, we as residents can decide to forego or grant exceptions to developers. The question is, what are we getting in return? And this project really brings into focus how little we're getting back for what we're given. Remember, we're letting them build twice what they got otherwise built. So let's look at what we're getting. They're going through the PAD process. It's intended to reward exceptional public benefits. The additional story count and design deviations only benefit the developer. Let's go into the code, 3-501. The purpose of PAD: encourage creative development that goes beyond standard zoning. Allow additional development rights only when the project provides, quote, substantial additional public benefit. What does this mean? The purpose of PAD is not simply to allow a larger building. It is to ensure that any additional height, density, or intensity is justified by a meaningful benefit to the public. The city must find equivalent public benefits under 3-502. Before approving a PAD, the city must find that the project provides public benefits, quote, to a degree at least equivalent to what standard zoning regulations would otherwise require. The question before the commission is, what public benefit is being provided in exchange for what they're getting? Additional height, additional density, increased intensity, and departure from the standard zoning limitations. If the benefit is not equivalent, the PAD must be denied. This project has morphed. There was some talk of the public benefit being the green space that was being provided. They've moved past that. They're now saying that Crystal Academy is the public benefit. The claimed benefit to the community is Crystal Academy. What is Crystal Academy? It's a private school, $38,000 tuition. It currently, I believe, has 75 students, last time I checked, paying almost $3 million in tuition, not open to the general public, and it's accessible to the families who are enrolled at the school. This is nothing against Crystal Academy. Crystal Academy is being used by the developer to justify what's happening. So it's important to look at, does it qualify and provide the broader benefits that are required to satisfy the PAD code? A private school serving a small number of paying students is a private benefit, not a public benefit. The public benefit being offered in exchange for a 9-story building is a private school. Section 3-502C6 requires that at least 20% landscaped open space. The courtyard that they're providing does not meet that requirement. What the developer, the attorney, did not mention when it said that this project was approved by the PZAB was we were asked, I was specifically asked, would you agree, would you be happy if we condition approval on this, on reorienting the garden in a way that saves as much of the garden as possible? You're going to hear a lot of residents talking about that. That was seen as a victory for this project, and we were expecting to see a reorientation of the garden, a reorientation, and be able to save as much of the garden as possible. You saw from the drawings, nothing's changed. They're not saving any more of the garden. The slide they showed, it was 48. Mayor Lago asked for which one it was. If you look at it, it's over on this side. The garden's on this side, on the east side. It has nothing to do, it has not taken into account what PZAB asked for. The courtyard is not meaningful public space. The proposed car yard is associated with a private school. Public access is limited, conditional, unavailable during school hours. It's not equivalent to a public park. In sum, this is a bad deal for taxpayers. Restricted access is inconsistent with the concept of public space. Part-time access does not constitute a substantial additional public benefit. Occasional access should not justify these massive increases in density. This creates a dangerous precedent. Approval removes conservation protections, overrides planning policies, creates the tallest structure in the immediate neighborhood, and is going to invite similar upzoning throughout North Ponds. We ask the Commission to independently evaluate the consistency and compatibility, and we believe that must recommend denial when evidence demonstrates inconsistency with the city's plans and regulations. Protect our neighborhoods is the core request. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, what time is it?
12 noon, Mr. Mayor.
So that's 13 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to speak a little further or anything else?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, perfect. I want to make sure. All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
Good. All right.
All right.
If I could reiterate what I said in the beginning, let's try to be as concise as possible. We have a very long meeting today. We're willing to listen to all your issues and your concerns, and we're very grateful that you're here. Let's keep it professional. Remember that we're here discussing this project. We're not talking about anything else outside of the project scope, and let's keep it to that project, okay? And when I ask you very kindly if you could bring it in for a landing, please try to bring it in for a landing. Not a rough one, but let's bring it in for a smooth landing. Thank you.
First speaker, Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I just heard that the principal use of this project is the Crystal Academy. Interesting, 9 stories, they get the ground floor. 20,508 feet, they get 5,000, not even a quarter of the project. The second item, a public park. A public park that designed, obviously, for little small kids, not for teenagers. Well, I don't know many small kids that will be taken there after school hours when they're supposed to be taking a bath and eating and going to sleep. That is not a public park. That's a park for the convenience of the school, period, the end. That is not a good idea. It's not what is presented to be, and I'm sorry, it should not be approved.
Kelly Child.
Good afternoon, Kelly Shield, 905 University Drive. Before I give my statement, I'd like to make a general comment regarding civic involvement in our city. Residents that oppose this project may not be here today. Unfortunately, they are resigned to the fact that there's no use in getting involved and have even predicted the vote. Comments include, it's a done deal, going to the city commission is an exercise in futility, and what's the use? Personally, I feel and am optimistic that maybe my voice matters. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments regarding 110 Phoenicia Avenue. Today, you're being asked by the current property owner, who has owned the property for 90 days and is a real estate developer from Chicago, to rewrite Coral Gables zoning code in an attempt to save their $16 million investment. This is a company that states on their website that they have hard-nosed solutions to maximize proceeds for our partners. The current owners took a risk and bought 1.5 acres in the North Ponds Conservation District with full knowledge the proposed plans are not in compliance with current zoning. Today, they're asking you to ignore the rules and bail them out.
What is sad is that these owners are using Crystal Academy, their students and families as pawns, expecting that their pledge to provide space at the bottom of a 9-story building should be enough to rewrite our city's laws. For the price of 5,000 square feet, the applicant is expecting an additional 5 more stories and 170,000 square feet. I spent my career in nursing homes, so I know better than most the importance of caring for vulnerable populations. Crystal Academy has known since 2022 that their school property was sold, and they must vacate the premises. The school and the students will need to move when that land is developed. I can't imagine that Crystal Academy is putting all their faith in this Hail Mary plan and sincerely hope that they have taken responsible steps to secure a future location. This is not a vote for or against Crystal Academy. In fact, the developer could be altruistic and provide space for the school while at the same time following the current zoning codes. Coral Gables residents are held to strict zoning codes to preserve the integrity of our neighborhoods. But this does not seem to apply to developers. For the promise of a school or a park, exceptions are made despite the loud protests of those that live in our city. The sad reality is that many Coral Gables residents are of the opinion that this is a done deal, and they may be right, but your decision will put you on the record of where you stand. Is the City of Coral Gables Commission with developers or residents, or somewhere in between? I did provide a slide that shows a rendering of what could, the next one, please, City Clerk, thank you. This is a rendering of what could be put onto that property under the current conservation overlay. Thank you.
Nicholas Cabrera.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Nicholas Cabrera, and I reside at 45 Antia Avenue, and I'm here today in support of the Crystal Residence project. This project has been in the public process for nearly 5 years. 5 years of reviews, hearings, and appeals. At some point, the question stops being whether the process was followed and becomes whether we're willing to respect it when we don't like the outcome. Last month, I published a post on Aesop's Gables in which I addressed 3 arguments against the project: incompatibility, loss of green space, and lack of public benefit. In fact, I also addressed many of the arguments made in Mr. Winker's presentation today. So let's deal in facts. Let's start with compatibility, because that's the foundation of everything else. The North Ponce neighborhood is the last and most appropriate area in Coral Gables for this type of development. This area has little to no historical significance aside from a handful of sites, including the Women's Club, a carriage house, Douglas Entrance, and a few homes. This is not a historic district. The property at 110 Phoenicia is not historic. The Garden of Our Lord is not historic. That argument has been made, it has been reviewed, and it does not apply. Second, this is one of the most accessible areas of the city. It is bounded by Southwest 8th Street, Douglas Road, and Lejeune Road. It is connected, it is walkable, and it's exactly where density belongs if we're serious about smart planning. Third, this is the most transient part of Coral Gables. It is dominated by rental apartment buildings with very few single-family homes. Many of these buildings are older, undermaintained, and not reflective of the architectural identity people claim to be protecting. This is not a fragile, low-density enclave. It is already an evolving urban corridor. And let's be honest, this project is not out of scale. There are buildings in the immediate area and adjacent to the property that are equal to or larger than what's being proposed today. Let's take 911 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard as an example. It is over 12 stories or 12 stories. The idea that this is somehow incompatible simply doesn't hold up. On green space, the current condition is private. I can't just jump over the fence. I'd be trespassing on private property. The public cannot access it. This project introduces true publicly accessible green space in the form of a plaza, a courtyard, and a park. Real space that residents can actually use. And on public benefit, this is where the conversation should stop. At the center of this project is Crystal Academy, a school serving children with profound autism. 40 children, 40 families, teachers and staff who are doing incredibly difficult, incredibly important work every single day. I'm going to be going over time, Mayor. I apologize. The developer has committed to providing them with a brand new purpose-built facility under a 99-year lease at no cost. That is not a talking point. It is not a promise. It is a commitment. And yet somehow this has turned into a reason to oppose the project. That's not just misguided. It's backwards. Before I conclude my comments, I'd like to talk about George Merrick, because his name has come up more than once throughout this entire process. I've heard a lot about preserving Merrick's vision, and I think it's worth remembering. George Merrick himself was a developer. He didn't preserve Coral Gables, he built it. If we're truly honoring his vision, then we should be focused on thoughtful, well-planned development like the Crystal Residences, not freezing the city in time. Because here's the truth. If George Merrick had approached Coral Gables the way we approach development today, the city would not exist. I'll leave you with this. At some point, we have to decide whether we are a city that plans or a city that stalls, whether we follow our process or allow it to be weaponized against itself, whether we build thoughtfully or not at all. I respectfully ask you to vote in favor of Crystal Residences. Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize for going over time.
68 seconds.
Commissioner Ralph Cabrera.
If we could, first and foremost, let's eliminate the clapping if possible. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you for being here with us. It's always an honor and a privilege to have you here with us.
I'm not here often.
It happens infrequently, and I hope it would happen more.
I don't know about
welcome,
that.
Welcome back to your home. Thank you, sir.
I like your temporary gigs. So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the City Commission. Mr. Manager, always a pleasure to see you, as well as you, Mr. Clerk. For the record, my name is Ralph Cabrera. I live at 1300 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, so I consider myself a stakeholder in this particular application. I've got some comments to make and observations to make, and I'm going to leave you with one last piece of advice because I spent 12 years up there, and we dealt with many, many similar projects. But first, let me give you some background. When I first came to this country, my mother insisted that we live in Coral Gables. And the only place that my dad could afford was a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment on Douglas Road between Phoenicia and Calabria. So I'm one of those kids in the 60s. I know, it's hard to believe I'm that old. I'm one of those kids in the 60s who played in that immediate area. I would go to the Coral Gables Library, which is today the Coral Gables Women's Club, and I would venture into the Garden of Our Lord with my friends because we enjoyed feeding the koi fish with Cheerios. And about half the time, we were asked very promptly by either the minister or a member of the church to vacate the premise. So I can attest to the fact that even in the 60s, it was not a public space. Now let me take you to 2000, 2001, when I decided to run for office. And I made an emphasis about development, because in those days, we had two types of developers. We had a group of developers that will go unnamed, that simply wanted to develop for the sake of development. And then we had another group of developers who were thoughtful, who planned the development, who worked with the city, who worked with the stakeholders, and built a better project. I'll give you two examples of those developers. One is Mr. Armando Codina, who is a local developer. But the second, it's actually an out-of-town developer. Can you believe that? An out-of-town developer coming to the city of Coral Gables? That was the Rouse Company, who built an introverted mall, for a lack of a better word, or a park called the Village of Merrick Park, that worked hand in hand with the community. Now, my son mentioned the part about the Northeast Quadrant. While in office, I felt that the Northeast Quadrant was probably the most suited space for development. Why? Because it was indeed transient. Why? Because it provided exceptional infrastructure, I'm sorry, the 12 years maybe gives me another minute.
You got time.
Okay. And it provided exceptional access, as has been pointed out, Lejeune Road, Douglas, Southwest 8th Street, Wynwood, Miami Beach, downtown. Those are all areas that are highly, highly accessible to this particular area. And finally, I'm going to comment on a couple of false narratives. The first one is, this is going to have a public area for all of those who live in that area. I am one of them. And I'm looking forward to being able to go to that park. Secondly, this nonsense about the students who attend Crystal Academy being from wealthy families. The person who made that comment should be ashamed of themselves. So I ask you, look at the developer that's before you. Someone who's done everything the right way, 5 years, possibly 6 years. You heard about the church, you heard about the cross being relocated to St. Teresa, you've heard about the 100-year lease that Crystal Academy will be receiving. So this is the institutional part of my commentary today. While I was up there were no hard decisions to make. There were only right and wrong decisions. And I sincerely hope that today you make the right decision on behalf of this applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Armando Oliveros Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Armando Oliveros. I also live at 1300 Ponce. I don't envy your position there, as I was on the City Commission of South Miami for many years back in the 90s, my prior life. And I understand the situation before you. However, that project is going to enliven that area. I live, 200 yards from it. I don't see the issue with not being compatible. We have larger buildings, we have dilapidated buildings, old apartment buildings, and this will bring new life to this area of Coral Gables, which is, I think, the last bastion of more development. We've developed the south part of Ponce de Leon, and now we're moving a little bit north. And I see that as a beautiful future for this community. I moved here from South Miami after 40 years there because I loved the area of Coral Gables. It had something to offer me that South Miami didn't at that time, which is pedestrian areas to walk to. I can walk the Miracle Mile, which is at my age a little long walk, but I still do it. I thank God for the trolley. But this will bring more life to this part of the community, to this area where I can walk, where I can see other people. That area, unless you live there, and I understand that people in Coral Gables who live far away are objecting to this project. But what you have to consider is the people who live in the area, who want it, who need more life and more ability to move around in this little section, because it's not a big section, it's a little section. So I don't want to reiterate the fact that it's been before the board, it's been before staff, it's been contemplated, all the different issues, and it's passed muster with everything that the city has to provide. Now, I only suggest that you take into consideration the fact of the people in the surrounding areas are all in favor of this project. And my only query is, and I understand some questions about the school, that some people may say, what are they going to do when the construction, where are they going to move the school? And I would ask the applicant to maybe explain a little bit what they are willing to do with the students during that period of time, because that worries a lot of the people. But other than that, this project should be a go. It's going to be beneficial for the community, it's going to be beneficial for the city, and it's going to be mostly beneficial for the residents in that particular area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Longo.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Cristina Longo, and I live in a historic single-family home on the same street at 16 Phoenicia Avenue, where the proposed project is. I support preserving the school, and I respect its mission wholeheartedly. Actually, I used to be a teacher. But if this commission is going to approve a project of this size, approximately 200 units and a 9-story building, I respectfully ask that approval be conditioned on 3 things. First, require the developer to fund a corridor or streetscape study coordinated by the city's Public Works Department for the East Ponce, Galliano, Phoenicia, and Antilla area to address the dangerous intersections, circulation patterns, turning movements, pedestrian safety, crosswalks, sidewalks, and landscaping. Second, require setbacks that follow the multifamily 2 form, including a substantial buffer of large trees on those setbacks. Third, require meaningful and functional open public space that is truly accessible to the surrounding neighborhood, not simply a private courtyard for the residents and the school. These 3 conditions matter because this project is not being proposed in a vacuum. It will have a lasting impact on the surrounding neighborhood. First, the corridor study. The intersections at East Ponce, Galliano, Phoenicia, and Altilla are already difficult and very dangerous. I have personally witnessed walking my dog 2 accidents and 2 horrible accidents, which I have already, I sent emails to Public Works about it for several years. I haven't heard anything back. So, because also of the new median configuration on Ponce, this is a new problem. Cars exiting the project will not be able to move west through Phoenicia as easily, which means Phoenicia to the east, my side, I live on the east side of the project, is likely to become one of the easiest exit routes. That will place even more pressure on nearby residential streets and intersections that are already strained. That is why the developer should fund a corridor or streetscape study coordinated by Public Works. Second, setbacks and trees. The setbacks proposed here are simply too tight for a project of this scale. For example, the setbacks proposed along Galliano are far too narrow for this type of building and location. In some instances on the Galliano side, there are 0 setbacks. A building of this height and mass should not sit nearly on top of the street and the neighboring properties across from it. If the applicant wants the benefit of the rezoning, then the project should also be required to use the multifamily 2 form for the setbacks along Galliano.
Could we please wrap it up? Thank you.
May I?
Of course, you can finish,
okay.
but please
I'm
wrap it up.
almost finished. Third, public open space. What is currently being offered does not amount to minimum public open space for the surrounding neighborhood. A private internal courtyard or green space effectively reserved for the project's residents and the school is not the same as a meaningful public open space for the neighborhood. This is a large block-scale project, and it's not aligned with the city's visions of maintaining meaningful green open space to help mitigate the impact of development at this scale. I want to be very, very clear. The school and good neighborhood planning do not have to compete. A better design can preserve the school and still provide safer streets, better setbacks, more trees, and real open space. So if this project is approved, I respectfully ask that you condition approval on these 3 items. just want to add, the developer has not negotiated these issues in good faith. That means it falls to you as commissioners to protect this neighborhood and require the public benefits the project should deliver. I just want to end by saying that they keep talking about that it has taken a very long time in the process, but if this project, just let me finish this, please. I live in this street. I have been at this for 5 years, and I just want to tell you that if the project would have been a good project and a good design from the get-go, it would have passed with flying colors. And thank you for letting me speak for longer. Thanks.
Thank you. 3 minutes and 4 seconds over.
Mary Palacio.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Clerk, Attorney, and Mr. Peter Iglesias. This is, I had something written already, but hearing all of you makes me realize even more that, yes, the Crystal Academy is in the middle of all of this. For more than 5 years, our parents have been in limbo. And yes, to some of your comments that we knew that we had to move, yes. Even before Century bought the land, the Lutheran Church was already selling the land. As a matter of fact, we lived through many changes in the Lutheran Church, and we knew that change was coming. So now that we're here facing the reality that is not only a Chicago developer, that Chicago developer actually is following what Century Builders did and was approved. And they have, in good faith, kept the promise of keeping the school. We deal with very difficult situations every day because this is part of what we do and the children that we serve. But hearing all of these two sides has really taking a dent in all of us. I thank my parents, I thank the staff, I thank all the good comments that have been said about Crystal Academy, and I'm really proud of what we have done in the city of Coral Gables. And if this is the day that we have to realize that we're not gonna have a home here in the Gables, then in part of me, then so be it. Because there is a moment when you have to say and stand strong and say, we're just gonna turn this page and we need to have a new beginning. My position here today was to really ask you for that, was to really ask for certainty and for closure about after all these years of litigation, and every time our parents have to go to a hearing that is delayed, every time we see something in the newspaper about the future of Crystal Academy, and to your point, we don't have a place to be. We have been looking for a place, but it's really difficult to answer a question like, when are you moving? I don't know, because this has been going on for years. So yes, as we have been in that situation. We love the Gables, and we have used the Gables as part of what we do with our children. And it would be a pity to leave this amazing city. So my cry to you today is to make a decision so we know where we stand. I thank you so much for listening to this. I thank you, Fifield, for making that agreement. And I thank you for listening to all those parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palacio.
Bonnie Bolton.
Hello. I think it's very important to state that the P&Z gave their approval under the condition that, quote, they save as much as possible of the garden of our Lord. And the rendering that was showed today showed 0% of the garden of our Lord as being saved. They have violated the most fundamental principle upon which this project was approved. So I think just on the basis of that, you have to deny it. And my attorneys talked about how it's a violation of the North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District Ordinance. It violates the Historic City Plan. It violates zoning code section 10103. And also, it contradicts the North Ponce planning process. And it contradicts the city's current study to designate the neighborhood historic. And I also want to mention that the infrastructure does not exist in that neighborhood for that project. They're basing their feasibility on a traffic study that was done in 2022. The area has changed dramatically, and they do need a new traffic study. And I also want to mention that the PAD, the Planned Area Development Benefit, is claimed, that's claimed is fraudulent and has never occurred before in this city. The PAD is the school. It's also the green space. The school serves only 40 students. The tuition is $30,000 to $40,000 per year. And as the P&Z board pointed out, it's only 2% of the entire project. And the green space is really the school's playground. It's only going to be open to the public after 5:30 p.m. during the week and on the weekends. Also, I want to compare it to Alan Morris's Pond Circle project. He's donating $11 million today for improvements to Pond Circle Park, an immediate benefit that will benefit the entire city, not just Crystal Academy, which benefits 40 families. Also, the developer stated they're giving $6 million over 99 years for the school. That adds up to $60,000 per year. Not very much when you compare it to Alan Morris's benefit. Also, I want to mention the Coral Gables Women's Club has a free dental clinic that serves underprivileged children throughout our community. They have served in that capacity since 1939. Over 49,000 children have been served at the Coral Gables Women's Club Dental Clinic. They are going to really be under threat because of this project, especially during the demolition and the construction. The dental clinic relies upon the revenue generated by the events held at the Women's Club. When this project starts, and even after it's finished, it will severely threaten the Women's Club free dental clinic. Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute and 55 seconds over. Thank you.
Victor Antunes.
Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Vice
Good
Mayor,
afternoon, excuse me.
Commissioners. I'm Victor Antunes, and I'm an autism dad. I'm not here about zoning code. I'm
Sir,
here because
you mind speaking directly into the microphone,
And can
please?
you also give us your address also?
okay, Victor Antunes, 5276 Southwest 153rd Court, Miami 33185.
Thank you.
As I said, I'm an autism dad, and I'm not here about zoning code. I'm here because somewhere in this debate, a school for children with profound autism turned into a bargaining chip, and I want to talk about that. Crystal Academy serves 40 children, not 40 units, not 40 variances, 40 kids who need care and education and life skills almost nowhere in this city can give them. I challenge anyone in this room to name another school inside Coral Gables that exists specifically for children with profound autism. A commitment was made to Crystal Academy. Century made it, Fifield honored it, a 99-year lease at no cost, a state-of-the-art facility. Crystal Academy didn't lobby its way into a development deal. It was promised a home, and the developer kept their promise. Now, it's just complained that they only serve 40 kids, but they're complaining it's too big of a project. So if it served 80 kids, would that be better? So like that argument about it's only 40 kids doesn't make any sense. And in fact, when it's approved, it's gonna be like 75 kids. I understand the parts of this that are about a building. Reasonable people argue about height and precedent. That's your job here, and I respect it. But that's not all that's been said. A leader of the opposition described these children as, quote, severely autistic and very wealthy. The first half is true. That's why Crystal Academy exists. It's the second half that should embarrass the people repeating it. Crystal Academy takes insurance. It takes Medicaid. An average staff salary is about $48,000 a year. A single child's tuition does not cover even one teacher's pay. The school employs 2 people whose entire job is chasing payments. That isn't a gold mine. That's a school running close to the bone for kids the rest of the system gave up on. And calling those families wealthy to score a zoning point is beneath this commission and beneath the city of Coral Gables. Some have asked how a school of 40 serves a whole city. Here's how Crystal Academy's founder, Monty Palacio, made this school part of how Coral Gables trains its police. When the Coral Gables Police Department wrapped an interceptor in an autism message, the school designed it, and the department handed the keys to Officer Andrew George, whose brother is on the spectrum. Coral Gables Police and Fire send their cadets to spend time with these children. The school works with the 11th Judicial Circuit's Criminal Mental Health Project on crisis intervention team and mental health training. And 15 days from today, 25 officers from the Miami-Dade Schools Public Police Department will walk through that school's doors. An officer who has spent time with these children recognizes autism on a call. And that recognition can be the difference between a safe encounter and a tragedy for every autistic person in this city, not just 40 students. Lose the school, lose the model. Now, it was just said that Crystal Academy can relocate. Where? Not in the city of Coral Gables. 5,000 square feet at current rents. That school doesn't make sense here. So if that school has to relocate, it won't be here. So then where are you going to send your police and fire to train? Not in the city of Coral Gables. So lose that school, we lose the model. Nobody asked us on June 17th, so I will. When construction starts, where do these 40 children go? For a child with profound autism, routine isn't a preference. It's the ground they stand on. Make the continuity of this school part of your decision, not an afterthought. You can argue the building all you want. That's democracy. But don't let 40 vulnerable children become the thing you trade. And remember, this was never about letting something new in. It's about keeping what's already yours. Keep that promise that was made to them. Another thing, it was said that this school isn't open to the public. Of course it's not. It's a school for little kids. Those of you that have kids through kindergarten and 12th grade, if your school was open to the public, how irresponsible would that be? I don't care if it's public, private, or charter. No school is open to the public, and saying that it's not doesn't make any sense. Thank you for your time.
1 minute, 11 seconds. Thank you, sir.
Catherine Cow.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Cao, and I live at 14944 Southwest 59th Street. While I do not reside in Coral Gables, I have dedicated more than 12 years of my life to Crystal Academy and the children we serve. It is not 75 children, it is 40, but hopefully we will be able to reach more families. I am not here today as an expert in planning, zoning, or development. I am here as somebody who is fully invested in the lives of the children we serve every single day. Not only the families that are currently enrolled, but the many families we hope to serve in the years to come. While Crystal Academy is a private school, we are also a nonprofit organization whose mission is to provide individualized education and support for the children with specialized needs. We are the only school of its kind in Coral Gables that provides a true one-to-one education and therapeutic setting for children who require that level of individualized support. What makes our program successful is not only the love, hard work, and dedication of each of our staff, but the unique community that we live in, the Coral Gables community. For our students, Coral Gables is much more than a location. It is their classroom. It is the community they know and the community where they have grown, not necessarily because they live here, but because their families have made the sacrifices necessary to make that commute daily to bring them. Some from Miami Beach, some from Kendall. They don't all live in Coral Gables. They have chosen to do this commute because it offers the best opportunities that are essential for our children's development. It was stated that the Women's Club has served over 49,000 individuals. I think that's great. And I'm hoping that today, if this gets approved, Crystal Academy will be able to serve many more thousands of families given that opportunity. The walkability of the city, its transportation options, nearby businesses, parks, and safe environment do allow our students to practice real life skills that simply cannot be replicated within a classroom. They learn how to cross the street safely. They learn how to shop at Target and Publix, order their lunches at local restaurants, browse for books, interact with cashiers, and navigate the world with increasing confidence and independence. These are not field trips. These are lessons that prepare our students for the things that we take sometimes the most for granted. Those experiences are possible because Crystal Academy is part of this community. Coral Gables has become an extension of our classroom, and that partnership has been invaluable in helping our students achieve meaningful independence. I apologize, I'm almost done. Throughout many years at Crystal Academy, I've also watched our staff and families work through this aging building, and the leaks and the constant pipe bursts and the issues are very unsustainable. Do we look forward to a new building? Absolutely. Not because we want something new only, but because we want something safe and a modern environment where we can put our time and energy and not focusing on repairs, but focusing on our students. Many of our families do face tremendous obstacles. It has been said that our families are wealthy, and this is not accurate. We fight alongside with them with the insurances that deny them for their medically necessary services. But we continue that fight, and we hope that you will continue the fight and approve this. Crystal Academy is not just a place where we work. It is a place that we deeply believe in the mission that we do. It is our home because Coral Gables is our home, and we respectfully ask for the support of continuing to allow Coral Gables to be their classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute and 12 seconds over.
Daniel Unzueta.
I ask everyone, please, if you could please stay within the 3-minute time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Daniel Unzueta. I live at 9135 Southwest 125th Avenue, Miami, Florida. And I had the privilege of working at Crystal Academy for the past 10 years and exceptional as student education teacher. During those 10 years, I have watched children who once struggled to communicate, learn to express themselves, and have watched students who were once afraid of unfamiliar places gain the confidence to participate in their community. Those are the moments you never forget. And they are only possible because of the environment we've been fortunate enough to be here in Coral Gables. Crystal Academy is much more than a school. It is a place where students with special needs are given the opportunity to develop academically, socially, and independently. Our location in Coral Gables has played a tremendous role in their success. For many of our students, learning does not stop at the classroom door. We teach life skills by becoming a part of the community around us. We ride the trolley together. We walk the local restaurants to practice ordering meals. Interacting with staff and building confidence in real-world situations. We visit bookstores to choose books, practice making purchases, and experience the joy of reading. Every outing becomes a lesson in independence, communication, and belonging. To many people, these may seem like ordinary activities, but for our students, they are extraordinary milestones. I've had the privilege of seeing students who once couldn't tolerate leaving the classroom eventually walk confidently through Coral Gables, greet business owners by name, and become comfortable members of this community. Those moments happen because they are surrounded by a safe, welcoming, and supportive environment. Crystal Academy has become part of the fabric of Coral Gables. Our students aren't visitors here, they're members of this community. They deserve the opportunity to continue learning, growing, and building relationships in the place that has embraced them for so many years. I understand that development projects can bring concerns and differing opinions, but I hope that you consider this project. You also consider the children whose lives are changed every day within our school. The building itself matters because of what it makes possible a place where children with unique needs can receive an education, gain independence, and become active participants in their community. As someone who has dedicated the last decade of my career to these students, I can say without hesitation that Crystal Academy has transformed lives. I sincerely hope it can continue doing so here in Coral Gables for many years to come. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Carlos Felipe Deupi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. It's an honor to be here. My name is Felipe Dupi, and I live a few blocks from the site at 118 Menores Avenue. I grew up between Coral Gables and Coconut Grove, so I've seen how both communities have changed over time and how they've grown when that change is done the right way. I'm here today because this kind of project is exactly why I chose to live in this neighborhood. What drew me here wasn't just the buildings, it was the direction the area is heading. A place where you can walk, where you can spend time outside, where there's a sense of activity and connection. That's what makes a neighborhood feel alive. And that's what this project adds. I'm especially looking forward to the public spaces that come with it. The park, the plaza, the courtyard. Those are the kinds of places people actually use. Places where you run into neighbors, sit for a while, bring your dog, or just spend time outside without having to leave your own neighborhood. Right now, that doesn't really exist on this site. So far, from my perspective, this isn't about losing something. It's about gaining something we don't currently have. I also think it's important to recognize where this project is located. This part of Coral Gables already feels different from other parts of the city. It's more active, more connected, and more suited for this type of environment. To me, this clearly fits. And beyond that, the inclusion of Crystal Academy gives the project a deeper purpose. It connects it to something meaningful and rooted in the community. At the end of the day, I want to live in a place that continues to evolve in a way that brings people together and creates a stronger sense of community. This project moves in that direction. For that reason, I respectfully ask that you support Crystal Residences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Saka.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Michelle Saka, 3711 Chase Avenue, Miami Beach. I have not prepared anything today. I'm a parent at Crystal Academy. I've been there for the last 14 years, 2 children there, profoundly autistic, profoundly. And I know this is about the building, this is not about the school, but it is about the school. It is about having a future for the school because children are small and then they grow up and they have to live real lives and become real people. And Crystal Academy has been able to help my children do that because of Coral Gables. The community outreach and the inclusion that you guys are offering these children. They take the trolley, the walkability. The same reason why you want to live in Coral Gables is a reason why we want Crystal Academy to stay in Coral Gables. Our children are able to go to a restaurant. They go to Moriella's, they go to Ben & Jerry's, they go to Target. I was never able to do this with my son before. He could never go anywhere with me. I couldn't take him to a restaurant. We couldn't function as a family. We couldn't go to family events. We couldn't live our lives to our fullest potential. But because of the life skills and the training and the love and the therapy that they're getting from Crystal Academy and the inclusion of Coral Gables, your city has become synonymous with inclusion. You are the example of Miami Beach and all these other cities. Look at the autism, the police caravan that comes and ends every year in Coral Gables at Crystal Academy. You guys are the example. I'm very involved in the city of Miami Beach, thank God. It's wonderful there, I love it there. But they look to you guys for inclusion. And I really feel that not passing this new home for Crystal Academy is kind of like turning your back on inclusion and these children. We need, as a parent, I need a place for my child where they can thrive. They can be a real adult. They can get a part-time job. They can have a life coach. They can have a job coach. They can be a regular person. And that's what you guys have been giving them. And I can't thank you guys enough for that. I really can't. Again, I've been at Crystal Academy for over 14 years. And for them to have the opportunity where they can get a new facility and the overhead is really minimal, that's phenomenal. And for everyone out there who's saying that it's only a bunch of wealthy children who are going to this school, excuse me. First of all, there's a voucher for children to attend any private school that they want with unique abilities. So you get money if you can't afford it. And I have tried effortlessly and tirelessly with other parents to help raise money to make sure that kids who need financial need can attend the school. So thank you so much for everything you've done for our kids, and I pray that you guys will let this pass and we can continue to be here in Coral Gables. Thank you.
María de León Fleites.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you? Thank you for your time. My name is Maria de Leon Fleites. I live at 825 Messina Avenue, and I'm also speaking on behalf of my daughter who's at work. She is at 49 Phoenicia, directly catty-corner from the proposed structure. And there's no doubt that Crystal Academy is doing a wonderful job, no doubt. And I don't think anybody in this room can question what they are doing. But we also know that they are being used to increase the size of the building, the density of the building, to the developer's advantage. We also know, as architects, I'm an architect and adjunct professor at the University of Miami, that this building could have been designed in a manner that was more cohesive to the neighborhood. They could have worked more with the community. Last month at the Planning and Zoning Board, there was approved conditionally on the basis of their maintaining or preserving more of the garden. And what they have done is essentially just rotate the park. They have not touched the garden. We thought, well, this is a wonderful opportunity for them to make amends with the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, when they asked the neighborhood or the representative for the neighborhood, they would be good with that. And that was a very positive response to do that. But what essentially has been done by the architects and the developers and the attorneys is just simply just rotating the green, which is really, it's almost a slap in the face to the residents who have worked diligently trying to maneuver some kind of compromise with the neighbors and with the developer. Again, no doubt that Crystal Academy is a wonderful institution. The building could have been designed in a much smaller scale, more cohesive, and the statement that says that every neighbor in that area is in favor of this large building is incorrect. There are many neighbors that are against it as well. In terms of what it's going to provide the neighborhood, traffic, it will provide more residential, so we'll provide more pedestrian activity, but it's not going to provide the neighborhood with any kind of amenities. There's no commercial use, so it will essentially just bring more people into the neighborhood and create no open space. The statement that it's got a park, it's partially opened. The Paseo is really a glorified alley, which you could see on the slide. It's an alley with some green space. So it's really not providing a lot in return for what they're getting. Please reconsider this. Please really take the neighbors' comments into place, the people who live there every day, and please have this building redesigned in such a manner that's more cohesive with the neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Cheryl Ackerman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. I live at 816 Sorolla, and my name is Cheryl Ackerman, and I've lived in the Gables for 54 years. And yes, I'm that old. So I have heard other speakers speaking on all the projects problems in that there's zoning problems, North Ponce neighborhood and Coral Gables Historic City Plan. Mr. Merrick designed garden apartments, which were not overwhelming to the entire block, as I feel this one is. This project is overwhelming for the neighborhood. And I believe Attorney Winker stated it best to say, preserve our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Packard.
Good afternoon, Ms. Packard.
Good afternoon. My name is Judith Packard. I live at 911 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard, and I'm here today to express my support for more thought with this. I've lived in the North Ponce neighborhood for over 43 years. I am here this afternoon because this project concerns me deeply as a resident and as someone who cares about the future of Coral Gables. Time and again, the residents of the city have stepped forward to protect what others failed to value: the Douglas entrance, the Alhambra water tower, the Biltmore Hotel. Because of them, those landmarks still stand today. They understood that once something special is lost, it cannot be replaced. Those efforts helped shape the Coral Gables we know today and remind us that progress and preservation should go hand in hand. No one here is against the development. No one is against Crystal Academy or the children they serve. There's a path forward where the garden of our Lord is protected. Crystal Academy continues, and a developer builds something that actually belongs in this neighborhood. That path was within reach at the end of the planning and zoning meeting, but instead of taking it, this developer is back here today pushing the same project this community has opposed for 5 years. Progress and preservation can coexist in Coral Gables. They always have, but it requires a developer who's willing to listen. I also want to speak to the question of the public benefit, because that is what PAD requires, and that is where this application falls apart. The developer is asking for special approvals in exchange for a private school serving 40 students whose families often do not even live in the area. That is a private benefit for a small group of people. The truth is, the community already has a public benefit on the site. It's called the Garden of Our Lord. Why destroy a garden that has already been part of the community for over 75 years? Why not work with the community? In closing, I'm asking this board to uphold the rules that were created to protect this community and to listen to the residents who live here and will be affected by this decision long after today's meeting is over. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carely Carbonell.
Good afternoon, Kareli. How are you?
Hello, everyone, and happy to see everyone. Hope you had a wonderful July 4th weekend. I am here representing the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. And you have all received the letter that we sent opposing this project as proposed. So I will reiterate the points that was made in the letter. On behalf of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, please accept this letter in opposition to the project as presented. And here are the key points. Zoning violation. The block is zoned special use religious with a 4-story max height. A 9-story building clearly exceeds this. It's incompatible with the neighborhood. It has historic sensitivity. There's the Coral Gables Women's Club across the street and the Douglas entrance down the block. It violates section 1-103, which the zoning code requires new development to be compatible with the surrounding architecture and the protection of residential neighborhoods. It violates 2 additional ordinances: the North Ponce Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District and the Coral Gables Historic City Plan Ordinance. These 2 ordinances call for low-rise, low-scale development in the neighborhood. It contradicts the community vision workshop. And of course, the infrastructure, as you've heard, really can't support it. And finally, and the most important, is that the pad request is misleading. The courtyard offered as a public benefit is only accessible when the adjacent school is in session, which has never been accepted as a qualifying green space under pad rules. The Garden of Our Lord can serve as the pad requirement to meet this zoning code. The garden area can be carved out and saved as part of the allowable green space for development. I just have a few more, just another few seconds. The area of the garden is 23% of the total square footage. The minimum landscape open space required for a pad, quote, shall be not less than 20% of the pad site. This is directly under section 3-502, which states that the pad requires a minimum of 20% landscaped open space of the total site. And critically, that open space must be genuinely accessible. The garden site technically sits within the pad requirement. So please keep that in mind as you're going through this project. And thank you.
Thank you.
Omar Packard.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Packard. I reside at 911 East Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I am a lifelong Coral Gables resident who has spent more than 40 years living in the North Ponce area. I have to say, I'm getting tired of coming up here and speaking against this proposed development. This has been going back and forth for over 5 years, not because it is a complicated project, but because it is a bad one. A project that the community overwhelmingly opposes, a project that seeks to destroy what it means to live here and further burden an infrastructure that is already struggling to keep up. What makes it worse is the developer's complete unwillingness to work with the community. Rather than finding a solution that works for everyone, they have hidden behind Crystal Academy, using a school that serves autistic children as a shield against accountability for what they are trying to do to this neighborhood. This is the reason why we spend 90% of the time talking about it, yet it is 2% of the project. Last meeting, the developer had an opportunity to work with this community to protect the Garden of Our Lord, a beloved and historic landmark that has been part of this neighborhood for over 75 years. Instead, they are back here today looking for another way to push this through. There's a world where the Garden of Our Lord can exist, where Crystal Academy can exist, and the developer can build a project in this neighborhood. But it requires the developer to actually work with the community instead of steamrolling it. This world almost existed at the end of the planning and zoning meeting, as it is exactly what was recommended, and yet this billion-dollar development firm out of Chicago is too greedy to meet us halfway. I want to ask this commission a simple question. Why are we bending over backwards to appease this developer? The pad case alone should have ended this application. How is a private school a public benefit? How is a school that largely serves families outside of this neighborhood a public benefit? How is a park that is inaccessible during the exact hours when most people actually use the park considered a public benefit? And why are we relying on a traffic study from 2022? This neighborhood has changed dramatically since then. That study was conducted before a significant influx of new residents into the area. These are not complicated questions, and they have obvious answers. The commission has an opportunity today to do what the zoning board could not, to fully deny this project outright and send a clear message that in Coral Gables, the rules mean something, the community's voice means something, and a wealthy developer from out of state cannot simply buy his way through our zoning code. The Garden of Our Lord has been a part of this neighborhood for over 75 years. It deserves better than this, and so do we. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Doris Alzamora.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Doris Alzamora. My address is 235 Mallorca Avenue in Coral Gables, 33134. And I support the project for the school and the other supporters. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Maria Essenwanger.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Maria Sembanger. I live in 800 Douglas Road, Coral Gables, 33134. This project has gone through years of review and has met every legal requirement. The property is privately owned, and the process has already confirmed that it can move forward. Coral Gables, like many cities across Miami, is changing, growing, and is something we cannot stop. But we can choose projects that grow responsibly, and believe this project does exactly that. It's preserve meaningful green space, creates new public area for everyone to enjoy and improve pedestrian safety. It also continues to support the Crystals Academy, a school that has provided invaluable care and education for children with special needs, and it has been a tremendous resources for many families over the years. The developer has shown good faith by agreeing to relocate the historic tree, demonstrating a willingness to work with the community. I believe these projects respect both our community and the law, and I respectfully ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Karen Lopez.
Good afternoon.
My name is Karen Lope. I live at 291 Navarre Avenue here in the Gables. I've watched downtown Gables evolve over the years, and I think most of us would agree. It's evolved well. East Ponce de Leon today is a real corridor. Offices, hotels, retail, restaurants, apartments. It works. This property sits directly off the East Ponce de Leon, one of the major north-south corridors running through the downtown Gables. That corridor and tell me that you see office buildings, retail condominiums, rental apartments. That's the context of this site. It's not tucked into a quiet residential street. It's on the spine of the busiest, most urban part of our city and the North Ponce neighborhood around it. Already contains buildings of similar and larger scale. 1,300 Ponce is 12 stories. This proposal is 9 stories and 93 feet. If this building were being proposed on a single-family block, I'd be standing on the other side of this podium. It isn't. It's being proposed exactly where a building like this belongs. So the honest question is in front of you is whether the energy of that corridor extends into North Ponce in a thoughtful, planned way, or whether the neighborhood just sits there, aging, while everything around moves forward. The church on this site has already closed. The property has reached the end of chapter. Something is going to happen eventually. The question is what? Nearly 200 rental homes on this corridor built to carry them in a building of scale that's already around it. That's the right answer to this location. It's not someone who supports every project, but this is the right project in the right place. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexis Santos.
Hello, how are you? My name is Alexis Santos, and my address is 1300 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, apartment 308. We've heard many parents, teachers, staff, and families from Crystal Academy come before you today. And after hearing from them, we've also heard opponents say this isn't about the school, but it is. The reason so many people connected to Crystal Academy are here is because the project directly impacts their future. Crystal Academy is an aging building, and the proposal gives the school a brand-new facility, more than $6 million in investment, and rent-free space, something it simply could not accomplish on its own. Opponents argue the school is being used to justify the project. The truth is, the project is what makes the investment in the school possible. Without it, there is no new building, no $6 million investment, and no rent-free space. This project just doesn't preserve Crystal Academy. It secures its future. That's why so far, many families, this is absolutely about the school. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Giancarlo Vergara.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Giancarlo Vergara. I live in 235 Antilla Avenue, apartment 7. One of the reasons I love Coral Gables is because it's never been a city afraid to dream a little bit bigger. Someone had a vision for Miracle Mile. Someone had a vision for the Billmore. Someone had a vision for so many places we now take pride in. If every generation says no to thoughtful change, eventually the city stops moving forward. That's not the Coral Gables I want. I hope we continue building a city future generations will be proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Maria Mariategui.
Good afternoon.
My address, well, my name is Maria Mariategui. My address is 800 Douglas Road, apartment 904, Coral Gables. I would like to express my support for this project. I believe this development will bring positive growth to Coral Gables and provide additional housing opportunities while contributing to the vitality of our community. I think this project will be beneficial for the neighborhood, and for those reasons, I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisette Arango.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lisette Arango. I reside at 4152 Southwest 13th Street, apartment 3 in Coral Gables. One of the reasons I enjoy living in Coral Gables is because I can walk to grab a dinner, grab coffee, or stop into a local business. Those businesses do not survive by themselves. They need customers. Thoroughly adding new residents near downtown helps keep those local businesses healthy. More people living within walking distances means more people eating locally, shopping locally, and supporting the businesses that make Coral Gables special. That is good for me. I thank you for your time, and I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Vanessa Salas.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Salas. I live in 1300 Salzedo Street, suite number 4. I'm here to support this beautiful and necessary project, Crystal Academy School. I think it's a great opportunity to help people that with really need it and help others, especially with the kids that they need it. So I was here in the past, follow all the meetings. I'm very passionate for this project. And it's going to be a beautiful school with a beautiful building for this beautiful city of the Coral Gables. I'm working in that Biltmore Hotel for 10 years, and I love Coral Gables, and I'm so proud of this community. And we need something to be more, especially for this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anna Holman.
Hello, my name is Anna Holman. I reside at 235 Antia Avenue, apartment 2, Coral Gables 33134. One of the things I admire most about Coral Gables is that every generation has left something behind. Beautiful streets, wonderful parks, great architecture, neighborhoods people are proud to call home. They didn't do that by refusing every opportunity to improve the city. They did it by choosing projects that reflected the values of Coral Gables. I believe this project is one of those opportunities. I hope we'll continue that tradition and build something future generations will appreciate. I support this project for its purpose to serve a lasting impact, the same way on the Coral Gables community, the same way Crystal Academy has served the lasting, impactful transformations in these children's lives. Let's let this development shine the same light and liveliness to this whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aura Quintero.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Thank you for being here.
My name is Aura Quintero, and I live on 335 Navarre Avenue, apartment number 5. I live here for 3 years, and I drive this street every day. I'll be honest with you. When I first heard about this project, traffic was my concern too. So I don't dispute the neighborhood who bring it up. It's a fair question. But I took the time to learn more about this. A traffic study was done for this project, and when I looked at the actual site plan, I saw things that address exactly what's worrying people. The project what provides on-site drop-off and pickup, keeps traffic circulation within the property, and add a new cross wall and wider sidewalks to improve safety for pedestrians. That's a better setup than what exists today, where everything happens on the street, and parking is handled on the side 301 space within the project itself. I think what about the traffic? Sometimes get used as a reason to post everything everywhere forever. When a project includes solutions like inter drop-off, on-site circulation, parking, and pedestrian improvements, those benefits should be recognized. My concern was traffic. I got answered and satisfied, and I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominica Fajardo.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you? My name is Domenica. I live in 271 Majorca Avenue, Coral Gables, 33134. And I regularly walk through this neighborhood. I've been hearing many concerns that this project will take away green space, but I think it's important to look at is actually there today and what is being proposed. The garden that some people want to preserve is on a private property. It's not a place where the community can walk in, spend time, or enjoy it. It belongs to that property. What this project brings is green space that the public can actually use, a nearly 4,000 square foot park available to the community after school hours, along with a public courtyard, a public plaza, and a pedestrian walkway that connects the block. The numbers also support this. The project includes about 20,500 square feet of the ground level open space, which is 31.6% of the site, more than 20% required by the proposed zoning. City staff reviewed the project and confirmed that it provides real public benefits, including more open areas and improvements for pedestrians. Regarding the three that concern was here and addressed, the developer agreed to preserve it be relocating a few hundred feet, and their experts determined that the three can be successfully transplanted. So when I compared what exists today, a private garden behind a fence with what this project offers, a park plaza, courtyard, a wider sidewalks that my neighborhoods and I can actually enjoy. I see this as a real improvement for the entire community, not only for the people who will live in the building. For these reasons, I support this project and I respectfully ask you to approve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Germán Tinero Tinoco.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
everybody.
sir.
My name is Germán Tinoco. I live in 888 Douglas Road. I has been living in this area for many years, and I see Miami everywhere growing, brick all many areas. And I think that projects like this that I really support brings the opportunity to this city to grow, bring the opportunity to our children to have places to live, at least to choose. Miami became a place that you need to move for farther north or farther south to look for a house, apartments, everywhere. That makes you to commute longer and make expenses higher for every family. For this, and also the benefit of the school for a small population that need a special treatment, like the autism school, Crystal Academy. And I'm here to support this project. I appreciate if you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Pearson.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, excuse me.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm Scott Pearson of 4111 Santa Mauro. I've lived in the Gables since 1974 for most of the time. And forgive me if my memory is failing, but it seems like many of the past administrations tried to protect our green spaces, our zoning laws, and tried to improve our traffic problems. And I'm hoping that we can continue that tradition of helping our citizens preserve their way of life. I've noticed in the times I've traveled, some of the greatest cities have big green spaces right near the downtown areas, places like San Francisco and New York. I think, we can do better with our green space preservation and making more of it, but it's going to be too late as the land prices rise if we don't start thinking about that really seriously. Strict zoning and height requirements are part of great cities as well. 15 years ago, I remember there was a house for sale on Alhambra near where I live, and I called about it, and they said, oh, this is a tear-down house. It's dilapidated. Well, the next thing I know, the city owns the land and built a beautiful park on Alhambra near Blue Road where children just enjoy and use that park all the time. A really nice place. I'd love to see more of things like that happen. I know none of you ran for office with the slogan, "We put developers first." No, you made promises to your public who voted for you to help us. And we don't see how increased traffic, taking away trees, taking away green space, and zoning for big buildings helps the citizens you promised to represent. Several people have said this area is the best and last place for development. One would have to be very gullible to believe that. All we have to do is look around at what has happened with big buildings going up all over Coral Gables to know that this is not the last place, and this is not the best place. If the developers want it, my question is, will they get it? Regardless of what the people want that voted for you? As the lovely lady in red said, is this a done deal, or do the voices of your voters matter? Thank you.
Scott, before you leave the podium, do you mind if I use your information and reach out to you via the city?
Sure.
Because I'd like to show you what this city has done in the last 14 years in regards to parks and green spaces. Just this year alone, we're adding 30 acres of green space to the city, including the underline.
Oh, that's great news.
And almost a 6 acre parcel of land that I've been working on for 10 years that we're about to bring into the city, which is will be the largest park in the city's history. And when I was elected 14 years ago, we had one park in the downtown, which was Pond Circle Park. In the next 2 years, through the leadership of the manager and this commission, nobody was elected. Maybe Rhonda was the vice mayor. But now we're going to have 7 parks in the downtown. These are negotiations that we've done with developers to ensure that we get green space in turn for certain projects that were approved in the downtown. They will be forthcoming in the next 2 years as these projects are finalized, and you'll see these projects. I'd like to give you a copy of all the projects that are forthcoming. That's not to mention all the other parks that we've been able to purchase in the residential neighborhoods, which are almost, I would say, probably about more than 10 parks over the last 13, 14 years. So, and there's another piece of legislation that I've sponsored today that will not allow us to sell a green space in the city unless it goes before the residents and they vote in favor or against it as a referendum. And that also includes the youth center, and it will also include Granada Golf Course, because these two pieces of property have been used as, bargaining chips amongst the blogs to scare people to say that we're going to sell and redevelop Granada Golf Course, or we're going to sell and redevelop the youth center. So that will be ironclad, and the decision will be made by the residents if somebody were crazy enough to even bring that up in the future. So I just want you to make you aware that there are a lot of parks that are already approved and on the way for the downtown, because I agree with you. If you're a world-class city, you want to pretend to be a world-class city, you need to have open spaces and green spaces. Those have already been negotiated. And I negotiate every single one of those projects, every single one of those green spaces, along with the 5.6 acre parcel. The manager and I worked on that for 10 years together. So when you talk about protecting green space and understanding the value of green spaces and understanding the value, and I wrote another piece of legislation that requires that all these green spaces at a minimum be 70% green space, not concrete. So you're going to see over our downtown almost 2 handfuls of parks. Hopefully my colleagues, once I'm done, will continue fighting for parks in the downtown and in the residential neighborhoods.
That's great news. I just hope that, this place we're talking about today can take some of that into account.
Again, I just want to make sure you're aware. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're going to go to Zoom next. First speaker on Zoom is Laura Muñiz. I'm asking Ms. Muñiz to please turn on her video. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand.
Right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Laura Muñiz. I reside at 3505 Monegro Street. I am both a resident and employee of the City of Coral Gables, specifically here at Crystal Academy. I have had the privilege of watching the city grow and develop through the years. I have always seen Coral Gables as a role model for other cities, including promoting inclusion, progress, and opportunity. I am here in support of the new Crystal Residences project. Crystal Academy is a nonprofit school and therapy center that has served this community for over 16 years. Before that, the property was also a private school supporting local families. Crystal sustains its work through endless hours of battling insurance companies, community donations, a deep commitment to children with autism and their families. Our students are not separate from Coral Gables. They're a part of it. They walk the neighborhood weekly. They clean up the surrounding areas. They pick up trash as part of learning responsibility and community involvement. Crystal Academy uses the services of the free dental clinic located right next door at the Women's Club. We use a trolley. We also work with the City of Coral Gables and Miami-Dade Police Departments to train responding officers, supporting individuals with special needs, and using de-escalation techniques. While I see the concerns about traffic, the building height, the Garden of the Lord, and public green spaces, and they all deserve consideration, similar projects are moving forward currently without the same objections. These individuals that have come forward today and over the last 5 years addressing these issues currently do not have access to a green space and in the immediate vicinity, and they're now demanding they get one based on a private project. At Crystal Academy, we have been using Phillips Park for years. It provides opportunities for our students to interact with neurotypical peers. These individuals have also not taken care or come to clean the Garden of our Lord in over a decade that I have been working here. All of a sudden, they want to preserve it. The garden is attached to our current school. It is a private property. It is close to the public. It has been close to the public over the last decade. It is really sad and embarrassing to see and read comments and hearing statements that diminish its population and their immediate needs. Special needs affect everyone, whether directly or through someone they love. This project is not just about a building, because yes, as an institution, we could move anywhere. We would continue to succeed in the work that we do, because as professionals, we are passionate and caring. This project is meaningful to us because it is about continuing the Coral Gables legacy as a city beautiful by making it more inclusive for autistic children, their parents, and the community as a whole. Thank you all for listening. Have a good one.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is going to be Thomas Mooney. Asking Mr. Mooney to please turn on his video.
Mr. Mooney, good afternoon. How many more speakers do we have?
Okay. Mr. Mooney, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I was able to send a fairly detailed email to each of you. And so I don't want to take up too much time given the length of time that this hearing has taken. I think as it pertains to the urban planning issues, your professional staff has provided a very detailed and objective analysis as to why this proposal in and of itself is highly compatible with the surrounding area. What I do want to emphasize, though, is the role that Crystal Academy has played and the importance of that role. First, I think it's important to underscore that there are not a lot of options for the population of people that have autism and intellectual and developmental disabilities. From personal experience, I can tell you that the public schools unfortunately just don't have the options. And more importantly, the cost of providing this type of care is significant. You're talking about ratios of one instructor to one student up to a maximum ratio of 3 students per one instructor. And the sheer cost of that is something that is not difficult, is very, very difficult to accommodate. A lot of families, including my own, have had to sacrifice. And even with assistance from scholarships, it's still something that is not easy to finance over time. So this is not something that is in any way, shape, or form a luxury. Crystal, as a lot of you are aware, and I think a lot of you have visited, and for those out there who haven't visited it, I would strongly encourage you to take a look at it, has grown with the neighborhood. When they started, it was a very small therapy center, and now it's grown into servicing a number of different families, and this has had a very positive impact. But this type of institution, unfortunately, does not have a $40 million endowment. In a perfect world, it would be great if Crystal could purchase the property outright and have unlimited funds to make sure that they could keep up with the updates that are needed to run the establishment. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And so for organizations like Crystal that provide this type of service to continue, these types of public-private partnerships are in most cases the only way that this can happen. So with that said, I thank each and every one of you for your time and your diligence, and I strongly encourage you to approve all of the applicable ordinances at first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Just for the record, I want to, again, something that I've been doing lately, especially during, I don't want to say contentious, but we have a lot of speakers. The noes went over by 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and the yeses went over by 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Would anybody else like to speak just to add an extra 21 seconds so we can make it equal? Anybody on the no side? Anybody? Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll give you another 21 seconds, but we got to stick to 21 because then I got to invite them over for another. I need to run. Okay, so. So 21 seconds. Okay. Start the clock.
You mentioned all of the wonderful parks, and we certainly appreciate, as residents
Can we have
of
the
Coral
clock,
Gables.
please? I like that. I want to be fair.
43 years I've lived in Coral Gables. My husband was practically born here. I went to St. Teresa University in Miami. What park are you proposing in that North Douglas area? How are you going to provide the parks, and how are you going to negotiate? What area will you negotiate as a park, as you have done in other areas of Coral Gables?
Cut it off.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
now we got to go to the yeses for 1 second. I'm just kidding. Very simple. I am looking for parks. If anybody would like to sell more parcels, we're always looking for parcels throughout the city. We just bought recently, the last parcel we bought was a $3 million parcel in Salvador Park that I have been chasing since I got here, and we're fortunate enough to buy it so we can expand on Salvador Park. We haven't decided yet what we're going to do there, but we just spent, I think it was $10 million on Phillips Park, and you're going to see a massive amount of improvements that were accomplished there. And all the thanks and the accolades go to the manager, the DCM, the ACM, and his amazing staff who've gotten it done. So we have a lot of parks. We have a lot of parks right now throughout the city, but we're continuing to expand. My understanding is we have over 300 plus acres of green space in the city. Beautiful. I don't think any city in Miami-Dade County can compete with us on that front. So if anybody has any ideas of any private owners of property that would like to potentially sell their property, make sure they speak to the city. Because we would love to be the first in line to take a look at those properties. All right, Madam Vice Mayor?
I just want to note for the record that the address of Phillips Park is on Galliano, the same street that borders the east side of this property, and it's on Minores, which is a few blocks further south.
And by the way, there is a green space located on Ponce, 1 block away from this property, which is where the fountain is. I forgot the name. It's a green space located on Ponce. I think it's probably about 25,000 square feet. It's a pretty large piece of property. Again, not the most appropriate because it's located on Ponce, but there are green spaces within less than 150, 200 feet away.
Are you referring to Rotary Park?
No, that's the one down Ponce. I'm talking about the one next to the Greek restaurant.
Oh.
The one across from Tinta Cafe, right next to Tinta Cafe. So there are parks right adjacent to that. Okay, moving on. For the good of the order, Madam Vice Mayor, let's start with you.
Comments on the record?
Yeah. Before that, let me, Madam City Attorney, should I have the applicant, if he has any responses or anything we'd like to go?
I'm not sure if he reserved any time for rebuttal, but you're certainly more than welcome to
Do you have anything you'd like to rebuttal? Start the clock.
I'm going to keep my comments short. I think over a period of 5 years and 9 hearings, I think we've addressed a lot of these items. I'm just going to clarify the record. The characterization of North Ponce as a low-rise area is factually and legally inaccurate. This area is zoned today for 100 feet in height. This property is surrounded by zoning that allows 190 feet in height. And when you're looking at compatibility from a planning perspective and what's appropriate for your consideration today, you need to consider that adjacent land use. You need to consider that adjacent zoning. And you need to look at the future and existing as-built environment. That's what compatibility is. The one item I like to just mention, which thank you for I will not go over 2 minutes, is the Garden of Our Lord has been something that's been discussed for 5 years. It's been litigated. It's been determined by your Historic Preservation Officer, Historic Preservation Board, this City Commission, 2 judicial courts. It is not a historical resource. It does not need to be preserved. It is a private garden, and it is not relevant to these proceedings today. Lastly, I want to conclude with what I said at Planning and Zoning Board. Coral Gables is known as a city beautiful. What makes this city beautiful is not just its world-class architecture, its parks, its public art, or its rich history. What makes our city beautiful and sets it apart are the values that we share as a community. It's the commitment to excellence in the service that we provide to our residents. It's why so many people, including myself, choose to call Coral Gables home. This city is home to some of the best educational institutions in the nation. And that's because Coral Gables has long recognized that education is an important public investment. And that investment should extend to every child with no exceptions. This project reflects those core Coral Gables values. It preserves a school that serves our most vulnerable children. And if that is not a public benefit, then I don't know what is. So today we have the opportunity to do something truly beautiful. We have the opportunity to create a project that's thoughtfully designed and that is meaningful and impactful. We ask that you uphold your planning staff and your planning and zoning board recommendation and approve a project that not only makes Coral Gables more aesthetically beautiful, but a community that's even more beautiful to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes and 35 seconds for the record.
Through the mayor, I do have some questions for the applicant.
Can I just go through Mr. Winker and then we'll
Absolutely.
would Mr. Winker like any additional time for rebuttal?
He had to step out. He's meeting with another judge. He'll be back in.
Okay.
Judge.
Let's wait for Mr. Winker to have his moment. I want to make sure I'm fair, because if not, I'll face the wrath of the blogs tomorrow. Mr. Winker, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I apologize, I got called into another hearing for a second. Thank you for your time and patience listening to this. A couple things on rebuttal. It's unrebutted that they did not take into account what they were asked to do by the PZAB on the conditional approval. I would ask that you make them do that. I think there is a solution there to save as much of the garden as possible. That's what we agreed to. And then further, this idea, everyone keeps saying that the garden isn't open to the public right now. And the garden is not open to the public because Crystal Academy owns the property and does not open the garden. I'm sorry, Crystal Academy's there, the developer owns the property, and they locked the fence. You know, it was open prior to that. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that.
If I may, just yes. I don't want to interrupt you, but if I have a garden in my backyard and I lock the fence because I don't want anybody to come in, it's private property, right?
Correct, but they made it private. 100%.
But it's private property. They don't make. I don't choose to make my property private. My property belongs to me. It belongs to me. So, you know, let's use some reasonable arguments. I understand. Please, will you please sit down? Please, let's sit down. We're not going to do this today. We've done this before. We're not going to have outbursts from the gallery. We're going to do this professionally. That's why I've given everybody all the time they need. Everybody's had the time. We're going to do this professionally. But I also want to make sure we put factual statements on the record. Crystal Academy did not make this private. It's private property. They just closed the gate because they have children who are part of that institution. And obviously, these children need to be supervised. And sometimes things happen and you want to make sure there's barriers to entry or barriers to escape. So let's be very thoughtful about that comment because they're not choosing to make it private. It already is private property because they're paying rent to a landlord. Okay.
Well, but back up. It's the developer that locked it.
Again.
And two, it was open. When it was with the church, it was open. And we have Miami Herald articles talking about how it was open to the public. So just to be clear.
Whether it's the developer, it's Crystal Academy, it's owned by someone. It's private property. They can do to protect their property. They can close the gate and they can say, we want to protect the property to ensure the safety of not only the individuals that are inside the property, but those outside. Correct?
Right.
So moving on. Would you like to add anything else to the record?
Nope, that's it. Thank you so much.
Sure, you have. I'd like to give you more time, please.
Nope, I appreciate the effort. I would just ask that you take the advice of your PZAB. They very carefully weighed this. They gave the advice. Do your best to save the garden, reorient the garden, have the buffer with the Women's Center. The garden is there. It's ready to go. We ask that you basically have them do what they were asked to do before. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, Madam Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Yeah, and before I begin, it's been a journey. It's been 5 years. Spoken to a lot of residents that have passionately come in and expressed their views, and it's evolved. This project has evolved. So I do have some questions for the applicant. I see that some of it you've done, but I need some clarity. We talked about removing earlier today the arcade. Has it been completely removed from the drawing so that we can have additional green space and setbacks that is more consistent with an MF zoning setback?
So I'll let the project architect, Albert Cordovez, explain where we are. What we have done is we are agreeing to those conditions. We would like for them to be incorporated in the approval. We have a conceptual plan that shows what that will look like. It does result in additional green space and planting areas along the frontages. We have, as we showed you, which we could show again, some conceptual images of what that does. I think it completely transforms that streetscape into a more residential feel, but it will require us to work with your city architect to incorporate those changes and apply them to all the different drawings that we have.
So with the, working with the city architect, is the developer agreeable to providing that additional green space?
Yes, we are.
So, the playground area, I see that in one of the drawings you've already rotated it. I think there was also an ask for a kitchen for teaching the children. Has that been incorporated as well?
So we have rotated the park, and I have a copy of the minutes from the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, which are important. The motion was to rotate the orientation of the park on the northeast corner. It was very specific, to go instead of a north-south direction, an east-west direction. It was rotating. It wasn't, relocating, which are two different words.
Correct.
We are agreeing with that condition. I know that we told the board at that meeting that we needed to study it. We have, and we agree with that. We think it does provide what they intended, which is a better buffer from the women's club. That change, I believe, increases the square footage that will be able to be used by Crystal, that we've committed to them, by 500 square feet. So they will have space now for the kitchen that they needed for their operations.
Okay, talking a little bit about that area, I'm going to call it the children's park, just for shorthand on that. What are the hours of operation of Crystal, and what hours would this be open for the general public afterwards?
I'm going to have Mary come up.
Ms. Palacio, thank you for being here and being able to answer those questions.
My pleasure. School operation starts at 8 o'clock until 4:30. Staff arrives more or less at 7:30 in the morning.
Okay, so for the evening hours, after school hours, and kids that don't go to the school can access the park after hours, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to note, while we're talking about access to parks and access to gardens, there was, as I recall, a resident stepped forward and explained that when he was a young man and used to go there and try to feed goldfish that chased out of the Garden of Our Lord area where the koi were swimming. So I don't know of any other area that has a pond in there, unless you are.
No, there's only one pond.
There's only one pond, yes. And it was before I arrived in Coral Gables, so I wouldn't have any personal knowledge of it either. The courtyard, okay, and this is not pertaining to the Crystal Academy. Mary, thank you for coming up. Public access to the courtyard, is it locked at any point in time during the day?
Not during the day, no.
Okay.
I think traditionally, and this is not the first project that has done this, that has access to a public space through a paseo. Usually that's the preferred route, unless they have direct frontage on a street. I believe they have them locked normally in the evenings, just for security.
Okay. And
I think that's a standard condition.
what hours, to your knowledge, locked? After dark? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's usually at sundown, but we could set a time if it's preferable. I would say 9 p.m.
Dawn to dusk is usually what we do.
It's usually
City
there. I
of
think that
Carl-
runs consistent with the city's parks
Correct.
hours as well.
Phoenicia, on Phoenicia, you have the Women's Club in front of you. You're going to be landscaping the south side of the street. Is the developer willing to also landscape consistently on the north side of the street where the Women's Club is? Provide that amenity on both sides of the street.
My client is nodding their head, so yes, we would be willing to do that. I think, our intent, and Albert mentioned, is to create a really nice pedestrian environment. And obviously, we've been speaking with the Women's Club throughout this process, and we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, so there has been a lot of talk about, one particular oak tree. on the site and where it's going to be relocated. There's a second specimen oak on site. Is developer willing to move that specimen oak as well over to the East Ponce corridor to create that vision? Just in the future planning for Coral Gables to have a green corridor through there.
And where would this tree be located? It would be, could we put it in the right of way through like a bump out or something?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, to create, you know, the mature canopy appearance.
So our arborist is saying that that he's evaluated that tree actually, and that it is a good candidate for relocation. And my client's agreeable to move that as well. Right now, just so that we have an idea of what is happening on the East Ponce corridor, originally we pulled back our building on the northwest corner in order to preserve, I believe it's a large mahogany tree.
Correct.
We are relocating the larger oak tree to the southwest corner. And I think the idea that you're proposing is to then relocate the additional oak tree in the middle of those two trees onto East Ponce.
It is, and I just want to make sure too that there's adequate root ball space left so this tree.
I'm going to introduce Michael McCoy, who's our arborist.
Hello, how are you doing? Michael McCoy. So we're actually asked by city staff to consider a few trees, and there's a few spots in the right-of-way. So right now we're just coordinating with the city staff to make sure that there's not conflicts with other proposed right-of-way improvements or infrastructure. But that tree is one of them and was evaluated for potential relocation to areas within the right-of-way, making sure that meets with the landscape concept for those areas, and it is a good candidate. And as far as I'm aware, the developer's amenable to relocating that once a suitable space is identified.
You mentioned that you're considering some other trees as well. Which trees would those have been or are?
There are two other smaller trees that are within the Garden of Our Lord area, and again, that one we're just offered. At this point, the city has not asked for those trees to be relocated, but we're asked to see if they were viable candidates as they're looking at areas within the surrounding right-of-way and planting spaces to see if they could fit there. But that will be at the city's discretion if that actually fits with the use and design of the right-of-way.
Okay. Do you have details about which trees those are and whether the gumbo limbos on Phoenicia also are available?
I believe it was two gumbo limbos that they were looking at.
Okay.
Or it might be on Phoenicia, right? I'm just trying to go off the top of my head right now, but yes, there's two other trees. I think we did look at several in the Garden of Our Lord, but they didn't have the form that would relocate them as easily, and they didn't have a good destination site. So it was the two oaks and then the two gumbo limbos.
Okay. All right. I've walked the property, so I know that some of the gumbos were unfortunately damaged considerably by FP&L.
That is a whole other challenge that I constantly face to try to get FPL to play nice with trees. But there were two gumbo limbos that were suitable candidates, and so we're looking to see if there's an opportunity to relocate them.
Okay. Well, thank you for those details.
Of course, no problem.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Yes. We talked about landscaping both the north and south side of Phoenicia. I want to talk to you also about residential parking units. We do have historic buildings around, especially on the Antilla side, with apartment units in them that depend upon having some residential parking. Is this something that the developer is willing to work with the city in establishing a residential parking permit program for those buildings that are already existing on the street? I think you have one single family home, and you have an 8-unit apartment building there on Antilla that depend on that parking.
So we wouldn't have an objection to that. One of the things we did was one of the earlier iterations of the plan, it was using, I know that the Women's Club uses the parking on the east side. which we're not impacting for their valet operations on weekends. We were using portions of the abutting parking there for our school pickup and drop off, but we've completely revised that as Albert showed. It's all internalized now, so we wouldn't have an objection to that.
On Antilla.
All of our parking's completely internalized now, so those spaces are free. And I know that several residents actually brought up that comment during our neighborhood meeting a few months ago.
Right, that's very beneficial, especially in this neighborhood where you have historic buildings that have 0 parking available. Let's talk about traffic for a moment. In Galliano, notice that there's a couple of intersections where there's no crosswalks. And I've heard a number of complaints about speeding on Galliano. No high-intensity markings for the pedestrian crosswalk, no stop signs, no speed tables, nothing to slow down traffic. Is this something that the developer is willing to have the traffic study done and follow the staff's recommendations on the stop signs, et cetera?
Yeah, I believe our traffic study calls for a study of that area as part of the permitting process. To discuss with Miami-Dade County improvements on the Galliano side.
On Galliano.
Because of the school, yeah. So I think that's one of the conditions in the recommendations of the traffic study.
Yeah, you have at least 4 blocks straight that people can go without any stop signs, and there have been complaints and pedestrians at risk.
Part of the recommendations of the traffic study is actually for us to undertake that study and work with Miami-Dade County to see if it meets the threshold for it.
Okay. Can you also look at the traffic flow westward in the traffic study? Because there was one comment based upon that is the traffic is coming out on both Phoenicia and Antilla. If there's any recommendations that can be made to improve the conditions in that area?
I think that condition, that situation is going to be addressed. I understand that's currently in process. This application has a condition that after CO, we need to do a whole nother traffic study. And if there's any improvements that are recommended from that study, we would implement them.
Okay.
So actually, I understand that's currently underway. That will likely get captured in that traffic study.
So, and the size of the trees that you're going to be installing, you meaning the developer, have you committed to put in trees that are at least how tall?
So there's a condition in your staff report that provides that, and I know this is something that we always show trees that are much larger in the renderings that they actually are. There's a condition in your staff report that those trees be 16 feet at the time of planting along the streetscape. So the idea is to create that beautiful landscape pedestrian experience on day one.
Okay. Mayor, I do have additional comments, before we take a vote, but I wanted to get some of these questions answered before we move forward.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Commissioner Castro?
Yeah. First, I want to thank every resident that was here and spoke pro and con this development. And the other thing is that this is a quasi-judicial case, so I would want to put on the record that there has been communication via emails and in person regarding this development. I also want to put on the record that I lived in this area for nearly 10 years, so I know this area very well. And I also want to be very sensitive to Crystal Academy. I spent nearly 12 years practicing in this field, treating children and young adults with developmental disabilities or unique abilities. So this is very close to my heart. But I'm also sitting here as a commissioner, and I'm putting my hat for the responsibility I owe to my constituents, to the quality of life of this neighborhood. So as much as I do love this community and the school, right now I need to make a decision, not on Crystal Academy, that's not the vote, it's on this development. This is an out-of-scale project. It's a massive upzoning, and it keeps on happening.
in this community. And my colleagues are the ones responsible for what's happening to this city when it comes to development. It falls on us to protect this community. So my duty and my responsibility is to protect and preserve this community and their quality of life. We made promises to our residents when we took an oath and when we were elected. And one of my promises in specific had to do with development. A gentleman here said, the voices of our residents matter, and they do matter. I'll go ahead and I reserve the rest of my comments for when I'm voting.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been here now close to 3.5 years. And in 3.5 years, this is really the first development project that has come before us that has had any opposition. What we've seen for the last 3.5 years is developers sitting down with residents, finding a path forward that has been beneficial, not just for their means as a developer and their goals, but also for the neighborhood that they're coming into. And look, you cannot take away the fact that it is extremely noble to find a spot for Crystal Academy and give them a no-cost 99-year lease. I think saying that there is no benefit to that, there is a benefit to our community because we do have a lot of autistic children in this community. However, is that the one thing that makes this project a good project for this neighborhood? It is not. The attorney for the developer was talking about the adjacent land use. You have single-family residences right across the street from this project. One of the concerns that was brought up, and Commissioner Castro brought up, having conversations. I've spoken with residents in this neighborhood about the project. I've spoken with the development team as well, or the prior development team about the project. So I have had ex parte communication about this. But they are concerned about the impact that this project is going to have on their enjoying their properties. There's a house across the street which will have the driveway coming out right in front of their home. And that has been their concern. And as far as what I saw in the designs, and I could be corrected, that has not been addressed. I don't think giving Crystal Academy 5,000 square feet for 99 years is enough. I think Crystal Academy, the need for Crystal Academy and its growth already exists today. I mean, the autism numbers, and Mary, you know these better than I do, are concerning. This is an issue that is not being addressed at levels which are way higher than ours. We have no ability to address them, but we really need to tackle the autism issue, ensuring that the number of autistic children does not continue to rise. I think we're right now at 1 out of every 36 children. Is that correct? 1 out of 31. And the last time we spoke, it was 36. This was a couple years ago when I visited Crystal Academy. The need for schools like Crystal Academy continues to grow every day. You're capping it at 5,000 square feet. Crystal Academy in 10 years, 15 years is going to be maxed out. And we need to ensure that Crystal Academy has the ability to grow within its campus so that in 15 years, Crystal Academy isn't again in a situation where they don't fit or they don't have the ability to provide the services to additional students who need it. The Crystal Academy model works, and it has worked for many children in our community. So I think we're kind of trapping them into a situation where they're limited. And it's unfortunate that Crystal has been used during this whole process and has been dragged along for 5 years with uncertainty, because the parents are correct. Uncertainty is not something that's good when you have a child in this situation where they've grown accustomed to this environment, and readjusting to a new environment is going to be extremely difficult. So, I mean, are you even able to make decisions today about changes to this plan, Mr. Navarro?
I have my client here, and we are. I mean, I think we went ahead and, as you've seen, have made three significant changes to the project already with the conditions that we've agreed to.
All right, so I have a couple of things. One, is there any flexibility in the amount of space that's being given to Crystal Academy for growth, whether it's current growth or whether it's space that can be, I guess, repurposed in the future for the ability for growth for Crystal Academy?
So with the recent change, there's been an additional 500 square foot added to the. I mean, we've been working with Crystal Academy throughout this process. This is what they need. I mean, they have the ability now to be able to program that space a lot more efficiently. As you see, one of the conditions of approval is that actually there be more children than they currently have today. So they have the opportunity to grow. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's either 65 or 70 children that now could be accommodated in the conditions of approval. 75, actually. So 30 additional kids. They're almost doubling the capacity.
Right, but again, if we go over the autism numbers, I think that need is going to continue to grow year over year. I want to make sure that Crystal Academy is set up to have the ability to grow if they need to grow in the space or in the building where they're in.
I mean, I think we cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, it's trying to preserve an organization that if it's lost, it's impossible to replicate. And right now, they are in a facility that is essentially falling apart. They have no ability to repair it. I mean, it's
I've been
a very
there.
rough situation, and this is going to be probably the top autism facility in South Florida when it's completed with this build out. Obviously, this is rent-free. Right now, they have a huge overhead every single month, not only with repairs, but with the cost of just maintaining this property. That will go away, and at that point, they maybe have more opportunities to do different things. And right now, I think when we started this project 5 years ago, it was urgent, right, to get them a new facility, and now 5 years later, we're up against the clock. We can't solve all these problems at once, but this is going to, really put a big dent into what's needed out there in terms of creating a new facility for 75 children who really need the service.
As far as the park, what is the objection to placing the park at the location where the Garden of Our Lord is? I mean, I think when we're talking about the intent of the Planning and Zoning Board to have that buffer with the Women's Club, the open space of the Women's Club is on that same, I guess, across the street from where the Garden of Our Lord is located. That would add that open space to the front of the building and really alleviate the main concern that the residents in the area have about preserving that piece of land.
We understand those concerns that residents have with the Garden of Our Lord. It has been a battle that has gone on for way too long. Unfortunately, the architectural process and the zoning process were used, as reasons to try and preserve the garden. The Women's Club facility, where they actually have the facility, is actually on the east side. The Planning and Zoning Board wanted a buffer from that facility. That's what the open space is not historic, has been trying to allege here. What's historic is the actual building, which is on the east side, which is why the Planning and Zoning Board wanted that buffer. So from a planning perspective and a compatibility perspective, that's why we put it there. The school is on the east side of the property today. That's where they've operated. The internal circulation to accommodate internal pickup and drop off for the school and not have it going on the street requires them to be on the east side of the property. And it's just the way this, when you're looking at a project that's trying to integrate a school into a mixed use project, there's a lot of things at play. Where's the back of house, electrical vaults, access, open spaces, all these things going on. That is the location that makes this project work. And rotating it, when we said we'd study it, I know Albert could attest to this. We thought it was going to be a pretty easy thing. You just flip it right on the page, but it is a big redesign, which is why we said, listen, we will agree to the condition, but please, make sure that's done as part of the final design stages, because it is going to be big rework for this project internally. Moving that completely across to the other side of the property, you know, I don't think it accomplishes much. You actually lose, I think, that buffering effect from the women's club. And I know that people have talked a lot about Garden of Our Lord. I don't know how many people who actually say, let's save the Garden of Our Lord, have actually been there. I've been there 100 times in the last 5 years. I could tell you, I mean, if that was my backyard, I'd be calling someone immediately to come scrape that and landscape it. There is nothing of value there to preserve. So I just don't know what, moving it, there might be some, nostalgia about it, but there really is nothing that we're effectively preserving. And I think it leads to not such a great design project if it was to be moved, which is why I actually agree with the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board. When we looked at it, it was actually a very good recommendation in terms of design.
But if you look at it from the perspective of the neighbors who live there, this is something that they have treasured, whether they've been able to use it or not because of the condition it's been in. We know that the church had huge financial issues for many years, and they were unable to maintain it. For them, it does mean something. And I think that that is a goodwill gesture that the developer can make towards the neighborhood that they're putting this project in, and really making an impact. And I think you may even be able to get a few extra square feet for Crystal Academy if you move the location of the school to the other side, giving them that extra space. I think we're still in a design no, I'll let you finish.
I can tell you this, it's been 5 years. We had those discussions early on, and there were some things we could have done, not putting it exactly there, but a lot of things. If we could have done that easily and make this project work, we would have done it because, it's been a long journey, but it does not work for the project to have that open space at that corner. I'm gonna let Albert.
Yes, I would like to view it this way, Commissioner, because we have been a part of this process, this collaborative process with the city and our staff. We see that the neighbors and the community is getting a lot more than they have today. Today is a private property, a private garden. Today, they don't have the wider sidewalks, the wider streetscape that we are implementing on this project. Today, they don't have the park after hours that they have in the corner, 4,000 square feet. Today, they don't have access to a beautiful courtyard through a beautiful paseo. Today, they don't have all that connectivity, all that beautiful pedestrian realm that we're bringing forth on this project. So I think we are lending a lot to the neighborhood and that's how we, as an architect, as someone who has had the opportunity to design a project in this beautiful city, views it.
And I understand that perspective, but it's like going to buy a car. You want one specific feature, and in order to get that feature, they throw in 20 others thinking that those are features that you want. You don't necessarily want it. I don't think that's what the community is asking for here. I think the one thing they're asking for is for the preservation of that open space at that location. And if we are having an open space, all I'm asking is, why not just move it over to that other side? I'm not even asking you to do the exact same footprint. I'm asking you to keep the same square footage that you've designated for the park. Just move it to that location. And again, it's a goodwill gesture to the residents who live in that neighborhood. Let's end this 5-year process on a happy note where people feel like they were able to work with you to get the one thing that they've been asking for all this time. Because at the end of the day, they're going to have a 9-story building in front of their homes, in front of their windows. Let's give them that park. Just move it over to the other location. That is the request that I'm making to you. That's the simple request that I'm making.
Mr. Navarro, just a brief question to piggyback off what Commissioner Francis was saying, just so I can get a little bit more clarity. How large is the Garden of Our Lord? How many square feet is it?
Depends how you define it. Today it's 0, but
No,
that
I'm saying,
area,
but-
the open space, 20,000 square feet.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just
the
throwing a
portion
number
where
out there.
not where the playground is, not where the playground is,
We have our neighbor, yeah.
just the area where the actual garden is. How many square feet is that?
Probably less than 3,000 square feet.
Okay, all right. Is just kind of, I want to give more context to Commissioner Francis. Is the issue having to do with the fact of the way that the residential is stacked on top of the area that the PZAB may be requested, and that all those residential units would be lost if that park was installed? Is that, I mean, we're having a frank conversation here. We're trying to get to trying to bring this in for a landing.
Yeah,
I'm trying to give more context, because if you put let's say a 5,000 square foot park, just using 5,000 is kind of the smallest park we have in the city, right, Mr. Manager? Would you say 5,000 square feet? When you put a 5,000 square foot park, how many units do you lose on that vertical stack? That if you wanted to have a park there, you'd say, let's shift that density and intensity on top of the building and maybe add an additional floor. I know nobody wants to add an additional floor, but I'm asking you, got to find a way to skin the cat here and find a resolution here. So what do you think? Tell me.
So that would be approximately 25 units.
A 25 unit.
And that's a
park.
conservative estimate.
Just want to put that on
Yeah.
the mix here.
And the way this project works is that obviously there is a certain threshold where we're making the significant financial investment.
Of course.
That it just won't work anymore.
No, I understand, and that's
Yeah.
what was my next point. I mean, again, you're going to make a significant investment, and I have my asks that I'm going to ask you, which are not as complicated as this one. Even though after reading the PZAB minutes, I kind of agree with PZAB. But let me ask you a question. On Commissioner Fernandez, finish what you're saying. Sorry.
Well, I guess I never got an answer.
I don't think that's possible. I mean, I really don't. Not only now at this stage, we don't even know what that will do. It will just put the project on pause again. And you've heard from a lot of people today. Actually, if you took count today, I think there was only 9 people that spoke against, maybe 10. There was 22 people in support, 500 petitions in support, and not from from around here. This is in the neighborhood. 522 people in support of this project from that neighborhood. When we first showed up here 4 years ago, there was probably 100 people against us. The issue of the garden of our Lord is not really the issue anymore. Yes, there are a few people that are passionate about it, but it's not a big community issue. You've heard from the residents. They want to see a site activated. You've heard from the parents. They need this school today. All this, we need to make a decision. We can't keep going back and forth because we're just putting this project at jeopardy, and this project, unfortunately for Crystal, has a ticking clock.
But Mr. Navarro, this is not about pitting one resident versus another because of what their demands are, what their requests are, what they would like to see. This is a simple request. I'm not asking you to
not
get rid
very
of
simple.
units because you already have an area designated as green space, as open space. So you're not losing it. You're just shifting it to a different location.
If this project was a perfect square, if the site was
Right, and
a
I
perfect
understand
square,
there are dynamics in this
that is
project
very
which are
easy.
different from others. I
This
understand that.
property is like a trapezoid.
Yes.
So the moving of that over there is not as simple. The fact that we rotated it and in 3 weeks we're able to come up with a conceptual site plan of it, shifting it to the complete other side, what happens to Crystal's public open space then? We're going to have children that don't get to have open space amenities for the children, which, we were discussing how important, the need for autistic programming is, and outdoor recreation is a critical component of that. What happens to that open space amenity? Where do we get the space for that?
But let's take it back 5 years. You've had 5 years to design this project with the park at that location.
Yes, and if
the
you think if we
developer,
could do it, we
time and
would have done
again,
it?
has never done that.
Because it's not possible.
It is
doesn't-
possible. It absolutely is.
Anything is possible.
It is possible. You're just not going to make as much money as you'd like to make. That's the bottom
It's not
line.
making as much money, is that being able
It
to
doesn't make as much financial sense.
it would basically, the project could not afford to have Crystal Academy come in, be completely built out and rent free for 99 years. It
What
just doesn't.
percentage of the project is Crystal Academy?
It's not a percentage, it's the cost
2%?
of the construction. Do you know what, okay,
I mean, you're saying it like Crystal Academy is the majority of the project. It is not. It is a small footprint, which is, again, my other concern is the fact I don't think you're giving Crystal Academy enough space long run. You're talking about 99 years where Crystal Academy is going to be bootstrapped to 5,000 square feet. So, you know, I think
Again, Commissioner, if I may, I'll record this. We started working 5 years ago on this, and the first things we did is we looked at the possibility of leaving the garden where it's at. Logistically, it wasn't possible for many reasons. We were trying to allocate the parking system, a two-bay parking system, which serves the entire building, and to be linear, only to be adequately, urbanistically, with the best solution possible. That has to happen on the east, where the site has the ability to grow, right? Or to establish a parking circulation. The other one is basically cut off by the angle. So by doing that, the school needed to be on the double height areas of the parking to the east. By doing that, the circulation to the school and the drop-off areas needed to be to the east. And by doing that, the associated open space needed to be with adjacency to the school. Moving the use to the other side, it would destroy the logistics of having what we have today, which is a complete liner system of active spaces on Antilla and on East Ponce, right? To establish that you know, what we all want, the urbanistic active spaces. Introducing in the middle of that another space, which is the school, would destroy the adjacency, would destroy the internalized parking circulation, the actual linearing of the parking on the upper floors. We looked at it from the very beginning. I can tell you we looked at it so many times through this process. We went 5 times to the Board of Architects, and they considered we had the appropriate massing elements, the appropriate placement of the parking. And we enjoy that collaborative effort because that's what made what we truly feel is today a project that it's all the check marks have been checked. I can honestly tell you from our side and from a planning standpoint and from an architectural standpoint. Moving that to the other side for implementing a portion of property that is private and it's a garden, we thought that all the other elements that we could offer the community, as we mentioned before, you know, the additional open space. Now we have 32% of the property being open space instead of nothing today. We have the wider sidewalks, the wider pedestrian elements. I think that makes a unique project and a unique opportunity for that area and for that particular city block. I really do.
I mean, I understand, and I appreciate you breaking it down to the needs of the project as well.
There's logistics
I think
involved.
Mr. Navarro and I worked on another project, one North Ponce, and I got similar concerns at that point from the architect that we couldn't relocate the entrance because residents didn't want it in the residential neighborhoods, and it was done. And we had zero opposition to that project when that project was approved by the commission 3 months ago. It took work. It took a lot of meetings with residents, and it took a lot of concessions on both sides. But we were able to come up with a project that preserved the green space, gave the residents the buffers that they were looking for, removed the entrance ramps from the residential or the single-family streets. So where there's a will, there's a way. I'm not going to pretend to be an architect. I'm not going to pretend to tell you, you know, this is what you can and cannot do. My requests, I think, are simple. I think there needs to be additional space for Crystal Academy, and I think the garden or the park area should be moved to the other location.
Commissioner Lara?
Right, so I want to also thank everyone for expressing their views. I mean, that's why we're here as commissioners, to represent the will of the people to the best of our ability. But not all people share the same thoughts, views, or opinions at the same time. So we're not here to make the easy decision. We're here to make the difficult decisions. I happen to, you know, respect very much all the sides that were represented here today. You know, but for me, one of the most important things to consider, right? And it's not as many have said so far, it's not about Crystal Academy. That's not the main focus here, even though that's the only one that I'm aware of where you have a dedicated staff to help out the people who need the most help right now. And that's something that's important to me, you know, the children who are getting the care, the unique specialized care when you suffer from a disability like autism. You know, and I've been involved for over a decade with Easter Seals. So I'm the chair of development, you know, and that's one of the leading organizations around the country to provide that kind of support as well as raise awareness. So that's a real existing, unique, and vital service that's being provided today. By comparison, you know, the Garden of the Lord, I think it was created sometime in 1951. It certainly is not the kind of landmark designated iconic historical locations that came from the 1920s as part of Merrick's plan and vision. It simply wasn't. I'd be the first one to say, let's find a new place to start a new Garden of the Lord, right? Not so simple to start a new Crystal Academy. Certainly not as impactful. And while I share Commissioner Fernandez's concerns about wanting to open and provide as many opportunities for Crystal Academy as can be provided, you know, the applicant is a private business. Crystal Academy is a private business. As was said before, it's an amazing opportunity to be provided a rent-free 99-year lease when in this environment there's tremendous overhead that Mary and her team are taking on. Increased overhead also means increased costs to the parents, you know, to be able to use those services. So I think that the applicant has done laudable gesture to provide the space to modernize, improve, and make it a bigger and even a bigger space and a bigger group of children that can use it. I don't think the Crystal Academy, and who am I to opine, besides saying is constrained or prohibited from growing. Perhaps, who knows what the future holds. For now, there isn't a foreseeable increase to the square footage allotted. But if Crystal Academy wanted to open up another location, no one's prohibiting them from doing that as well, depending on the needs and financial circumstances they may unfold. From my perspective, you've got to make a decision based on what makes the most sense under the circumstances. And I believe that from what I have seen over this somewhat tortured period of time, is that the will of the people is more reflective of being in support of this development. Not everyone is going to be in alignment. Not everybody wants the same thing. But I have seen and heard quite a bit of support for it. And why? You know, some of the obvious reasons are there's a high demand for housing, in particular in Coral Gables and specifically in that area. We would be then approving a project that can provide additional housing when the demand is so high. And when you can meet that demand by providing the additional supply, I believe that you would then be providing the economic support to drive the economic engine for the small businesses, not only in the Ponce area, but Coral Gables downtown district in general. I see a lot of upside to this project. Is it perfect? No. But if we wait for perfect, if we wait for everyone to be in agreement, no matter how idiosyncratic, personal, or unique your view is on it, then we would never expand. We would never develop. We would, I believe, go static and then regress. And that's how a city does not grow, does not improve. Merrick's original version was to develop. Merrick was the first developer of Coral Gables. And I would consider him to be from Coral Gables. He moved here when he was 12, you know, but they're from out of town, that family originally as well. So I have one specific question, though, for the applicant, Mr. Navarro.
Commissioner?
So good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
You know, it has been raised that Crystal is unsure about its future, should this be approved for the period of time that the construction will be ongoing, can you shed some light on what maybe perhaps can be done to accommodate? Or I missed something along the way. Is there some plans that are being discussed or something that's been already decided?
So the timing is important, which is why we're trying to get this project approved. We're behind schedule on what we have planned, but Crystal Academy, the relocation period has to be in the summer. And we've been working with Mary Fifield and her team. We're targeting next July as the move date. We're currently working with other governmental agencies and ourselves to find an alternative location where they can move to while this project gets constructed. Idea to have this space ready, and we'll work with your manager to see if we CO that space first so they could come in while the rest of the building is completed.
Right, that's important because, I mean, a linchpin of this, right? And, is that this space be provided for the 99-year period, but there must be a Crystal Academy to take occupancy.
Yes, and there will be continuity. We need to move quick because July is when, and Mary's looking at me, I know, July of next year is the date that we have to do the relocation.
So I've said this before on several occasions from the dais, that an infirmity that we have been dealing with on the P&Z was delay, and delay. And I think that sometimes it takes on the appearance, if not the actual form, of weaponizing in order to kill not irresponsible development, but just any development, right? So I am not in favor of that. I thought we saw that occur in a way, in a distinct way, when the mark on US 1 was being debated endlessly with the idea that time will wound all deals. So this has been a very long period, 5 years. I note that the P&Z hasn't been voting in lockstep on the various ordinances. It's a 4-3, and then a 5-2 vote, and then a 6-1. What that reflects to me is that there's been great consideration made by the members of that board. Each has provided their view, each has voted according to their charge, and it has been the majority in each of the ones that have come before us. Not done overnight, not done in a hurry, but measured, and in the end, providing valuable guidance for us here on the commission. So thank you for your participation. Thank you all for your comments that came today. I will be supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My comments will be brief, but I want to touch on something that Commissioner Lara brought up, and I thought he spoke very eloquent, and I agree with most of his comments. The mark is a perfect example. It was an item that went before the PZAB, was stricken down unreasonably, and was later taken up by the county using the RTZ, and we ended up with a building, I want to be correct on the record, I think 2 floors taller than what was being proposed on the Planning and Zoning Board. I know nobody wants to face that, but members of the Planning and Zoning Board, instead of working collaboratively, they ended up going towards the RTZ route of the county. And it is a public record, and it was when they proposed it was a 6-story building, and they ended up going the RTZ route and going 8 stories. So that is the kind of situation that we're in. We've lost control due to preemption, both at the state through Live Local and at the county with the RTZ. So we have to be very methodical moving forward. Very methodical. Doesn't mean we approve things to approve things, but we have to be very methodical moving forward. So to say that I'm fond of Crystal Academy and the work that they've been doing there, falls short. When you think about Coral Gables and what makes Coral Gables special, this is what makes Coral Gables special. I've spent a lot of time at Crystal Academy, lots of time. I've invested my own time, my own money, selfishly. Why? I won't ruin it for you. Spend some time at Crystal Academy and you'll figure it out really quick when you walk in there. Step onto that campus and spend some time with those kids. Run into them here at City Hall. Run into them on on Miracle Mile, on Ponce, when you're grabbing your lunch. Spend some time with Mary. She is an amazing human being. She is an exceptional human being. Sometimes I wonder how she does it. Truly a gift from God, and I'm grateful to have you as a friend. I do have some questions for you, Mr. Navarro. And I'm happy that after 5 years, this is coming to an end, one way or another. When we were looking at, I think it was page 68 or page 48. Can we go back to that? We can. Commissioner Fernandez talked about having some opportunity for growth. I noticed that there was an adjacent living space. I'm not going to ask you to give me 25 units for the green space, but I'm going to ask you to give me one of those living spaces next door for Crystal. Do you have that up? Do you have that up there, page 48? And I'm going to give you the opportunity to consider it between first and second reading. Okay?
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I'd like to pull up, if we could, the slide, because I don't know if page 48.
I think it's one of the live workspaces.
Yeah, I just don't know if
I
it
know
was
that
the new.
I know that it's going to cost money. I know it's going to cost money on the bottom line. I know it will. But I want you to think about it between first and second reading.
Mhm.
And the second thing I'm going to ask you, being in construction, while we wait that up. So it's beautiful that you give Crystal the opportunity to stay here in the city, 99 years rent-free. I think it was the area. Can you open it up a little bit more?
Because I think if it was in the original plan, we have given that live work unit to Crystal in this updated plan.
Can you open it up a little bit more? The one adjacent to the park up there? What's that? What's that next to the park? My eyesight is not that good. That's the go to the left? No. No, but the ramp. But no, but underneath that, next to the park. No, go here. I just can't see. My eyesight is terrible. Right there.
That is
Is that the what is that?
that is the first landing of a
Oh,
ramp.
that's over.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down then. And that's gonna stay that way. All right. What about here?
We do have an idea based on what you're requesting. You see where we have a drop-off of the cars independently of the pass-through for the buildings?
Okay.
There's quite an apron that we have there based on this new rendition where we moved the school. As you notice, there's about possibly 30-something feet there. That for a drop-off of even 75
large.
students, it's very large.
Okay.
But we could potentially expand the school square footage into there and still allow a beautiful, adequate drop-off area.
Okay. And that's a pretty big, significant.
It is
area.
significant. It is significant. And one of the things that came out of this change also is that on the north side, where we rotated the park, we eliminated the back of house areas that we had. So across the women's center now, we have no back of house areas. We actually internalized them on the lower portion, if you see them. So I think there's a lot of positives that came here from this particular request from the planning and zoning.
If you would assist me between first and second reading, if you would allow, maybe provide the commission with conceptual drawing of what that expansion would look like and what you feel comfortable with.
Absolutely.
Expanding there. So that's one thing. The second thing is, obviously, there's no build out that I see. What are you, Mr. Navarro, what are you providing? Are you providing with a build out right now for Crystal Academy?
Not the internal components of it, just the internal building shell.
So they're responsible for paying for that.
Currently, that's the way the covenant is drafted.
Can you do me a favor? Can you include that in the deal? I know obviously if we're talking about it was 5,000, now it's going to be about 6,000 because not 6,000, but it's between, it's going to go up now. Let's say it's $150 a foot. You know, I think it's important that where is the school going to get the money to pay for that? They'd have to raise the funds, and I'd rather have them raise the funds for an endowment.
We could definitely come back to you on those two items and get you finality on it on second reading. But
Okay. And the third item that I have a request, okay? Because the vice mayor already took care of traffic calming. She took care of the setbacks on Galeano, which, by the way, that's where my grandfather lived. He lived on Galeano in a small little apartment. Abuelo Guillén.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's where he lived his whole life when he came to this great country. The final point is, excuse me, I apologize. Okay, crazy idea. Just give it some thought. Maybe we can find somebody generous in the community. Maybe the city can pitch in. Okay. There's a photo that I saw that somebody put up that showed a 2-story building across the street that had a little sign on it. I pray it's a for sale sign and not a rent sign, and that the building's not historic, because then I'll have my dear friend Maricris coming to me and tell me we can't tear it down. Of course not, because it's historic, and I agree. But that little building, can we find out if that building's for sale?
I believe it may have been recently sold.
Okay. Can we find out?
It was.
It was
Because
sold?
we were looking at it as well.
Is it historic?
I don't know if it's historic. It is? Oh, it's historic. But it was available, and one of the many options that we did in an effort over the last 5 years to try to find a new home for the garden, that site became available, but it was sold before we could.
Somebody used that photo before, and I saw a little for sale sign. The building looked obviously over 50 years old. So I was wondering if potentially that building was
I was hoping it wasn't the one that you were talking about, but yes, that's the one that we had looked at.
Yeah, in the photo.
And it sold, yeah.
So, at the end of the day, it's historic. It's not going to, thank God. I'd like to see through the manager, if possible, that we look for something similar to that in that vicinity. If we could have your team and see what we could find. Because I think that could be something that potentially we could work on as a relocation for some of the Garden of Our Lord artifacts. Again, maybe it's a possibility. Maybe it's not. But in closing, before I know the Vice Mayor had some further comments, I'm ready to vote. I think after 5 years, the community has spoken. I think we've had a lot of individuals who have partaken in this beautiful democratic process that we're blessed to enjoy here in this great country. I'm a firm believer that Crystal Academy belongs in its community. Not because of the work that Mary and all the employees are doing, because I think it makes our community better. Truly makes our community better. And I want to commend Fifield for upholding the bargain. You didn't have to do that. The deal that was struck between the previous developer, thank you for that. And for all your concessions today, because I know that between the commission, we've asked for a lot. This is a private piece of property. This is not a public piece of property. We will be dealing with public pieces of property soon, within a few hours, on a piece of legislation that I wrote, which will protect green spaces, which will protect the youth center, which will protect golf courses like the Granada Golf Course. But this is a private piece of property. I will be voting yes to protect Crystal Academy, which I think is a true treasure in our community. But I would like, between first and second reading, to address the 3 points that I made.
We will.
If you'd be so kind, obviously let's not wait till the day of the hearing. Let's send the memo through the manager and his team and copy the commission.
We'll start looking at it right away.
So we can be on the same page. Madam Vice Mayor?
Push the button. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being present and providing your comments. Great cities require great schools. And that's something that George Merrick strongly believed in. That's how we got the University of Miami. The land was donated there. It's a big sacrifice that Merrick made. Coral Gables Elementary School was built, and so was Ponce de Leon, which was then both the high school and the junior high. And still serves our community to this day in a junior high capacity and a direct route for Coral Gables residents or anybody to go to Coral Gables High. This school provides a missing gap. When I knocked doors 6 years ago, that was one of the areas that people expressed our community lacked sufficient resources. Keeping Crystal Academy in our community and allowing it to grow, and I agree it does need to grow, and allowing it to expand on this site right now to be able to essentially double its capacity is a great service to this community that I think Merrick would be extremely proud of for our community moving forward on. And the voices of the people do matter, including those who have contributed to the ideas, who were totally opposed. Their voices were heard. The folks that spoke today, I did take account. 24 were in favor, 9 were against. We have 500 in your petition. A lot of people that were no's became yeses as they understood the project better and the importance of Crystal Academy. Watching these children develop in this school and participate in our community is magical, and it gives me hope about the humanity of our community to embrace them, because many of the folks that started out as a no understood the importance that Crystal Academy brings to our community and the humanity that we express there. So I'm a yes. And as I told some folks that I met with yesterday that would prefer no development, we have to be careful what we wish for, because that happened down on US 1. And as you heard, we ended up with RTZ zone, 5-foot sidewalks, minimal step backs. I'm just going to call them ugly buildings because the county is not going to do what our Board of Architects does. The quality is not going to be there. Live Local has been amended every single year and is now allowed to be on S-type properties or church-type properties. And we already have one on Southwest 8th Street. There's no park or green space. There's no community benefit. There's no pad. And my last comment, because people focus on stories as opposed to height. When you're dealing with height, more affordable housing has lower ceilings. So you're going to be able to fit more stories in there. The more expensive units have taller ceilings. So fewer units, more expensive, less affordable. If you look at the historic fabric of this North Ponce area, and my father-in-law had 4 buildings, God rest his soul, he's gone. They were all sold in the early 2000s. Those units ranged from 375 square feet. That's the 102 Minories building on the corner of Minories and Galliano. And buildings such as 114 Minories, 118 Minories, those historic buildings had about 650 square feet. This building provides the missing middle. It's going to provide housing that historic preservationists point out is necessary to be able to have more affordable places for folks to live. And it does something more that no other project has done. It brings a great community benefit that we can look back at decades from now and say, we did not forget. We did not forget these children. We did not fail to support them. We did not fail to provide them a place to call home. And I hope that there's more developments out here in the future that can help contribute to help solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, this is on E7, the land use map change? Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm a no today. I'd like to see what happens between first and second reading. I think we can make up some of that ground. And I would still like for you to consider the potential of moving that park to the location where the garden is. But I can't support it as it is today, so I'm a no.
We'll look at that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lara?
So my vote is for responsible, intelligent development, for helping to drive the economic engine in the Ponce area, and it's for Crystal Academy. So I'm a yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
For all my reasons previously stated, yes.
Commissioner Castro?
I want to put something into perspective, and it's that this body is going to approve this development, which is double the size of what our zoning code permits. So my question here is, why do we have a zoning code? Is a zoning code only for residents, or is it to make exceptions for developers? I think we need to keep that into consideration a little bit. The other thing is, the question today is very simple. Do we protect the neighborhoods we represent, or do we rewrite their protections just for one project? My vote's going to be no.
Mayor Lago?
Mr. Manager, one of the items that I forgot to touch upon was the map, the 1926 map that was discussed and that was shown that there was a change in zoning and then it was downzoned to religious. Can we have that prepared for staff to really kind of send us a memo in preparation for the second reading of this project? Because I think that's something that my colleagues in the commission, I wasn't aware of, and I'll be honest with you, that the 1926 zoning was the current zoning that's being requested today, correct? Well, it's kind of vague, I understand, but I need a little more clarity on that. It's not going to affect my decision, but I found that very interesting, and I think people are going to ask me that question, so I just want to be kind of a little more clear on that.
Hello? I guess.
Yes.
What was shown was a height map. So we
Yes.
have a height map from the 1926 and also a use map. What was shown was the height map would have the higher heights on East Ponce as well as a lower on the east side.
Okay,
So
so
we
but I
can
would
research that.
what I would like for you to research that through the manager's office and provide the commission with a memo just explaining that, and I'd like to showcase that at the next commission, please. Thank you, Mr. Manager. You know, I know it's politics season and elections are in November. Thank God they're not in April. But I understand we can disagree on projects. We can disagree on style, use, height, units. But I think we could hopefully agree on one thing, and that is we're a better city with Crystal Academy here. So my vote is a yes. On F8?
I'll move it.
E8, Mr. Mayor, just to be
E8,
clear.
I apologize. Excuse me.
Thank
E8.
you.
I have to start wearing my glasses. Apologies.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
The majority might have the votes to go ahead and approve this, but I would not vote to remove neighborhood protections to try to fit a 9-story building into a low-rise residential area. Absolutely not.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. E9?
I'm going to move it.
And I'll second it.
And before we take the vote, I just want to note that if you look at the height, a lot of people talk about stories. We're actually talking about less height than what the adjacent properties have, both on the east and west side. So before my colleague left distorts the facts. That is the basis for my moving this forward.
We have a motion, a second?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Lara.
So my vote is in furtherance of the clear will of the people who live in that area. So my vote's a yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. E11 does not require a vote, correct?
Correct. They'll be coming back with this item on second reading.
We will take a 45-minute break for lunch. Is that fine?
Commissioners and Mayor, we appreciate your support. We have a list of items that will be back. This is a project that obviously I'm very passionate about, but it's an honor to be working with Crystal, and we appreciate your support, and we'll see you on second reading.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to mention, there are over 3,500 people who've spoken out against this project. The people who have been against this project are still against it.
Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're ready, Mr. Mayor.
All right. And we're back. Mr. Clerk, if we can, let's start with our F1, which was time certain for 2 o'clock, but we'll take it now.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to act as the official host and festival sponsor for the 2026-2027 Junior Orange Bowl festival season and authorizing the city's annual financial and in-kind contributions as determined by the city manager or his designee to the Junior Orange Bowl and providing for an effective date.
Thank you for being here. I'm the sponsor of this item. I'm very proud to be a sponsor. Thank you for joining us, our friends from the Junior Orange Bowl. Take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Mayor Largo, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Lara, Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Fernandez, and city staff. My name is Mimi Balaam, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Junior Orange Bowl, a Coral Gables-based nonprofit. I'd like to begin by thanking the Commission, the City Manager's Office, our police and fire departments, and every city employee who helps make our events possible. Your continued partnerships allows us to empower our youth through sports, arts, academics, and community programming. The resolution before you today represents much more than an annual sponsorship. It reflects a 78-year partnership between the City of Coral Gables and one of its longest-standing youth organizations. Together, we have created opportunities that have shaped generations of young people whilst showcasing Coral Gables to the world. Over the past 2 weeks, I had the privilege of attending 2 FIFA World Cup matches, Australia versus Paraguay and Australia versus Egypt. What stayed with me wasn't the football, it was the passionate, united supporters. I looked around the stadium and saw thousands of people who, on paper, had very little in common. Different cultures, different languages, and different beliefs. Yet for 90 minutes, they stood together, united by one game. Families stood shoulder to shoulder, they celebrated together, comforted one another after heartbreak, and when the final whistle blew, rival supporters shook hands, shared stories, and walked away with respect. When the match ended, the scoreboard told one story, but the stadium told another. Australia's World Cup journey was over, and Egypt had earned a moment of national pride. Yet amid celebration, there was respect. Applause for the Australian players, recognition of their fight, and a shared understanding that both teams had given everything. It was class recognizing class, and it reminded me that sport's greatest lesson is character. The humility to win graciously, the resilience to lose with dignity, and the respect to honor those who stood across from you. In a world that often feels divided, sports creates common ground. It turns differences into conversations and strangers into teammates. In that moment, I was reminded that this is the very impact the Junior Orange Bowl has been making in Coral Gables for nearly 80 years. Every year, more than 7,500 people participate in Junior Orange Bowl programs, including athletes from over 70 countries who travel here to compete on our courts, courses, and fields. They arrive carrying their flags with pride, and they leave with something even more valuable: friendships that cross borders, confidence in themselves, memories that last a lifetime, and a greater understanding of people whose lives may look very different from their own. Over the past 78 years, those experiences have helped shape some of the world's most recognizable athletes, including Roger Federer, Coco Gauff, Tiger Woods, Andre Agassi, and Chris Everett. But our greatest legacy is not measured in trophies. It is measured by the thousands of young people who leave Coral Gables more confident, more resilient, and better prepared to make a positive impact in their own communities. This partnership does more than inspire young people. It strengthens Coral Gables. Our International Tennis Championship alone brings more than 600 athletes and nearly 2,000 visitors to Coral Gables. They stay in our hotels, dine in our restaurants, shop in our local businesses, and over the years have generated millions of dollars in economic activity whilst experiencing everything that our city has to offer. Through international media, live streams, and social media, Coral Gables is showcased to families around the world as a community that welcomes the world and invests in young people. That is the necessity of this partnership. It empowers our youth, strengthens our local economy, and reinforces Coral Gables' reputation as a community committed to the next generation. Because when we invest in young people, we are not simply funding events. We are creating future leaders, teachers, entrepreneurs, parents, and citizens. That is a return on investment that simply cannot be measured in dollars. So on behalf of our board, our volunteers, and the thousands of young people whose lives are touched by the Junior Orange Bowl each year, thank you for your continued partnership and commitment to preserving one of Coral Gables' greatest legacies while investing in the next generation. Thank you.
No, thank you. Do my colleagues have anything they'd like to add? Is there any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Maria Cruz?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. This is, I guess because of my proximity to living to the university and that area, I have been very lucky to meet some of the people involved. And I'm going to tell you, if there's one program that we do, that we sponsor, that we support in the city of Coral Gables, that makes us look very, very good, is this one. So I really, really support, and I think we should be doing for them what we've done all along for over 40 years or so. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Madam Vice Mayor?
Just a quick summary. I'm very proud to help for our city to help support the Junior Orange Bowl, and Ms. Ballin has done an excellent job during her leadership on this role. So I'm a yes vote on this.
Anything else?
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So what can be said about the Junior Orange Bowl that hasn't already been said and well-deserved, other than to say, I want to direct my comments to you, Mimi Balaam. As the executive director, I want to thank you on behalf of myself, my colleagues on the dais in the city, for your tireless leadership, your vision, and your dedication to this worthwhile and long-standing organization. Thank you, you're a force, and we're very, very, very lucky to have you at the helm. Thank you.
Through the mayor? Yes. It is my understanding after speaking to the city attorney and to the city manager that really what this legislation is doing is cutting the 3-year contract to a 1-year contract. This has been a tradition since 1948. And I think Coral Gables prides itself on history and tradition. I think right now, with what's happening in Tallahassee, we are in a difficult predicament. And I understand why this is coming through. But I also understand that we do need to preserve this, that this is important, that this is a tradition. And instead of cutting the contract to 1 year, I think what we should be doing is negotiating. As it is right now, our cash contribution per year is $33,250 for this organization and for this parade. Our in-kind is $205,000 in-kind contributions. What we should be doing is renewing the 3-year contract and negotiating those terms, not cutting the contract to 1 year. My vote for this would be no.
As the sponsor of the item, I fully support what the executive director and the Orange Bowl is doing. Amazing work, especially under your leadership. Let me tell you why my colleague is not aware of, speaks without knowing. Everyone across the board, every city is slashing contracts in preparation to the massive, massive tax implications that are forthcoming. If in 2028, the referendum that is set forth by the state legislature passes. This is just making us more agile and more nimble. I will continue to support this organization, especially with the executive director at the helm, because like Commissioner Lara and the Vice Mayor said, you have taken this to new heights. The event continues to grow, and it's a positive mark in our city. And I will continue to support this organization. But like I'm doing across the board with all our contracts, I want to make sure that they're in the best interest of the city as a whole. And you can count on me on going on a year-to-year basis to ensure that we're as nimble as possible, that we support your organization, but we don't know what's going to happen in a year and a half in regards to our tax base. So I want to be very, very careful and make sure that promises that we make, we can keep those promises. Because don't forget, some of us on this commission voted for a COLA that puts the city back $2 million a year. Thank God I didn't vote for that, because that is going to hurt the city for the next 10 years. So if you want to concentrate on contracts, that's a contract that we can't break, right, Mr. Manager? That's a $20 million contract over the next 10 years for not our current employees, for past employees that are receiving a pension and are also receiving Social Security. So moving forward, you have my wholehearted support. Any way that I can help you, you can count on me. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we are as nimble as possible moving forward, because there's a litany of requirements here in the city. Case in point, our insurance costs, our health insurance costs went up double digits this year. And I have to make sure that I can pay for my employee health care. And a litany of other things that continue to go up that we're addressing here. So that has nothing to do with the Orange Bowl. We're supporting the Orange Bowl. We're grateful for the Orange Bowl. And I look forward to this year's festivities. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
And I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro?
For the reasons that we're actually slashing the 3-year contract and only approving one, my vote is no.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Right. I guess you can look at it in a strained way using a weird set of filtered glasses. I choose to see it as we're once again supporting you, the Junior Orange Bowl, and its leadership for one more year. And I look forward to 1 year from now seeing you as well up there, accepting another year from us. So I choose to see things a little bit more positively. So I'm an enthusiastic yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Lago?
And just like we support, like you saw a few moments ago, the grants that we supported for dozens of wonderful organizations every single year, they go up before the board, they present before the board, they tell us what they want to do, and we grant them the opportunity to win scholarships and win these grants. That happens every single year. It's not a 2 to 3 year basis. You can count on me. If you perform like you performed last year, which was amazing, I can only expect it's going to only get better, especially with you at the helm. I have full faith and confidence. I'm looking forward to many more years of the Orange Bowl. So thank you very much, and my vote is a yes. Thank you. Moving on to item time certain at 2:30 p.m., which is agenda item F12. I'd like to call Laura from my office to come up here. She doesn't want to come up here, but I'm going to ask her to please come up here. And again, this is something important in our office, and that I hope that all of you enjoy this opportunity. And it's something that I want Laura to talk a little bit about. I started this program a few years ago, and the program is basically to highlight and give opportunities to students who have an interest in government. We want people to think about working in government, not only running for office, but being tomorrow's ACM, DCM, city manager, director, public works director, being in the accounting and finance department. And this is an opportunity that hopefully gives these young men and women the opportunity to immerse themselves here in the city of Coral Gables and get an idea what it is to work at the city manager's office, to work at the city attorney's office, at the city clerk's office. These opportunities, we're one of the few cities that do this at this level with these many pages. And I take a lot of pride in this legislation and this program, and that we've been doing it for such a long time. And all the credit goes to the directors, my city managers, who have done an amazing job, who have been incredibly proactive, taking them to sites, doing site visits, and to Laura, who has, taken this program in her first year in my office and has done an amazing job. Just to give you an idea, one of the perks is, for example, the clerk bought them lunch today, and I want to thank the clerk for that. Another thing that we've done in our office was I bought them all books, the Arbormore Parks books from George Merrick, and they'll take that home and they'll read about that. That's part of their homework while they're here in the city of Coral Gables for a few weeks. But at the end of the day, they're left with a lasting imprint of what it is, the city of Coral Gables, and many of them are residents. So it's a priceless opportunity that hopefully will pay dividends in the near future. So Laura, will you take it away, please?
I didn't prepare anything.
I know you didn't, that was the whole point. And I'm happy that you didn't prepare.
My first time at the podium, and I have nothing to say.
But what's your name?
Oh, Laura Lastra,
Where do you live?
1537 Saragossa Avenue.
Oh, you're a resident.
I am.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's amazing. I guess nobody likes my jokes, but it's fine. It's okay. Take it away. The show's yours.
Well, thank you for allowing us to have this program. The kids are well prepared and they have presentations ready. So they've done a great job. Okay, well, first we'll start with Dominic and Isa.
So we would like to thank the committee and the mayor for having us here and giving us the opportunity to be pages. So today we have prepared an overview on public records and the 7 new exemptions that have recently been added to the Sunshine Law. My name is Dominic Silva, and I'm a rising junior at Belen.
My name is Isabella Abreu, and I am a rising junior at Coral Gables Senior High School.
Right.
Like Dominic said, we have prepared a presentation of public records and the 7 new exemptions that have been recently added to the Sunshine Law. But what exactly is the Sunshine Law? Well, as one can see, it allows citizens to access the governmental proceedings of boards or commissions at the states and local levels. The law is made up of 3 basic requirements, which are listed in the next slide. The Sunshine Law first mandates that the meeting of public boards or commissions, such as this one, must be open to the public. Hence why our attentive audience is able to attend our meetings today. Now, the second requirement establishes that reasonable notice of these meetings must be given, which goes hand in hand with the third requirement, as it states that said meetings must be timed.
So exemptions depend on the field of employment that somebody is involved in, but according to Section 119, Chapter 71 of the Florida statutes, the following information in the next slide is confidential and exempt from being shared. 6 of the most common exemptions to the Sunshine Law are Social Security numbers, bank information, medical records, home address, cell phone information of certain individuals, and a security and/or fire safety plan.
Now we will be explaining the 7 new exemptions that we mentioned earlier. They are listed in the slide. With the first one being the Senate Bill 1716, which has to do with small business loan data. It creates a permanent public records exemption for specific information related to how an economic development agency administers small business loan programs.
House Bill 655 provides an exemption to meetings between agencies and their attorneys about certain private property rights claims from public meetings, requirements specifying discussion scope, requiring transcription, and making transcripts public records at set times. It also exempts related transcripts, recordings, minutes, and records from public records requirements. It's also subject to future legislative review and repeal. Senate Bill 506 exempts body camera recordings made by code inspectors from public records requirements under certain circumstances, with exceptions, retroactive application, and a set retention period. It directs the Division of Library and Information Services to set a retention schedule for these recordings, and it is also subject to future legislative review and repeal.
Now I will talk about Senate Bill 7024, which has to do with cybersecurity and technological infrastructure. Because of the increased usage of technology in today's society, it is crucial that online data remains protected, which is exactly why this bill has been established. It restricts access to public records and shields public meetings that reveal information regarding an agency's cybersecurity, information technology, IT, and operational technology, OT, setups. Next up, we have Senate Bill 7000, which is related to emergency shelter contact information. This bill permanently protects the home addresses and telephone numbers of individuals who use public emergency shelters, preventing this data from being disclosed through public records requests.
House Bill 1113 expands the public records exemption for crime victims to cover their name, ID number, and any other identifying information, plus similar protections for a victim's family members or representatives. It also makes a law enforcement officer's identity confidential and exempt for 72 hours when they're a crime victim under specified circumstances. Senate Bill 7026 states that the bill permanently exempts trade secrets and proprietary business information held by state agencies from public disclosure and updates states' laws to make those protections consistent.
As our presentation is wrapping up, it is extremely worth mentioning what the Sunshine Law has done for us in our community, as it has made transparency between communities and their governing bodies possible, as it rightfully allows citizens to openly attend commission meetings and access a wide variety of records whenever they desire, obviously with a few exemptions. Before we officially wrap up, we would like to thank the City Commission for giving us the opportunity to participate in this program. But most importantly, we would like to thank the amazing people in the City Attorney's Office for welcoming us and guiding us for the past 3 weeks. Christina, you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next team is
Through the mayor, if I can,
Yes.
real quick.
We had a lot of presentations, so you know.
Oh, but real quick, Dominic and Isabella, you guys did an amazing job. Isabella, I want to say that you really knocked it out of the park and you're making Coral Gables Senior High School very, very proud.
He's biased. He went there. So at the end of the day. Okay. Now we have Cecile Slesnik. I think everyone knows that last name. And Camila Izquierdo regarding the city manager's office. Ladies, please join us. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. We are interns with the City Manager's Office, and we thank you for giving us the opportunity to present for you today. Today, we'd like to give you a closer look into ways to engage our community with the City of Coral Gables' upcoming project, the Mobility Hub. My name is Camila Sanchez Izquierdo, and I'm a rising junior at St. Brendan High School.
And my name is Cecilia Slesnik, and I'm a rising sophomore at Coral Gables Senior High School. To start, we'd like to introduce the goals of the Mobility Hub. The Mobility Hub serves to replace the current parking garage behind the Miracle Theater, but the goal is to make it more than just a parking garage, emphasizing modernity and opportunity in its design. The building will include space for businesses on the ground floor as well as restaurant space on the top floor, both of which will serve to elevate the property beyond its initial value. It is a massive undertaking for the city, compromising a 2-year-long effort to build this new facility, but the potential that it holds as a center of entertainment, dining, and convenience makes it essential to promote this development to the community.
With this in mind, we'd like to provide our suggestions for how to increase community interest in the Mobility Hub, as well as collect feedback from the city's residents on the construction. Firstly, giving citizens access to the design renders of the Mobility Hub would allow them a first look at what exact changes will be coming to their community. By posting the design renderings of the hub on the city website, citizens can view the plans for the change, as well as see the tangible benefits this construction could offer for their community. On our first week interning with the city manager's office, we attended a meeting with the contractors for the Mobility Hub, members of the city, and local business owners. The intent of the meeting was to showcase the Mobility Hub to the business owners who would be affected by the construction of the facility. And our attention was immediately drawn to the design renders that have been placed at the front of the meeting room. Giving the public access to these renders could help residents gain a clearer idea of the vision for this facility. Meanwhile, showcasing new partnerships with businesses will draw people into the Mobility Hub, bringing essential business and activity into the area. The retail that the Mobility Hub can offer are one of the more unique opportunities that the City of Coral Gables can capitalize on to boost community engagement. As seen with new restaurants in Coral Gables, such as Buchanan or Stand, when people are informed about new and upcoming business, it causes an influx of new customers into that area. Applying this principle to the Mobility Hub could help draw in residents who are more reluctant to utilize it, or even newcomers from neighboring cities such as the City of Miami or City of Miami Beach. Once the public has a better idea of how the Mobility Hub will operate, consistent updates as to how the project is moving along will serve to demonstrate the progress of this construction. For the average residents, 2 years can feel like an extensive amount of time to wait to see progress in their community. As such, frequent updates can help residents feel more excited about what is to come, and demonstrate the work that the city is putting into this facility. These updates could be centralized in the city's newsletter, a platform that already has a large audience of invested readers. Furthermore, the City of Coral Gables has a number of active social media accounts through which these updates could be posted. I'm sure many of you know, as you see Mayor Lagos post on Instagram quite often. Social media is a particularly unique platform to engage citizens because it not only allows for people to learn about the Mobility Hub, but also for people to engage feedback on construction.
With this in mind, we'd like to transition into how we can get feedback from citizens, starting with social media. As we have discussed, social media is unique in that citizens can engage with the construction of the Mobility Hub while also providing their feedback on the project. For example, making a series on the city Instagram with monthly updates on the construction could provide residents with a quick and easy way to see the progress of the Mobility Hub. Instagram allows for interactive engagement with posts like these through their comment sections, which can serve as a very accessible way for residents to share their thoughts about the project. This could be especially useful for early stages of the project because of the number of commenters could be used to gauge the public's interest as time goes by and as the Mobility Hub progresses further. Furthermore, Coral Gables is known for its community events, from the farmers market to the literary festival, which attract interested members of the city. The city of Coral Gables is often present at these events with booths filled with memorabilia and information. These stands already provide so much visibility for the city, so using it to present the Mobility Hub and ask for feedback in the moment will serve to inform people about the project while gaining genuine points of contention for residents. Meanwhile, having online surveys will give a chance for people to show how they feel about the project and leave feedback for the city. Knowing how the citizens and/or business owners are feeling about the construction can be very, very beneficial. At the aforementioned in-person events, links to such surveys could also be provided in order to grow the amount of feedback that is available. In the end, we feel that these suggestions would greatly improve how the community views this project and keep them excited for the new steps.
Now, we'd like to discuss the impact of our time with the city manager's office And we found that this department had three central focuses: adaptability, leadership, and accountability. Firstly, the city manager's office has one of the most varied roles in the city of Coral Gables. The city's manager's office manages every city department, from the police department, city development, to historical preservation. No 2 days were the same here, and it's clear that being able to adapt to each new challenge is essential for the job.
With the city manager's role in overseeing every department, leadership is fundamental to how this office operates. In our days shadowing the members of the city manager's office, we have seen this in action, implementing new policies and managing the daily operations of each department.
And finally, accountability is a major aspect in the city manager's role. The time that the city puts into building personal relationships with business owners, residents, and city staff that they communicate with is crucial to keep things running smoothly. Not everything will go perfectly all the time, and maintaining honesty with the people that they work with on a daily basis makes it easier to navigate challenges with grace and optimism.
All in all, during our time in the office, we had the opportunity to shadow many people throughout the office and learn about not just what the city manager does, but lots of other city officials as well. From going to city meetings for the Mobility Hub to touring historic facilities, we got a full picture into Coral Gables government and all the aspects that go into managing such a successful and beautiful city. Thank you so much for the city manager's office to guide us through this incredible opportunity.
Congratulations, ladies. Well done. Amazing, amazing presentation.
Thank
And
you so much.
I hope this experience was as worthwhile for you that as it was for me.
Very insightful.
I'm so happy you guys are here.
Thank you.
And I'm happy that your grandfather, Mayor Slesnik, was able to catch your presentation. I can see where the leadership runs. Good to see.
So much.
Thank you, ladies. Now, next up is Audrey Prabhakar and Jaden Lee. So I'm familiar with Mr. Jaden Lee, and if you're keeping tabs over the years, this is the second time that we have Mr. Lee here.
Yeah.
So obviously we're doing something right if he's coming back for a second bite of the apple. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioners, City Clerk, City Attorney, and City Manager. I would like to thank you all for the guidance and opportunities throughout these past few weeks. It's been an honor serving the City Beautiful. My name is Jaden Lee, a senior at Gulliver Preparatory School.
My name is Audrey Prabhakar, and I am a rising senior at Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart.
We're the clerk's office summer interns, and we're here to present our project we completed this summer. A project we believe will save staff time, strengthen the city's official record, and modernize the production of minutes for all 37 of the city's boards and committees.
Over the past few weeks, we identified a real operational problem in the clerk's office, and then we built the solution.
I thought you were perfect. Of course, real quick.
Okay, so here's what we found when we got there. The city clerk's office keeps the official record for 37 different boards and committees, 37 different liaisons, 37 meeting cycles, and, as we discovered working alongside staff, essentially 37 different ways of writing minutes. That inconsistency has real costs. Deputy clerks were spending hours reformatting and correcting drafts before anything could be finalized. Public record requests took longer because a motion or a vote might live in a completely different place in every document. And when a new board liaison came on, there was no clear playbook to hand them. We saw this not as a paperwork problem, but as a records integrity problem, and one that was fixable with a single summer. So we fixed it.
Confidence.
Fixed it.
I love it.
So our first deliverable is complete and ready for citywide use today. A single standardized minutes template for every board and committee, paired with plain language, step-by-step instructions that any liaison can follow, even on their first day. And this does a lot for the city. The drafts will arrive meeting ready, and this limits the amount of editing required by the deputy clerk. Also, motions and votes now sit in the same place for every document, which means cleaner responses to public record requests. Third, and this is something we'd argue is most important, A consistent format strengthens a city compliant posture under Florida sunshine and public records laws. A uniform official record is a defensible official record. And fourth, the instruction series doubles as an onboarding tool. Every future liaison inherits a repeatable process instead of a blank page.
So our project looks forward towards the future. The template standardizes the format of all minutes. Our proposed app, which we will call Shortcut, transforms how the first draft gets written at all. The process is simple. The board liaison records the meeting exactly as they do today. Right after adjournment, the recording is uploaded into the app. The app generates a full transcript and then drafts the minutes automatically on the standardized template we just showed you. Staff review and correct that draft, and only then does it go to the commission for approval. We want to be very clear about one thing, one design principle, because we built it very deliberately. People stay in charge. The clerk's office staff review every generated draft before anything reaches the dais. The app accelerates the first draft. It does not replace the professional judgment that exists today, and it does not touch final approval. What this means in practice, the slowest, most repetitive part of the minutes production, listening back and typing up that first draft, gets compressed from hours to mere minutes, while the official record stays fully under human control. So, you may be wondering, what's next? Step 1, adopt the templates citywide. The instructions and templates are finished and can roll out to every board liaison by the end of the summer. Step 2, pilot the app with a single board. Test transcription and draft generation on one committee's meetings, for example, maybe the Board of Architects, before expanding. This is low risk and provides real data. Step 3, we're going to measure it. Track staff hour per set of minutes before and after the implementation of the app, and report the results back to the clerk. If this works the way we believe it will, the numbers will make the case for us. And before we close, we want to thank the city clerk, Billy Urquia, the deputy clerk, Yoli Davis, and agenda coordinator, Imeli Sansores, who mentored us throughout the summer and who trusted 2 interns with the ideas that touched the city's official record. That trust is why we were able to deliver finished work, a real product, not just suggestions.
We came in as interns. We're leaving having built something the city can use on Monday morning. Thank you to everyone who made these past 2 weeks a wonderful experience and showed us what makes Coral Gables the city beautiful. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lee, first and foremost, you look very professional.
Thank you.
You're very well put together, and so do you, young lady. My question to you is, to both of you, especially to you, between your first and second year, what is the difference?
So the biggest difference for me, I started off working on your re-election campaign. Yeah. So now I actually understand the inner process of what makes our city, the city, beautiful. So it's made me understand and appreciate the process that goes beyond the scenes, and it's been a wonderful experience for me.
Young lady, what is your opinion of after being involved in this program?
Well, for personally, I think my favorite part was attending the pre-agenda meeting and just seeing, I've lived in Coral Gables my whole life, but I've never really understood the inner workings of government. So being able to be in the same room as Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Lara, and seeing how they asked questions, how they made sure that everything in the agenda was properly there for a reason. I think that was the most important part for me, to see that the amount of effort that is placed in to make sure every single thing is thought out thoroughly.
Thank you for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you
Great
so
work.
much.
Are they going to be consulting for the... You can. We'll figure it out. We'll do a 1-year contract. We'll figure it out. Great work. Daniela Osorio and Martina Hoyos, Office of the Mayor. Ladies, show them what you got.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present in this meeting. My name is Daniela Osorio. I go to ISPA. I'm a rising senior.
And my name is Martina Hoyos, and I go to Immaculata La Salle, and I'm also a rising senior. And we are interning in the mayor's office. And today we're going to be presenting our project on Miracle Mile and downtown Coral Gables.
Our goal was to better understand why many young people choose places like Coco Walk over Miracle Mile and what opportunities exist to attract more visitors while continuing to support local businesses.
And our main research question was, why do many young people choose destinations like Coco Walk over Miracle Mile, and what opportunities exist to increase engagement while supporting local businesses? And rather than just relying on assumptions, we actually did research to answer our question.
This topic matters because today's young people are tomorrow's residents, customers, and business owners. A vibrant downtown benefits local businesses, strengthens the local economy, and understanding youth preferences today can help guide future planning decisions.
So we actually had 3 different research methods. So the first one, we conducted a youth survey of high school students between the ages of 16 and 17, and we asked them where they like to spend their time and why. And we visited Coco Walk and Miracle Mile on Saturday afternoon at 5:30 to see the differences and the similarities. And we actually interviewed with the Coral Gables Economic Development Team, and we asked them what challenges Miracle Mile and Coral Gables face. So from the youth survey results, when we asked these students what came to mind when thinking about Coconut Grove, they used words like fun, beautiful streets, and good restaurants, whereas for Miracle Mile, most of them responded that they rarely go there or that they simply didn't know much about it. And this kind of just suggests that Miracle Mile has a lower visibility among many young people.
We also asked what factors matter most when choosing where to spend their time. The top responses were atmosphere and good food. Shopping and nightlife were less important than simply enjoying the overall environment, and when asked which area they visit most often, Coconut Grove was by far the most popular destination. Our survey suggested that the atmosphere plays an important role in attracting young people, and to see whether that matched reality, we visited both locations ourselves.
So these are the pictures we took from Miracle Mile on that Saturday at around 5:30, and we noticed fewer foot traffic. It was generally like an older crowd, and there were many stores appeared vacant. And overall, the area just felt quieter than we expected for a weekend afternoon.
And these are photos from Coconut Grove at approximately the same time. The contrast was that we observed many more young people, groups sitting together, busy sidewalks, and public spaces where people stayed even without actively shopping. The atmosphere felt much more active and social, which closely matched our survey findings.
And next, we interviewed the city's economic development team, and they explained that retail has become increasingly challenging and that many of the office workers actually leave downtown after business hours.
The city's goal is to create more reasons for people to stay longer through events, business support, retail recruitment, and increasing the residential population.
So what we learned, one thing that surprised us was that many of the storefronts that appeared vacant aren't actually vacant, and only 6% are true vacancies. And many of those wrapped storefronts are actually leased, and the businesses are preparing to open them. And this helped us realize that the challenge isn't just filling empty stores, but it's encouraging people to stay longer once they arrive.
During our visit to Coconut Grove, we noticed many interactive public spaces with places to sit, open gathering spaces, playgrounds, temporary installations, and comfortable public seating. People weren't only shopping, they were spending time together. These spaces encourage visitors to remain in the area longer.
And these pictures also show the park that Coconut Grove has where people can socialize and have fun. And we know that there is a new park coming soon, thanks to our mayor, next to Miracle Mile within the Publix that they're gonna like tear down. And our idea is that we think an interactive pop-up would attract youth in addition to just maybe the workers that will come to the park on their lunch breaks or an older crowd. But our goal isn't to create a replica with soccer or a playground, but it's to create a space that can be equally as interactive and inclusive.
Based on everything we learned, we developed recommendations. Our short-term recommendations are more free seating, temporary games like ping pong, foosball, pool, and weekend programming.
And our medium-term recommendations are interactive public spaces that can be implemented with youth activities and pop-up events that can encourage local and tourists, and also the long-term measures, which are residential growth, diverse retail, and the preservation of Miracle Mile's historic identity.
Our recommendations are supported by what we call third places, best described as public spaces where people can gather outside of home or work. Research shows they reduce loneliness, strengthen communities, help friendships develop naturally, and even improve physical and mental health.
And studies have also found that even small daily interactions can increase happiness and a stronger sense of belonging. And as these spaces have become less common today, loneliness has increased, making them more valuable.
These spaces also create something called commercial spillover, which happens when people have comfortable places where they can spend time without feeling pressure to buy something. They usually stay longer in return. The longer people remain in an area, the more likely they are to explore nearby businesses and eventually purchase a coffee, snack, meal, or other product. In other words, creating places to gather can also support local commerce.
And our research led us to four main conclusions. The first one is that atmosphere is the biggest factor influencing where younger people tend to spend their time. And the second is that Miracle Mile already has strong foundations, but needs more reasons for visitors to stay longer.
Our third conclusion is that public gathering spaces can benefit both the community and surrounding businesses. And finally, that investing in youth engagement today can help strengthen downtown and Coral Gables for years to come. Our goal isn't for Miracle Mile to become Coconut Grove, it's simply for Miracle Mile to become the best version of itself and reach its fullest potential.
And thank you for giving us the opportunity to be interns and have this learn so much and try to help the city.
So I want to commend both of you because for the simple reason you could have taken a much easier task. You took one of the most difficult tasks I could possibly think. When Laura told me what you were going to embark on, it's going to be very difficult to kind of establish those metrics so that you can deliver on a presentation, but I think you did an amazing job. And this is incredibly important to us. And I think that sense of place is coming to the city. We're going to have 5 to 6 new green spaces already in the downtown. I think that's going to be a game changer, significant game changer for us in the near future, probably in the next 2 years. Those open spaces are delivered. And I think you're going to see that transformation. And I think it's only going to get better as the city continues to grow in a very positive way, especially our downtown. So I want to thank you both for engaging with the city, especially the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yassine Alain from the Office of the Mayors. Sir?
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Mr. Mayor, Ms. Laura, of course, for helping me complete this project. Good morning, and I'm ready to present.
Perfect.
So here, I talked about the trash can because whenever I'm going downtown, you can always see litter, and I don't like litter because it makes the city very disgusting. And I really throw up sometimes when I see disgusting places. And the reason why I chose this topic is because there's like no reason why you should be doing litter. And I chose the AI because it can help you take the trash and could pick up trash, litter, anything. It can also go to a recycle to throw the trash itself, and that's it. So the main reason why, again, I chose this was because of the smart management. And if you could scroll down, there should be more.
Scroll down.
I don't have the...
Can cable TV put it back up?
Well, just very briefly, I think that the concept and idea of garbage management and oh, here
There
you
it
go.
is.
And additional to that, since the AI will be needing charging, instead of using charging stations, it'll use solar charging, like solar power tops to get energy. And it could also use USB-C ports, as well as it could generate whether it's plastic, paper, or food wraps, and opens the correct lid for you. All right.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, well, first I want to congratulate you. Thank you for embarking on this process over the summer. I think that this is something that, again, I'm very interested in also, and so is the commission. The manager, we brought forth a plan of action to address litter. Even though I think we're pretty clean in compared to other cities, we can always be better. The manager right now is working with an outside consultant that he's in the process of, I think, signing a procurement agreement with, where we're going to find ways to clean the sidewalks more efficiently instead of having each and every single vendor or business owner have to clean their own, 50 feet, 30 feet, 25 feet. We're actually going to have a vendor go there and do all the streets at once. It's going to be more uniform. It's going to be more cost effective. And also the issue of addressing garbage and landscaping. What can we do to make sure that, that we're putting our best foot forward in an effort to attract, for example, like the two young ladies were saying before, how do we bring more young people? How do we bring more businesses? How do we bring more people to spend their hard-earned money into the city? I think it all has to do with minimizing the amount of garbage, public safety, and just putting our best foot forward so that we're inviting as possible. I want to commend you for being involved in the mayor's office. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So now we have three projects, Evan Coulter and Jacob Finley, which are going to be working on septic to sewer, benefits of living seawalls, and small businesses. Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
We're doing good. We appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak in front of all of you. And just before we begin, I wanted to give a special thanks to the mayor, the vice mayor, and Commissioner Castro for taking the time to speak with us, sit down with us, and give us encouragement and guidance on how to do these projects, and also the incredible people that work at the commission's office. A huge thanks to them. This project would not have been able to be completed without them. So thank you, guys. We have three projects. By the way, my name is Jacob Finley. I'm a rising senior, and I go to True North Classical Academy.
My name is Evan Coulter, and I'm a rising senior at Ransom Everglades School.
And we have three projects here today. And the first one we'd like to present to you is about septic to sewer conversion. So, first things first. Oh, clicker, I got it. First things first. We need to talk about the cost versus the environmental crisis that is taking place. Why is converting from septic to sewer so important right now? And the big thing is, and the key, is pollution. We have seen increased amounts of pollution polluting the Coral Gables waterway because of these septic tanks. This has led to massive amounts of dangerous algae and dead fish, as you can see up there. However, there is a high cost associated for the homeowner and the city when it comes to converting from septic to sewer. So this isn't more of a short-term investment. This is a long-term investment that's good and beneficial for the community, for your home, and for everyone and the people of Coral Gables. So let's talk about the right now. It is good for the environment, and it is also good for your home, and it prevents the nutrient pollution. Standard septic systems have no way of filtering nutrients from waste like sewage does. Along with that issue, Florida has porous rock underneath the soil, which is also beneath the septic systems, meaning that there are thousands of holes for the polluted waste to leak through, hurting soil and the ground beneath us. So when the waste does leak through the porous rock, it pollutes our drinking water, which is found in our aquifer. Next, Why should households convert from septic to sewer? And for that, I have two words: sea levels. Traditional septic systems require at least 6 feet of dry soil beneath them, which doesn't seem like a big deal at first. However, with rising sea levels and the amount of hurricanes and storms Miami gets, we know that water gets pushed up and therefore so does waste, and it can end up in your home, in your yard, and in the roads. It's really disgusting when you think about it. If you're sheltering down for a hurricane, for a big storm, and all of a sudden it starts flooding, which it often does in Miami, waste comes up, which is awful, and it's awful for the community of Coral Gables.
Luckily, there have been various regional success models financially that have worked across the country. So starting with Barnstable County in Massachusetts, they used the Betterment Loan Assessment to sort of tackle their septic to sewer conversion and also cover the cost of households converting. Next, Miami-Dade County, right in our backyard, used or provided homesteaded properties which abut already established sewer systems with up to $15,000 to cover the upfront costs of converting from septic to sewer. Per the city's estimate for how much converting would be per household, it's around $16,000, which would mean that each household would have to pay roughly $1,000 to convert from septic to sewer if we adopted a similar plan. This slide right here just sort of outlines the exact format and plan which you would have to take when converting from septic to sewer in Miami-Dade County. But I'll skip over that for now because I just provided a brief overview. Next, some Florida success models. In Brevard County, they offered a taxation program to cover up to $24,000 per household to cover the cost of converting from septic to sewer. And then Monroe County in the Florida Keys uses federal and state grants to fund the connection of sewer infrastructure between islands using horizontal directional drilling to stay environmentally sustainable. So what should the financing mechanism look like in Coral Gables? Well, most likely and probably it would be special assessments. The city will issue bonds backed by household assessments, and then basins will be able to choose their repayment structure once a majority of homeowners opt in to the process for shovel-ready projects. And luckily, through the Vice Mayor's help specifically, we've realized that we already have a resolution in place, which she wrote herself, to help us gain access to state-backed funds. The problem right now is just getting access to the funds to begin with, so once we are able to get funds, then we'll be able to solve the upfront problem of converting from septic to sewer.
Next, we want to talk about state funding. How can we get it? What can we do? And what are some approaches we can take? The Florida Department of Environmental Protection provides funding for cities just like Coral Gables if they have shovel-ready projects, meaning the projects have already completed their preliminary plans. The approach is already scaffolded by providing funding for different phases of the project. And if you don't believe me, there have been countless examples already nearby us, like Miami-Dade County, the city of South Miami, and the city of Homestead, which have all gotten state funding and state grants. So what are some next steps the community of Coral Gables can take? Acting now provides for a better future for drinking water and the Coral Gables waterway. We also want to secure commitment from residents, and then we aggressively seek FDEP funding to gain more traction and money to this crucial project. Once we coordinate with the FDEP and receive necessary funding for the shovel-ready project, there will be a financially accessible model for almost all residents, allowing them to convert from septic to sewer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two
That
more.
was a lot of information to understand.
No,
Any questions or
No, well done.
Okay.
For our next presentation, we'd like to talk about living seawalls.
So this presentation is going to be about the benefits and the imperative of switching from traditional seawalls to living seawalls here in our city and why it should be more present in our community. So firstly, what are seawalls? Seawalls are a hard, smooth, vertical barrier of concrete or steel built to prevent shore erosion. But who actually needs seawalls? Well, anyone who lives on the shore that doesn't have a natural barrier to the water definitely needs a seawall. And pretty interestingly, I'm sure that every single one of us here in the audience has seen a seawall at least once in their life. Whether it be at a friend's house or on the city shoreline, they're present in all over our community as long as you look on the shoreline. But the benefits of seawalls are twofold. First, we see preventing erosion of the shore. But second, it protects the coastal buildings that are so imperative to our community. Next, seawalls. The problem with traditional seawalls is that they have many pollution impacts.
Yeah, and like Evan was saying, they leak toxins into the water that they're actually protecting. It's awful for the environment, creates poor algae, and poor water quality. And so we have a new question that needs to be asked. How do we keep all the great benefits of seawalls while fixing the issues they currently have? And for that, we have an answer: living seawalls. What is a living seawall? It is exactly how you would think of a normal seawall, except it comes in many different shapes and forms. But what I want to tell you is that it will do the exact same thing as traditional seawalls, except it has some sort of habitat-friendly design, and in this case, in the picture up there, a textured wall which allows for the environment to thrive. Who has living seawalls? Many communities here in Florida and across the United States have living seawalls and have already implemented programs to incentivize them. Miami-Dade, Fort Lauderdale, Satellite, and Pompano Beach, and Maryland. They have all taken some sort of step forward, whether it be through grants or educational programs, and they understood the assignment and they took that step and leaped forward in order to promote living seawalls. So what are the benefits of seawalls, living seawalls? Why should we implement them here in Coral Gables? First, biodiversity. Second, improved water quality. And third, they're cost effective. Number one, biodiversity. Those textured and habitat-friendly designs that I spoke about before have many purposes, but the key thing they deliver on is a mini reef in your backyard. In this design shown in the image, those grooves serve a purpose. It allows algae and other organisms to grow in it and survive compared to a traditional seawall. With its smooth, flat design, it does not allow for any growth, but this simple change fixes everything that a regular seawall lacked in. It allows organisms to flourish and live a healthy life without fear of toxins or the slow decay of their habitat. Next, improved water quality. Remember how I just talked about those textured panels that allow organisms to flourish? Well, that's not just beneficial to them, it is beneficial to you and the community. By having all these organisms living on the wall and around it, it creates a natural filtering process that cleans your water, not only making it a better ecosystem for the animals, but also making it clear and clean, which looks amazing for your property. And lastly and finally, living seawalls cost the same as traditional seawalls, which means they're cost comparable. But more importantly, the marine growth on the walls adds another protective layer from erosion and wave energy so that over time, the repair and maintenance costs will be lower. Where a traditional seawall might need to be replaced in 30 to 50 years, a living seawall has a lifespan of over 50 years. Thank you, and we appreciate your time on this matter. And I just want to clarify that this is, from my research, it seems like a win-win for the community to implement living seawalls compared to traditional seawalls. Thank you.
Well done.
Very well done. One last point to add is we have reduced the permitting fee for living seawalls in order to try to incentivize residents to utilize them.
Which I did find in my preliminary research, and huge thanks to you, Vice Mayor. It was very important, and I know Miami-Dade did something similar. So thank you, Vice Mayor. And now we have our third and final presentation, supporting small businesses. So why should the community of Coral Gables support small businesses? Number one, it keeps money local. Local businesses recirculate a significant percentage of revenue back into the city where they are located. Second, it brings life back onto the streets. Our downtown and walkable areas are filled with small businesses. Let's bring back life to them by supporting them. And third, government functionality. The impacts here are threefold. First, by supporting local businesses, we see local financial success. Second, when businesses are succeeding in bringing in greater amounts of tax revenue, the local government receives more money that they can then use. And thirdly, to improve the community around them. So what can we take away from other cities around us? The first one I'd like to point to is Georgetown in Washington, D.C. Georgetown allows local businesses to set up in the outdoor spaces using attractive mechanisms like pop-ups to promote their businesses. Next is Coconut Grove, which gives their central downtown area, they're able to really capitalize on freebies and pop-ups and storefronts that promote small businesses. And finally, Winter Park here and also in Florida offers once-a-month workshops on marketing through their economic development team, which we also have, and which is certainly something we could utilize.
So, what are some general incentives that the city of Coral Gables should try to promote? Well, first would be creating more shop local rewards apps or incentives. Many cities have used the rewards app where if you spend a certain amount of money at one local business and then send in your receipt to the city government or economic development team, then you can then receive a gift card to shop at other local businesses, therefore promoting this never-ending cycle where all the local businesses around you are succeeding and residents are happy with the goods and services that they can shop for. Second would be continuing to capitalize on the nighttime. Although many businesses around our city close before the dinner time hours, a lot of our residents only actually get to the Miracle Mile or Giralda area during the times of the night for dinner. So therefore, at least supporting small businesses and trying to keep their lights on at later hours, perhaps through an ordinance, would make small businesses far more visible to the community and therefore promote their successes in the future. Lastly, would be including Apple Pay in garages and other parking areas that previously didn't have them. Many younger populations rely entirely on Apple Pay to get their goods and services to begin with, and especially if you want them to come to your area at all, then it needs to be accessible from a parking standpoint. So earlier last week, Jacob and I had a meeting in the downtown area, and we only had Apple Pay on our phones, and we parked in one of the city garages, and their only response to us was that we would have to go down the street to Publix to get a gift card to then pay for the parking, which was a little bit inconvenient at the time. Next would be some specific events that the city could capitalize on. First would be more restaurant weeks and initiatives. With a diverse local business population, the city should try to promote certain corporations during the distinct months or weeks of the year. For example, promoting Latin businesses during Hispanic Heritage Month or Black-owned restaurants during Black History Month. Also, parking incentives could be a very interesting initiative for the city to take on. Allowing certain garages off the beaten path of Miracle Mile or Giralda to offer lower rates could help promote local businesses in those areas and allow them to become more visible, because if residents go to those garages to park because if it's cheaper, then they're able to gain more exposure to those local businesses. Perhaps even keeping parking much lower of a rate on Sundays or even free altogether could also help the city, given that Sunday is a typically slower day of the week and therefore could be capitalized on to at least promote small businesses, given that parking revenue on that day is nearly a net zero to begin with. So to conclude with this presentation, we would say allowing local businesses to take advantage of the space that they have on Miracle Mile would be a great promotion and incentive. Just in New York City, the sidewalks are probably a third the size of those on Miracle Mile. And when you walk around, all the local businesses have little tables set up offering perhaps samples or free food or clothing to the people walking by, which really helps them promote their goods and services. The city should also continue to work with the economic development team to promote local businesses through apps and marketing workshops. And lastly, continue to incentivize younger populations to try and reach Miracle Mile and Giralda to try to promote the future of the city. Thank you so much.
I want to congratulate both of you. Again, you did an incredible job on all three presentations. And I want to just give you kudos and a little bit of testament and congratulations, because if you noticed, the manager, when you were giving your final presentation, he was taking notes on the Apple Pay. And it's something that, again, maybe it's in the works, maybe it's not. But having all these young individuals in the room gives you a completely different perspective. Yeah. Like my 15-year-old daughter pays with Apple Pay. I don't have Apple Pay on my phone. I never even thought about it. So, being candid, try to talk to my parents about paying with like a debit card or something. They don't understand that. So, again, the great thing about this is not only the exposure that you get, because a lot of you, and we have a few more presentations and we're almost done. But the point is, and this is why we started this a while back ago, was because when many of you walked in, and it's okay to admit it, you were nervous about speaking in public. You were nervous about engaging with an elected official or a director, an ACM, DCM, city manager. But the whole point is for that to become commonplace, for you to feel empowered in these positions. Because if it's not maybe one day as the mayor or the manager, maybe it's one day as an executive at a big firm, you already have a step up. When you walk into your first college or you walk into your first job opportunity, you're gonna take control of the situation and, truly be a leader. So here's a clear example of an idea the manager is going to follow up on. That's great. I mean, that to me is what this is all about. We're learning from each other. So I want to congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well
Through
done.
through the mayor, I want to thank you very much for working on this last presentation for me. You guys did an exceptional job. I pay with Apple Pay everywhere. Sometimes I don't take my purse. I don't only pay with my phone, but I am also able to pay with my watch. I was stuck in the Cocoa Walk garage with my grandfather that's very impatient, and I forgot my credit cards and cash. So I was stuck with a lot of people behind me, not being able to pay, pressing the little button for somebody to come and help me. So I think we're working on renewing our garages. I think Menorca is going to be the first one, and I think we're going to be incorporating that technology. That is a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great job, gentlemen. Robert Mairena, Jacob Deza, and Charlotte Rudkins, Lucas Manzano, Community Recreation. How are you? Happy to have you guys.
Good afternoon.
All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission. Mayor Lago, thank you so much for this opportunity. We all really learned a lot from this internship. So we interned with the Community Recreations Department, and we really learned a lot, as you'll see in our presentation. I'm Lucas Manzano. I'm a rising junior in Belen Jesuit. And you guys?
Hi, I'm Charlotte Rudkins, and I'm a rising junior at Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart.
I'm Robert Mairena, and I am a rising senior in ISPA.
I'm Jacob Deza, and I'm a rising senior at Christopher Columbus High School.
Take it away.
All right, this is community recreation. Let's start with how it all began, the PAGE program. I joined this program because I was extremely interested in my government. I've lived in Coral Gables my whole life, and I've always been interested in how this government works. What I wasn't expecting was what I learned. I learned the importance of parks and recreations on this community.
I joined this program because I wanted to learn more about local government and how I could directly impact my community. This program was recommended to me by my counselor, and I believe it to have been extremely helpful in developing my love for public service.
I joined this program because I want to understand how government operates from the inside, beyond what we can learn in textbooks. I want to see the day-to-day work that goes into running a city and how decisions are made in real life.
And I joined this program because I wanted to learn more about how government works on a local level. My expectations were mostly on the legislative aspect of government, but this program showed me how much there is to government and how much it takes to keep recreation going.
Now what we learned. My first week at this internship was spent in the youth center. Although I was reluctant to be at the youth center because it was a lot about camps and gyms and stuff, I really got to see the importance of the youth center on the community. But more importantly, I learned later the importance of parks in the community. For example, Lamar Louise Curry Park, which is a very small park, one of the smallest in Coral Gables, located near the Venetian Pool, which is usually overlooked. But this park is extremely important. It's dedicated to the gardening club, and it's very important for them. They care for the park and appreciating it, showing that even the smallest park can have the largest impact. Not only that, I also got to see the stewards of the community in action. I met an incredible amount of great people that are extremely passionate and that really wanted to uplift the community. One instance in them wanting to uplift the community was in door hangers. These workers would come in and go around the community hanging door hangers to announce parks, which demonstrates their commitment to the community. I've truly learned a lot from them.
Another important experience during our internship was our field trip to the construction site of Phillips Park. Lucas and I left the youth center to attend a meeting with the parks department heads and project leaders, where we gained firsthand experience into the effort required to create a new community space. During the meeting, we met with the teams responsible for different aspects of the project. We also talked about different design elements of the park, such as the color selections for the restrooms and the exterior of the various facilities. This experience gave us a greater appreciation for the many decisions and the extensive collaboration that go into building a park that will serve the community for years to come.
Another important experience from this internship was in the accreditation meetings. Accreditation is a five-year-long process that requires full team participation. I learned a lot through this process. I learned the importance of working together as a team, and it demonstrated and showed me the work that is put into maintaining our prestigious parks. We've been accredited since 2001, which is such an incredible feat, and it really shows the beauty of all our parks. Through the accreditation meetings, we got to see not just the beauty of the parks, but the work put into creating and maintaining them.
These meetings take a couple days to complete because the process is very extensive. Department leaders walk through every chapter and discuss important factors of maintaining our beautiful city, like budgeting and management, as well as showing the accreditation team the unique features each park has. For example, Dorothy Park, named after the first and only female mayor of Coral Gables, in which has a Wizard of Oz theme, highlighting how parks can bring such joy and livelihood into the city.
My time at the Coral Gables Country Club was focused heavily on leadership operations and community service. On the leadership side, I supervised daily summer camps and organized activities. I also handled front desk operations and reception workflows using RecTrack. This gave me great experience with customer service. Most importantly, this showed me the community engagement with this country club and showed me how much this country club represents the friendly standard of our city.
For this part of the program, I was actually working at the Venetian pool, the one you see right here in the photos. It was an amazing experience because I got to see firsthand how much work goes into managing a play like this. I learned about their strict water safety protocols, how they handle lifeguard rotation, and how they manage the crowds. It was really interesting to see how the city managed to keep a nearly 100-year-old historic landmark running perfectly and safely for the public every single day.
In summary, all in all, this internship has taught me very valuable lessons. When I first came into the internship, I did not understand the impact of parks and recreations on the community. But I learned that with parks and recreations, the city beautiful would not be as beautiful.
I started this internship with very little knowledge of what community recreation actually did. However, over the past 2 weeks, I've gained a much deeper appreciation for how community recreation plays a vital role in shaping and supporting this beautiful city.
Initially, my expectation was that everything would be strictly tied to traditional politics. However, I discovered something much more valuable. The recreation department is the silent engine that makes everything else work. It's what maintains the essence of this city and keeps it iconic.
When I first came into this internship, I expected an office with a lot of paperwork, but through community and recreation, I realized how important the local government is, and how much work it takes to keep the community together and have a common area for residents. Thank you all for listening to us.
Thank you.
Well done, well done. Thank you very much. Welcome to the city. Gabby Vides, and then we have one more, Development Services. Gabby, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Gabriela Vides, and I'm a rising senior at Mass Academy. For the past 2 weeks, I've been working at the Development Service Department, and this opportunity has helped me strengthen my passion for architecture. During my internship, I had the opportunity to experience many different aspects of development services. I shadowed the city architect Juan Riesco, attended 2 Board of Architect meetings, observed project reviews, and learned about the process that projects go through before construction ever begins. Before this internship, I thought architecture was mainly about designing buildings, but I quickly realized that architects also have the responsibility to think about how every project affects the surrounding community. One of my highlights of the internship was attending 2 Board of Architect meetings. I watched architects and homeowners present projects ranging from home additions to complete renovations. I expected the discussions to focus mostly on whether design looked nice, but I was surprised how much attention was given to how each project would affect the surrounding neighborhood. The board carefully considered things like scale, proportions, architectural style, and compatibility with nearby homes. Watching this process helped me understand that architecture isn't only about individual buildings, but it's also about preserving the identity and character of an entire city. One concept that I learned a lot about during my internship was massing, especially in the Board of Architect meetings. Massing refers to the overall shape, size, and arrangement of a building. At first, it seemed like a simple design concept, but I learned that it has major impact on how a building fits within its surroundings. In Coral Gables, massing is carefully reviewed because it influences how people experience a neighborhood. Good massing creates balance and helps a building complement the homes around it instead of overpowering them like improper massing. These digital models help me better understand the difference between improper and proper massing. On the left, the building appears as one large block. Because there isn't much variation in its form, it feels bulky and can overwhelm the surrounding homes. On the right, the building is divided into smaller forms with different roof lines and setbacks. Even if both buildings have similar square footage, the second one feels much more balanced and fits naturally within the neighborhood. This was one of the concepts that really changed how I look at architecture. And this is another example. I made paper models. As you can see on the left, it's improper massing, and on the right, there's the proper massing. Another thing that stood out to me was how much Coral Gables values historic preservation. Many of the city's homes and landmarks were built nearly 100 years ago as part of George Merrick's vision for Coral Gables. Because these buildings define the city's identity, even relatively small exterior changes are carefully reviewed. At first, I thought these regulations were restrictive, but I came to understand that they're one of the reasons Coral Gables has such a unique and recognizable architectural character. Another valuable experience was shadowing the architectural reviewers. This gave me a behind-the-scenes look at what happens before many projects ever reach the Board of Architects. I watched reviewers carefully examine building plans, identify areas that needed improvement, and work with the architects to ensure projects meet the city's standards. It showed me how much collaboration and attention to detail goes into every project long before construction begins. Overall, this internship completely changed my perspective on architecture. I learned that architecture shapes entire communities, not just individual buildings. I also saw how successful projects require collaboration between architects, reviewers, homeowners, and the Board of Architects. Something else that stood out to me was that every detail matters. Whether it's massing, historic preservation, or architectural designs, even small decisions can have a lasting impact on a neighborhood. Most importantly, this internship strengthened my passion for architecture. It showed me that architecture combines creativity, history, problem solving, and public service, and it made me even more excited to pursue this field in the future. Therefore, I would like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you for joining us this summer, and it really excites me to know that this opportunity only strengthened your opinion in regards to what do you want to chase professionally. So we're excited that you're here, and hopefully one day you'll become part of the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful summer. Thank you for being here with us. And the last one is Maria Benitez, and she had the honor of working with the finance department. Last but not least, we save the best for last.
Of course.
Yes. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Jose Benitez. I'm a rising senior in Immaculata La Salle, and as the mayor said, I was interning with the finance department. So during my time here, I mostly worked on the budget, which tomorrow there's a big meeting. So the budget is a financial
Excuse me, are you
plan.
going to be joining us tomorrow for the meeting?
If they invite me, I will come.
Didn't you work on it?
Yes, but they haven't. Oh wait, you did tell me to come, right? Oh, then I'll come.
We need somebody. We need somebody to present the budget.
No, thank you. Okay, so the budget is a financial plan for city operations and capital projects. The budget determines how financial resources are used to support municipal operations. How do I change the slide? Where?
Oh, there's a clicker.
Oh, oops.
Okay.
Okay.
We all suffer from that same problem.
So the budget is used to cover types of services for the city, such as culture and recreation, transportation, public safety, general government, economic environment, and physical environment. But to fund the budget, the city relies on revenue. And as you can see, property taxes are the largest source of revenue, about 49.2%. So I'm gonna, where? So I'm gonna show you how property taxes are calculated. So Coral Gables' current millage rate is 5.59 mils on every taxable dollar. So the formula to find how much the city receives in property taxes is a taxable property value divided by 1,000 times the millage rate. And that gives you how much the city receives from property taxes. So the city's residential homes, values, there's non-homesteaded residentials and homesteaded residentials. So the average taxable value of non-homesteaded residentials is 1,062,286. And if we plug that into our formula, divided by 1,000 times 5.59 mils, the city receives $5,911 on non-homesteaded residential properties. But 45% of residential properties have the homestead exemption. So the average taxable value of homestead residentials is $1,012,564. So in the formula, we divide that number by 1,000 times our millage rate, and the city receives $5,629 from non-homesteaded residentials. But since property taxes is the largest source of revenue, any changes will have an impact on revenue. For example, if the proposed constitutional amendment to raise homestead exemption to $150,000 in 2027 and $250,000 in 2028. If the proposed bill passes, the city is estimating an approximate loss of $5.7 million to impact the fiscal year 2028 budget. So in conclusion, I learned that the budget is more than just a financial plan. It is what allows the city to grow, function, and provide essential services to the community. Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you.
You're not going to be late tomorrow, right?
Sorry?
You're not going to be late tomorrow, right? You know what time it starts tomorrow?
No? Okay, I'll be here.
Be here at 8:45. Be here at 8:45.
Yes, okay.
Congratulations. Let me tell you, what you just talked about right now is incredibly complicated.
It is.
And you have an amazing handle of that. And we should use that cheat sheet across the board to explain to people, because
Yes, you should.
sometimes people don't understand. Sometimes people don't understand, and they ask you, and it's okay. And you don't expect people to understand a millage rate. You know, people ask me, what are my taxes? What are my taxes? So
Yes.
what you explained right there, you did it with grace. You did it, you simplified it. And I want to tell you that I'm very proud of you, for getting up there and doing a great job.
Thank you for this opportunity.
No, please. In closing, I'd like to thank Laura for her hard work. She's amazing, and we're blessed to have her at the commission office. She is an amazing individual who always makes me look good. I want to also thank Nora, Gabby, and Gabriel, who's here. The rest of the staff members in the commission who have done also a great job. And I'd like to take a picture with the pages if I possibly can. Can we get you guys up here really quick for a picture? Awesome. All right. Moving on, we have our mayor here. So time certain item F8 and G3.
Running a little
Mayor
behind.
Selesnik, I apologize for running a little late, but thank you for your patience.
I think you enjoyed watching the presentations, especially since, was your granddaughter there?
Yes. Well, let me say this. I hope I can be as clear and concise as all those students were. So that was very impressive, and very impressive for you all to give them that opportunity.
A lot of fun.
So, Mr. Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor and Commissioners, I also would like to ask Commissioner Castro to help me set up Apple Pay on my phone. So I
A pleasure.
have no earthly idea what that is.
You and me both.
I have to get an Apple phone first, I guess.
Mayor, we've been doing this, I think it's been like 5 or 6 years that we've been doing the PACE program, and steadily it's growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting things that you heard was one of the individuals mentioned very clearly, she said that, I think it was a young lady that said, my counselor told me to join this program.
Yes.
And I think that to me verifies that what we're doing here as a city and bringing this program together makes sense. You know, it's not too long and it's not too short. 3 weeks, 4 weeks is right about the right time, and you culminate it with having them come before the commission. I think it's just builds. It's character building, and I think it's just huge.
I also thought it was good that you had such a cross-representation of high schools here. I mean, you covered the waterfront. Mr. Mayor, if I may, just take a moment of personal privilege before
Always.
I get to the reason I
Always.
actually came here. But this is something I thought that I'd share with you because I have before great news, because last night I opened up the brand new Florida Trend magazine, and I thought the commission would be proud to hear that in this year's rankings of 125 biggest public companies in the state of Florida, 2 in the top 20 list Coral Gables as their headquarters, and 6 in the top 100 list Coral Gables. This doesn't include all the ones that are in Miami, but 2 in the top 20 Coral Gables, 6 in the top 100 of the biggest public companies are here. And in private companies, 3 of the top 20 list Coral Gables as their headquarters. So I'll give this to the manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
And now for the reason I'm here, or at least been asked to be here. Okay. I am offering to you, the commission, our Charter Review Committee's final recommendations. And as you know, this is the culmination of 3 years of work on the committee's part. And it has, for all of us, been an honor and a privilege to serve our community in doing this. And also, earlier this year, we gave you some of our recommendations. Some were accepted, some were not. Some were put on the ballot, and most were accepted by the public. Some were modified from your committee's recommendations. Some were accepted as we recommended. and some are coming back to you now as final recommendations. So first, let me tell you, just to show you the extent of the conversation in the committee, two things that we discussed in detail but did not come up with recommendations. And that is changing the percentage of voter requirements for instituting initiatives and referendums. Ms. Moskowitz actually was very, very set on us talking, considering, and working on that. And we did talk at length about it many times, but we do not have a recommendation in that area. So I guess you could say with no recommendation, the recommendation is to not do anything with that subject. The other one is the thing that we did not give you a recommendation on was changing the estimated expenses and revenues report and non-tax revenues that have to be cited in the budget proposals, and that it was considered to be talked about to be a change in the charter to actually change what has to go into the budget estimates in the budget proposals. But we finally came up with a recommendation that if you desire to do that, it should be done in the city codes and not in the charter. So those two were talked about. They're in your final report. Discussions are available on our transcripts, but we are moving forward with leaving those alone as far as our recommendations. The two recommendations that you'll find in the final report that we do now give you again, that we give you as part of that, is changing the residence requirement for qualifying for office. At the current time, if you live a year in the city from the date of the election, you can qualify for office, which in this case could mean from the end of the qualifying period to the time you moved in, you could be a resident for only 6 months, because a year from the qualifying is about 6 months before the election, as it currently stands with the November election. So our recommendation is, and is in your report, that the qualifying period be the judge of whether you've lived a year, so that you must live a year consecutively before the end of the qualifying period. So in this case, when we qualified people in June, it would have been a year ago June. And we felt that that was, and that, by the way, was a unanimous decision of the committee. So all of the people that each of you appointed voted in favor of doing that, to make sure that the people who run for office have lived here for enough time to really understand their city and to contribute to the future of the city. The other one that we unanimously approved to send to you is on the public works contracts. For many years, the amount of, in the charter that you had to go out and solicit bids and then have competitive bidding before you can issue the contracts is $25,000, which is, as we decided, based on recommendations by both the city managers we worked with and by all the people on the committee, was just way out of date and far too low and holds up the city's progress in moving forward. And so we recommend to you in our final report that that amount be raised to $300,000, and that is in accord with state statute. So if it's in accord with state statute, we felt that was a safe recommendation for you to consider, which would facilitate the work of the city and let it move aggressively forward on projects that are less than that without having to go through the bid solicitation procedure. We did have a final meeting on June the 4th. Unfortunately, we could not get a quorum because of illnesses, and also there was a death which affected several of the families who serve on our committee. And in the materials that the city attorney has provided you, besides the final recommendations, she has also given you a report of that meeting, which includes our discussion of a number of different things. And but there was no action taken. But I offered to you the discussion. It's in your report, and there's some backup materials, some of which I think that you will be looking at maybe at one of the suggestions of a member of this commission. One was our concern for parks land, that our parks are so precious. Listening to the report of the students, of your interns, I think that I was reinvigorated in this subject, that how critical and important parks are. And one of our committee members told us that many cities are taking action to doubly protect their parklands before future commissions who may be running short on money and see a real opportunity to sell off parklands. So our recommendation, though, is that it would take a 4/5 vote of the commission before you could move to sell parklands. Now, I know that it may be suggested to go to public vote, but I do want to say that, and this is not to be contradictory of that, but our committee expressed, all of us have always expressed, and we saw this in my last report, confidence in our commission. And we know we've had some disagreements, we know that we've had some disruptions, but we express the general idea of confidence in our elected officials. So as opposed to having to go to an election every time that maybe parkland is supposed to be sold, which by the way protects parkland greatly, don't get me wrong, but we suggested a 4/5 vote, which is difficult to get, as you may know. We also talked again about initiatives and referendums, and we again moved on without any solid discussion on that. And finally, we did talk about the mayor's term, the possibility of going back to the electorate to consider a 4-year mayor's term. And I cannot stand here and propose to you that because we didn't take any action, but in your materials, our background. And one of the things that we talked about was that in 2007 or so forth, the city did vote for a 4-year mayor's term based on the information before the electors, and it was about a 52% approval of the 4-year term. Several years later, it went back to the voters and was turned back to a 2-year term with a slightly less approval of a 50% to turn it back to 2 years. So you kind of got a standoff of one yes and one no, basically a break-even point. And we thought it was worthwhile, the 3 of us that were in the meeting, it was not a quorum, to give you the materials, let you discuss that, and let you consider it. And as you all may know, if you've read the background materials, I have strong opinions on it, which I'm not going to express because I think it would be very inappropriate for me to do so. But that's the committee report. What I would like to say, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, is that it has been an honor and a pleasure working with the following members of this committee over the last 3 years. Our Vice Chairman, Mayor Raul Valdez-Fali, our board member, former State Representative Annie Bittencourt, board member Eve Butas, and I have to tell you that Eve is a great resource for the city. She's a city attorney in another city in South Florida, but lives in the Gables, and a very knowledgeable person. Nestor Menendez, who joined our committee lately, was a positive force. Jane Moskowitz was a solid, well-spoken force throughout. At the beginning, we had Tom Wells on the committee, and of course, throughout the time, we had Felix Pardo. All of your committee members served with dedication and with commitment, and I think they all showed in their own way, whether we agreed or not, their love for the city, their love for the city, beautiful Coral Gables, and our commitment to fulfilling the obligations of the committee that you all assigned to us. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I am proud to say as our final report, and we are waiting for sunset. We ask for sunset. We are anxious for sunset. But it was a completely enjoyable act to sit, and I have to tell you the best part was the public hearings where we heard from the public loud and clear at the beginning. Unfortunately, the public lost interest in us after that. But those first meetings were lively, debates were good, there was great diversity of opinion, and all of that was compiled and then taken into consideration. And I know that you've been given all the materials that represent all of that. So I hope that each of you may reach out and thank your appointees because they represented you well. They should have made you proud because they were good members of this committee. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for my appointment. And I personally look forward to continuing to help the city in the future at a shorter meeting.
Mayor, if I may, first and foremost, thank you for always saying yes. When I called you, you have a million things going on. You're running your law career. You're engaged in a lot of philanthropy. You're throughout the state. You're traveling for a lot of Gator causes, a lot of philanthropic causes, excuse me. But you said, if you need me, if the city needs me, I'd be honored to serve. You served for 2 years with incredible distinction. You've been through the roller coaster over the last 2 years, and you came out the other side, and we've accomplished a lot. The referendums that you saw at the last election received overwhelming support from the residents of this community, and a lot of that comes as a result of your hard work and the committee's hard work. I want to thank you so much for your service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I would ask to be excused in the sense I would love to stay here for any further discussion that you might do, but I have to go present a movie for the members at the Coral Gables Cinema this evening. So
that's what I'm saying exactly.
And if you all would adjourn fast enough, you can get there to see it. Okay.
Mayor, why don't you tell us what it is that they're showing tonight?
It's the Harvey Girls with Judy Garland, and we bring back musicals for members once a month, and we have some great theater. And by the way, I'll put a plug in. I know that I probably am way off base now, but your cinema is just doing great. It's a wonderful place, and it brings together so many good citizens, and they come and they love it. And
we're about to expand. I've been
about to
working on that
expand.
project with you for the last, I can't even remember how many years, and the manager. We're right there, right? We're in the procurement process. So it's taken a lot of heavy lifting, and I want to thank you for that. And thank everybody in the cinema. We're right
Hope to
there.
hope to see you all at the movies.
I will see you in the movies.
And at the polls.
Yes, at the polls. Can I have a motion to accept F8?
So, can I just read it for the
of
record, Mayor?
course.
So F8 is a resolution of the City Commission expressing gratitude for the work and dedication of the Charter Review Committee and dissolving the current Charter Review Committee due to the completion of the committee's work.
I'll move it.
I'll second with correction of a typo on Menendez's last name. There's an extra M.
We'll fix that.
Perfect. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so much. We're eternally grateful as always. God bless you.
Thank you.
We're going to take items E12 and E13, which I think are related.
Yes.
I'm going to take it after the time, sir.
So E12 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2024-107 as amended by Resolution Number 2025-463, which approved the mixed-use site plan and encroachment plan for the project referred to as Ponce Park Residences on a property legally described as lots 8 through 21, less the west half of Lot 8, Block 29, craft section, together with that portion of the 20-foot platted alley lying east of lots 11 and 19, said Block 29. Coral Gables, Florida, by specifically amending condition number 3 to reflect an increase in the estimated cost of the Ponce Circle Park project, an increase in the amount of the city contribution towards such costs, and an increase in the proffered applicant contribution, which is subject to such certain conditions towards such costs, providing for repeated provisions of severability clause and providing for an effective date. And E13 is a resolution of the City Commission approving an amendment to the Development Management Agreement with Ponce Park Residences LLC regarding enhancements to Fred B. Hartnett Ponce Circle Park and certain roadway improvements.
Mayor Fernandez, welcome back.
Mr. Mayor, good afternoon, members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be before you. For the record, Javier Fernandez with offices at 201 Alhambra Circle. And glad to be on 2 feet this time. So,
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that. I see you're out of the boot.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it feels a whole lot better. Again, you'll recall at the last presentation, we brought before you the conceptual design for approval. We are currently working through the board process. We'll be going to BOA later this month, already have gone to DRC, and excited to be advancing that design work in conjunction with your staff. Today's documents are intended to reflect the change in the budget, which with the design modifications that we've been working on, has increased by about $2.3 million. You'll recall there was an original $1.6 million gap. The documents reflect how we've filled that gap through a combination of additional contributions by my client, as well as some reallocated monies that were available from the Agave project that went unspent. So with that by way of summary, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them at this time.
Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will close the public comment. Any comments from the commission?
It's a beautiful project, and I take it that the comment we had earlier today that Alan Morris was contributing a total
11 million.
additional 11 million was
It's not 11 million.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Make that clear for the record, no.
I can't believe
I'll
the
move that.
I can't believe the vice mayor brought that up. I heard 11 million. Wow, we're feeling generous.
I couldn't resist.
Maybe someday.
I know you could. I know you couldn't. Perfect. Listen, again, thank you. I want residents to understand what's about to happen here. The manager and your team have worked on delivering probably one of the most beautiful parks you're going to see in Florida. It's going to be reminiscent of what you see in like Washington, you know, where it has real stone. It's not faux coquina. It's not just concrete. It's real stone. It's going to have world-class art, and it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful location. That's going to be the envy of every community here in South Florida.
Including mine, for the record. So.
I just want people, because it's a little bit difficult, and we've been working on this for years. It's a little bit difficult to really encapsulate it and really explain it, because until you see the materials and you understand and you touch it and you really get to see the banisters and you get to see, you know, the actual structures that are built out of marble. This is not your typical concrete structure. This is something incredibly tasteful. It's beautiful and it's very well done, and it'll stand the test of time. I also want to thank you because you worked incredibly hard, not only with the project across the street, but you've worked like a statesman to get these things done with the manager. You've been incredibly patient. You've led by example, along with your client, Alan Morris and Spencer. It has been a breath of fresh air to deal with a developer who has impeccable taste and understands and is willing to spend the money to truly hit new milestones. And let me just give you an idea. You want to charge $1,800 a foot, $1,700 a foot, then you better put forth a product out there that commands that amount of money. And that's what the Morris Company did. And they're reaching the highest numbers we've seen in the Gables ever per square foot, but they're spending money on quality. And it's going to be not only in their building, but it's going to be also reflected in Pond Circle Park, because this is going to be an extension. All that, you know, you have Pond Circle Park, you have obviously the Agave project, there's forthcoming projects adjacent to that. They understand that to hit real numbers in regards to per square foot rentals and square foot sales, you've got to invest. And, you know, what your client has done is to be commended. They've spent the money, and I want to thank you for that, because you've done an amazing job.
Well, we're grateful to all of you. We're grateful to the manager. My thanks to your city attorney and her deputy, who I pestered with this agreement. Thank you for leaning in and getting this done, and we're excited to hopefully get started with construction, which we're kind of targeting for the beginning of next summer.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for leading the way. Thank you for that. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So just on a more serious note, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist the early one. Your client and you did best was listen to the comments that were received for really enhancing this park to the next level. And the architecture that was put in really stepped it up to excellence. And that's what we're looking for in this park. And we'll get it done right. And I think that it will be the showcase for our city. The band shell is going to answer a lot of questions or a lot of problems that we have in our city for making it a spectacular area for people to gather. So thank you for all your efforts.
I thank you for making the introduction to Ms. De La Guardia, who we are having a fantastic time working with. She's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Very, very capable. We have a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
And this, just for the record, this would be on E12.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E13.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Send
Have a
my
good night.
best to the Morris family. Thank you very much. Let's do item E6 and E10.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2022-14 as amended, which approved a planned area development for the property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 28, Coral Gables Crafts Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for completion of the public park following issuance of a certificate of occupancy subject to posting of a performance bond for such work, and to require that the public park be dedicated to the city with the deed for the public park to be executed and held in escrow with the city. And then E10, which you will not be voting on today, but you'll vote on second reading, is just on for your information. It's the resolution amending Resolution 2022-81 as amended by Resolution 2025-468, which approved the mixed-use site plan for the property legally described as lots 5 through 27, Block 28, Coral Gables Crafts Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for completion of the public park following issuance of a certificate of occupancy subject to posting of a performance bond for such work, and to require the public park be dedicated to the city with the deed for the public park to be executed and held in escrow.
So this is where it all started. So, Mr. Manager, thank you very much. As we worked through this process, this is one of the 6 or 7 parks that we're going to have now forthcoming in the downtown. And I don't know how, but it slipped through the cracks in regards to making sure that this became, that we own the park.
And we are here.
And after we made that misstep, every park moving forward, the manager and I made sure as we negotiated that it belonged to the city of Coral Gables. So
This is the pilot program. That's
yes,
Yeah.
which is going to have, which was a pilot program, which we learned a lot
Has sunsetted.
from the vice mayor, relocating massive trees to a beautiful Von Span sculpture from New York, to a park in an area that people thought was never going to get a park. Again, this is
It's a beautiful, beautiful park, but I wish you would have called this item before
Yes.
the mayor's item, because now when you compare those parks.
No, but I mean that's this is a beautiful. It's a
in terms
beautiful
of
park. I
time-
mean,
no, it's a gorgeous
it's
park.
a beautiful park, and
We're
it
very
serves
proud
its
of it.
purpose, and it's a block away from Pond Circle Park.
It is.
So again, the whole point is to put as many of these parks in the downtown, which again will pay huge dividends across the board for our property values, quality of life, and this is just an example of great art. The vice mayor was able to save 3 trees that again
Which look beautiful.
which are huge,
Huge, going over the right of way. It's
going
a
over the
focal
right of way,
point of the
massive
park.
oak tree, and now with the art, with the trees, with the public open space, and now as that building becomes more and more full of residents, you're going to see that area become more activated. So I think that's an area in our core business district, which I think is going to just really blossom with all these parks and all the art and all the things that are forthcoming over the next 2 years. So
It was great to work with you and the manager on this. I know it hasn't been easy, but I'm glad that
we got it to the finish line.
we got it to the finish line.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate that hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's been a pleasure working with the manager on this one.
Anything else you'd like to say for the good of the order?
That is all. I mean, we hope to have the park delivered within the next 30 to 60 days, and then it will be conveyed over to the city. So we're very excited for it.
When do you expect to have the artwork installed?
So the artwork right now, the foundation is there, and they are assembling it at the warehouse to bring it over.
Perfect.
So
Good
we
stuff.
want to make sure before the artwork is installed that all of the turf is installed first. So that'll be the last item going in.
Through the Mayor, I just want to thank you and your client once again for being willing to save the trees that were healthy. I mean, it wasn't easy, and if any of you have doubts about how much effort was put in, Coral Gables Magazine did cover this, and the sausage tree came from one side of Lejeune to the other side of Lejeune, and
I'm still amazed we got it over there.
no,
with
no,
all
not
the
only got it
power
over there,
lines.
but the crane lifted it over the building. It was spectacular, but it also shows the level of commitment that your client and you worked on to make it happen. So thank you, and thank you on behalf of the
pleasure.
community.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Take care. All right, we're gonna have F13, which is our final time certain item of the day. Please come up, sir. So let me introduce you all to a young man that I've had the privilege of knowing for some time. He's gonna introduce himself and give a little background in regards to who he is. He's here with his lovely mother, who is his biggest fan, and I can see why. He's worked at my office for some time. I think we've known each other for how long now?
It's been almost a year, I think.
Year.
Yeah.
And we've kept in touch from last summer, and we've had the opportunity to work together. And he took a semester off from high school, and he went to Washington to work. And I wanted to talk a little bit about why he's here, what he's doing, how it went in Washington, what are his objectives, what is he seeing for the near future. And the reason why I asked him to be here is because I could have presented this idea, but he brought me the idea. And at the end of the day, another piece of legislation under my belt is not gonna make or break me. But the ability to give this gentleman the opportunity to be up here and speak after how much he's impressed me over the last year, I think it's the best interest of the commission to hear from him. Sir, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor, to the commission as well, to the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney's office. And today, I just wanted to introduce myself first. My name is Diego Balestrini. I'm a rising senior at Belen Jesuit Preparatory School. I just spent a semester in Washington, D.C. as a Senate page. So with the mayor's help, I was able to apply and get nominated by Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. And I served 6 months over there. We woke up at 5 a.m., went to school early in the mornings, and went to work in the Senate on the floor. It was an amazing experience, and I couldn't be more grateful for him for making it happen, for helping me make it happen. And today, I think I just wanted to kind of touch on something that I've been thinking about for a while. I got inspired, and during my time in DC, I actually had a great friend who, his city, Olathe, Kansas, a suburb of Kansas City, has an existing youth council, a teen council, and he told me all about it, how about like he was a community impact director and how all the great things that he'd done there. So I think it really inspired me to kind of try to make that initiative happen here in Coral Gables. And it just echoes like all that I learned from that experience. So a little bit more on the experience itself. I was able to actually meet my senator, obviously. I met the team of Artemis 2. I met the Olympic hockey team. And I had so many great experiences there. So I just wanted to kind of touch on it a little bit. It really inspired me to kind of think more about the importance of legislation and being responsible while developing it. And it also kind of showed me how municipal and state government officials can actually make a lot more impact in our lives than sometimes even federal officials. So that's another thing that I really wanted to echo here today while I presented. And first of all, I really wanted to thank the city for having that PAGE program. I think it's a great initiative, and I really wanted to congratulate each and every one of the members that spoke today of the PAGE interns, because they did a great job, and it's hard to follow up on that, but I'll try my best. So I'm going to hand out my memorandum and an executive summary of what I'm here to present today.
So what I requested from this young man was to put forth a presentation that encompasses his desire to have this program started here in the city of Coral Gables, which is a little bit of a spin-off from what we have at the youth center, which I was very clear with him that we have something similar to this, but to put together something that's all-encompassing in regards to Coral Gables and having, as you saw how effective these young pages were today with the ideas that they came forward, I don't think it's anything, again, that wouldn't help the city at the end of the day. You get a completely different perspective from as we saw today on multiple opportunities that they come up with ideas that are right in front of us, but at the end of the day, we don't implement it. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I kind of wanted to talk today about the city of Coral Gables, what it means to me, and some of the values that I see echoed in this proposal. So I think Coral Gables always distinguished itself through thoughtful planning, civic engagement, and commitment to excellence above all else. And even now, like involving the youth and having those programs is definitely a big priority for us as a city, I think. I'm a lifelong Coral Gables resident, and I couldn't say I'm more proud of the city I live in and what we've done. So I just kind of wanted to talk about expanding what we currently have in the Parks and Recreation Youth Advisory Board. It kind of builds upon the foundation. I'm not proposing here to create another youth advisory board. I'm kind of talking about transforming the one that already exists and recommending to expand it into something called the Coral Gables Teen Council. So this will be a broader citywide advisory board, and it's going to really reflect kind of a broader range of issues, including public safety, sustainability, transportation, historic preservation, economic development, innovation, and civic engagement, among other things. And I think that it could really just build upon what they already do in Parks and Recreation. I think broadening that to having a youth kind of forum to kind of talk on and discuss every single aspect of living in Coral Gables could be really good for our city. And in other words, it would give them an official forum to participate in the future. And I think it would create really responsible and civically informed adults in the future. So a little bit about the structure of my proposed council. So it would consist of 12 students, grades 9 through 12, and they would serve 2 terms consistent with other city boards. Members would be appointed through the existing appointment process. So that would be city manager, city commission, and the mayor's office. And basically, I'm thinking of proposing an Instagram like online application so that we have a really diverse board, kind of from kids from all over the city that come from all types of different backgrounds, and just like a merit-based application process where they can kind of apply and become part of this initiative. So some of the logistics of it would meet once a month during the school year, and the quorum is 50 plus 1%, kind of mirroring the board that we already have. And virtual attendance would count towards the quorum, because I know that transportation issues are definitely a big thing for many young residents, and I don't want that to be an obstruction to attending meetings consistently. And I don't really want to just create another meeting on the calendar. I just want to introduce an institution where people who want to be civic leaders in the future, want to make an impact on their community, kind of have that voice and have the guidance of each and every member of the people who are here today and the community overall. So I think that across the country, we have municipalities like the one in Olathe, Kansas. Even here in Miami, we have Miami Lakes and cities like that who kind of have entities like this that mirror their commissions, their city commissions. And I think it could be a great initiative, just more of a year-round thing, similar to the PACE program, but that actually lasts throughout the academic year and provides a consistent opportunity. So I think that I'm really fortunate to have received all this guidance and mentorship from the mayor, and I kind of want everyone to have that experience and just not be a summer thing, but maybe a year-round thing. So I think that we have a lot to contribute when we are given meaningful responsibility as youth, and I think that proposal makes all that the more possible here in Coral Gables and my home. So it's more of a partnership, and it recognizes everything. I'm very grateful for what the city already does, and expands opportunities for all the students who call Coral Gables home. So thank you again for your time, each and every one of you, for your service to Coral Gables and your consideration of this proposal, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Diego. What I'm going to request is, well, I'm going to talk about 2 things. First and foremost, one of the things that we, after doing some research, we noticed that the current council, which is with the youth center, hasn't met in many months, correct? They've been having some quorum issues, right? Do we have currently any openings on that board?
Not as of today, sir.
Did we have any openings from last time?
Yes, we did, but those openings were filled during today's consent agenda.
How many openings did we have?
2.
How long were those openings there for?
I couldn't tell you right now, Mr. Mayor.
So at the end of the day, we've had openings on that board. That's why that board hasn't met for months and months and months. We weren't able to have quorum. So I think it's, again, critically, it's incumbent of the elected officials, number one, to put people on these boards. If you're not putting people on the boards, when there's an immediate opening, again, at the end of the day, we can't do the business at hand because we depend on those boards. So that's number one. Number two, I'd like for my colleagues to review this, and I'm going to put this item on the next agenda. Perfect. And I'd like further input. So, Mr. Clerk, through the manager, I'd like to put this item on the next agenda, but I want all my colleagues to provide input to the manager so we can all be on one page and talk about this. This young man has put a lot of work into this. Very proud of you. You're always very concise and on point. You take things very, very seriously. That's why it was an honor for me to recommend you for that position in the Senate. And I've had the pleasure of spending time with Senator Tim Scott. He's a national treasure. If you learn a little bit more about him and what he stands for and what his family's been through in this country, It's a truly amazing success story on what it is to be an American. His brother's a physician, and they came from, I think it was great grandparents were slaves.
Yeah, that's great.
And if you get a chance to read his book and understand a little bit about his background, he's an amazingly accomplished individual. And he has a real love affair with this great country. So I'm so happy you got to experience something that I envy you that I didn't get a chance to experience. I've had the pleasure of experiencing time with him, but not at the level that you did. So
It was a
I
privilege.
congratulate you on that.
Thank you so
Congratulate
much.
you on that. So I'd like for this to be on the next agenda.
Yes, sir.
For my colleagues to review these comments and see how we can adopt this. I'd like for this board to have more teeth and to engage young professionals across the board, who are willing to come here. Like the Page, we have these great young men and women who are here who have given up a month of their summer to be here with the city. And I worked on these presentations. I'd like for them to engage in this board. Maybe we don't have one person per commissioner. Maybe we name 2 people per commissioner. What would it hurt? These are young kids that, again, the more the merrier, the more experience, the more minds in a room that are willing to give up their time. I think it's a great idea. So I congratulate you once again, and this will be on the next commission, and hopefully my colleagues will give it the attention it deserves, and we'll be able to restructure this board and really give it the teeth it needs so that we can get some input from the future leaders of tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly it.
To the mayor?
Yes.
I'm gonna go along the lines of what you were doing earlier. I have to boast about our Wolverines who have been in the room today. You did a great job. I think just going through this, the level of detail that you put into this, how we should format it, how we should make it work is incredible. I think Mr. Mayor today has been a perfect example of why this board could really help our city. The things that were recommended by our pages are things that we didn't even think about or we didn't even consider because it's affecting a new generation. And our role as commissioners here is to ensure that we're setting it up for that next generation. So it's important that you are also part of that process, making sure that you're setting up the city for what you want it to be. So I appreciate you bringing this up, and thank you for all the time that you devoted to this and taking the time to serve up there in DC. I had the privilege of starting off as an intern in Congress myself with Congresswoman Ross Layton, worked my way into her office, and that's really the reason that I'm here today. I was going to study meteorology, and I changed my major because of that experience. So it's a life-changing experience, and I'm glad that you were able to do it, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on this project.
Thank you so much.
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
So it's a motion to bring this back next
Yes.
meeting? Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure that we bring it back.
So it's a direction for.
A direction to bring it back,
Understood.
and obviously for my colleagues to review this and give input to the manager so that we can put together a board that, again, is reflective of all the hard work that this young man has put together.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Just through the mayor, if the clerk would maybe mind sending, I know you do this periodically, but just before the next meeting, as soon as practical, to send each and every one of the commissioners an email identifying any open positions on
Oh,
the
absolutely.
boards.
Yes, sir, will do.
Actually, I've been asked by people, hey, do you have an opening in this? Or anything? And it's just an extra step. So maybe just send one of those before the next one so we can keep them filled. So with that being said, yes.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Diego, enjoy the rest of your summer. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for making me look good. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break, bathroom break, and then we're going to do E1 and E2, correct? Well, E1, yes.
Recording stopped.
Change of plans. Let's start with E2 really quick because that takes a
Recording
moment, and
in
then we'll go to
progress.
E1.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
I found out during the break that I do have a vacancy on the Youth Advisory Board. So if my colleagues would entertain it, I would like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Balestrini as my appointee to that board.
Perfect. Sir?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Moving on to item E2, and then we'll do E1.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending zoning code Article 14, process section 14-208, appeals, and section 15-103, reconsideration of city architect administrative determination to revise appeal procedures, extension deadlines, and notice of appeal requirements, limiting the scope of stays, establishing provisions regarding consolidation, related approvals, finality, and abandonment of appeals, providing for severability, providing for repeated provision, providing for severability clause, and an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So only one change on second reading. We were going through the code and we realized that the appeals for city architect was tucked in under section 15-103. So we found that, we've added it to this, and we're also making it consistent with the staff appeals, which is 15 days.
Perfect. Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
May I have a motion? May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Item E1.
E1 is an ordinance to the City Commission amending ordinance number 1952 as amended, which changed the zoning on lots 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, Block 120 and lots 1 through 5, Block 131, Country Club, Section 6, Coral Gables, Florida, to remove certain conditions of approval for lots 1 through 5, Block 131, 1, that limit the use of the property to overflow parking, and 2, that revert the zoning of the property under certain circumstances to single-family zoning. All other conditions of approval contained in ordinance number 1952 shall remain in effect. Mr. Clerk, please swear in everyone who will be testifying today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Madam Director?
Good afternoon. There have been no changes since first reading. We're here for questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, you said there was somebody that wanted to present from the other side?
There are multiple speakers.
Okay,
One of them has a,
speakers.
yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's hear the public speakers.
All right, first speaker is Jackson Holmes. Yes, sir. Second. Okay.
Okay, so the best moment I had in the last thing that we did on this was I got a laugh out of you all about the most beautiful dog in the world. Let's see if we can bring up that picture, because this dog that you're going to see lives in Coral Gables on Cordova Street. And I'll see if anyone can remember what type of dog it is. The most beautiful dog in the entire world. It's a type of dog. Oh, you got it. Oh, yeah, okay. So can y'all look at that one? You may remember, Mr. Okay, so you see, this is a dog right here on whatever street it is, or Cordova. His name is Justin, and that's a Blue Merle Collie. And this is why, among 1,000 reasons, Ms. Anderson, I support the dog park. Because when you get out to South Beach and you see these beautiful dogs from around the world, it's an elevating experience. We think, you know, well, I shouldn't make this joke, but I talk to my, you have beautiful women on South Beach walking beautiful dogs. And then at some point you say, well, which is better? Not really. But the thing is, it's uplifting. And if we have a dog park, which like they have on South Beach, you see the most beautiful dogs in the world, right? Forget the women. I'm just thinking of the dog. No, I'm joking. Anyway, so with that, I want to just say, as I did before, I support this dog park. One final thought. I think there's no doubt that dogs are man's best friend. But I wonder sometimes if man is dog's best friend. Let's prove that men and women are dog's best friend. Let's have this dog park.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Rose Bauer.
Good evening.
Hello. My name is Rose Bauer. I live at 3716 Segovia Street. I'm a Gables resident specialist, real estate broker with 30 years of experience. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on my concern. The Commission's responsibility is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. First and foremost is safety. This location is on a heavily traveled roadway with fast-moving traffic for safe pedestrian crossing. Families with young children, seniors, and dog owners would be expected to cross the street to reach the park. Children could act impulsively. Often dogs can unexpectedly pull away from their owners. In fact, my own cat was run over and killed on University Drive a few years ago. This proposal creates an unnecessary and foreseeable high risk of injury or death to both people and animals. I respectfully ask you carefully consider whether this location meets that standard. I also believe the Commission should consider the potential effect on the surrounding residential community. Buyers evaluate the noise levels, traffic patterns, parking issues, and the quality of the neighborhood. Residents have invested significantly for their homes with the expectation that surrounding land uses will remain compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. A dog park generates homeless traffic security concerns. Parking congestion and barking immediately adjacent to homes will likely make all nearby properties lose value. I respectfully ask the Commission to place public safety, neighborhood compatibility, and the long-term welfare of this community at the forefront of its decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia King.
My name is Sylvia King. I live at 3617 Harlana Street, and I'm an attorney assisting the University Green case against the city. With all due respect, I renew my motion for Vice Mayor Anderson to abstain from voting on this and all issues related to the proposed Bark Park at 520 University. I incorporate by reference my previous motion and the one filed with the clerk and city attorney last week, and ask that both be made part of the record. When I first raised this issue, the city attorney advised that recusal is the vice mayor's own decision, whether she believes she can be fair and impartial. With respect, the question is not whether she subjectively believes she is unbiased, but whether the association has a reasonable, well-founded fear that she is prejudiced. That is an objective standard. Under either standard, one thing is clear. The vice mayor's mind was made up long before this application to amend Ordinance 1952. First, she has been pushing for a dog park on the lot adjacent to the library, irrespective of the residents' wishes, since at least October 11th, 2022. At that meeting, she forcefully advocated for this location without notice to the affected neighbors. That is not the posture of a neutral decision maker. That is an advocate who has already chosen an outcome. Second, at the July 2nd reading, she removed any doubt herself, acknowledging on the record that she was voting for the majority who wanted a dog park, not on the merits of this application. That is vote counting, not adjudicating. And third, before that reading, she was seated in the gallery alongside the dog park's proponents. I've attached a photo to my motion, where a decision maker sits and with whom, before hearing a word of testimony, speaks volumes. She prejudged this 4 years ago, and her actions since confirm she is not impartial. Vice Mayor Anderson should recuse herself. If the Commission denies this motion and proceeds with the Vice Mayor voting, we ask in the alternative that this matter be continued. Just yesterday, in open court, the city admitted there are no funds and no donors for this project and represented it would be at least 3 years before it could move forward. Given that, the city should not single out 520 University from the other parcels in Ordinance 1952 and hastily advance a project with no funding and no private sponsor. Finally, should the commission approve this matter today, we ask that implementation be stayed pending certiorari review. The issues we intend to raise include, but are not limited to, whether adequate notice was given to all affected parcels, whether 520 can lawfully be treated separately from the rest of Ordinance 1952, whether the city's action is arbitrary and capricious, and whether Vice Mayor Anderson should have recused herself. We respectfully ask, in the order presented, recusal first, a continuance in the alternative, and a stay pending review if all else fails. In addition to more parking photos and petitions to not have a dog park, I would like to submit exhibits from our case that support recusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lynn Warch Pardo.
There's a PowerPoint that goes along with this. Thank you.
And the clicker should be there with
They told me all I had to do was say next, but
you. You could do that as well.
it's the center one?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lynn Guarch Pardo. I live at 421 Kadima Avenue. I've lived there for over 36 years, and I am a member of the University Green Neighbors Association. We have a presentation which offers a truly legal and compatible option to the destruction of 520 University Triangle. As it exists today, the triangle is open to many dogs who enjoy it every day. But some dogs, as you can see, are not candidates for dog parks, and they will no longer have access to be able to walk the triangle daily. We have a solution or a suggestion for a better location, which is closer to home, and it moves the dog park closer to the supporters who signed the original petition. That would be the Youth Center's west parking lot. As you can see in the picture, that west parking lot is an area that we feel we have 20 reasons why this new location works. This location complies with city and county codes. Dog parks in Miami-Dade are allowed only as a minor use within a larger park. This location does not share a property line with single-family residences. It also would not change the property from passive green space to a dog park. This location is zoned for park use. Really, it really is. Not unlike 520 University, where there are restrictions. This has no restriction that would prevent a park use. This location falls within the city's preferred geographic boundaries of Bird Road to Coral Way and Lejeune to Granada. And this location is located closer to many of the pro-dog park petition signers, ensuring an easy walk for neighborhood dog owners and their pups. As you see in this graphic, the black dots are people who signed that original petition. By moving this dog park to the west lot of the youth center, it's closer to where the majority of those black dots exist. In addition, repurposing this lot will not impact the library or the church or the school parking. This lot is currently reserved only for youth center patrons and staff. This lot already has access to water, electric, and drainage, making startup and maintenance costs more affordable. The lot size is consistent with customary neighborhood dog park dimensions. The city could meet with dog owners in the area to prioritize amenities. This site can provide one entrance from Riviera and another one from Anastasia. So large and small dog park dogs would have their own spaces to run and play on natural grass. There's room for benches to watch pups at play and neighbors to chat, and installing backless benches east of the fencing would allow 2 views. As you can see in the picture, there are 2 access points to this area. The site can accommodate 2 separate double-gated entrances for large and small dogs. Riviera from the south, Anastasia from the north. This lot has a row of mature shade trees offering shade and sunlight. No artificial turf is needed at this site unless it's desired. This lot is away from the library, the youth center, and church and school entrances. It's also away from University Drive, making it a much safer location. This lot has low parkage usage. Overflow parking is also available. It's the Christmas tree and big box recycling station each January. The location will not disrupt microhabitats or sensitive areas. It is not near the Butterfly Garden and 520 University microhabitats. Replacing asphalt and bumpers with natural grass is good for the planet. Perimeter fences can be drilled into the inside of curbs to prevent digging. As you see in the picture, there already exists shade for cooler temperatures, and there's also sun for natural turf. Having an on-site youth center grounds team ensures convenient, frequent attention.
Ms. Pardo, will you do me the pleasure? You've gone over by over 2 minutes.
I have 4 more points if you don't mind letting me finish.
Not a problem. I'm just making you aware you've gone over by 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Having an on-site youth center grounds team ensures convenient, frequent attention. Executive oversight is also available. The youth center staff can open and close the gates daily, except when the center is closed. Coordinating with neighborhood policing when the youth center is closed would help with that option. Maintenance and operational costs are more sustainable and affordable. There's also no need to install and maintain a 25-foot landscape buffer. Segovia Street has lower traffic volumes than University Drive, making it safer for dogs and their owners, youth center and library patrons, and commuters. And last but not least, this site provides a powerful naming opportunity to honor military dogs killed in action, which is consistent with the War Memorial Youth Center's original and central purpose. This is an opportunity to move forward for the dogs, the people, and the place. This plan honors the wish for a nearby dog park, maintains the flexibility of overflow parking for the library, preserves the city's commitment to the neighborhood, and protects the microhabitat. We ask you, the commission, to continue this item to a future meeting so you and your staff can study the benefits of this alternate site. I appreciate the extra minutes. I have watched all of this commission meeting. I know that other commenters had extra time also. I appreciate mine. Thank you.
William Rivenbark.
Good evening. My name is Bill Rivenbark, and I am a member of the University Green Neighbors Association, a 501c4. I live at 3616 Harlano Street, and I have an amazing rescue dog who has got extremely strong beliefs of his own. He is a Belgian Malinois named Merrick, and I can assure you that he does not want a dog park to be at 520 University Drive. This process has been riddled with inconsistencies, none of which make a good look for you all, I'm afraid to say. On November 18th, 2025, as the City Commission voted on a resolution to develop a dog park at 520 University Drive, Vice Mayor Anderson told the supporters in the room This is for the neighborhood, so neighbors can walk their dogs to the dog park. But something very important was missing. People, residents, homeowners from the actual neighborhood, including those like me that already walk their dog around the triangle. When the neighborhood learned about the vote after the fact, we were told, you should have checked the agenda. Are we really to believe the people in the room on November 18th knew about the meeting because they checked the agenda? An item this consequential to the neighborhood and the passive green space, and there was no posting, there were no mailed letters, there was no notification to the nearby residents. Commissioner Lara, on January 13th, you said, I can't for the life of me know why you didn't know, but I have no reason to doubt you. Sir, did you ever ask staff if they had reached out to the neighborhood about a dog park on the property before it was placed on the agenda? Feel free to ask them now, but we all know what the answer will be. And it's interesting to note, when there was finally an after-the-fact community meeting on the dog park, it was widely publicized on a citywide level. Yet nothing, yet nothing for the resolution to approve the dog park itself. The parks director told you door hangers were standard for neighborhood notifications, yet not only our entire street, but our entire neighborhood was skipped. The parks director said he would look into it, yet we heard nothing and still have not. Speaking of hearing nothing, a report was going to be written about the meeting and presented to the commission. The parks director has reported several times to the Parks Advisory Board that they are still working on it. The city's handling of petitions in favor of this property was greatly flawed. If given more time, it would be easy to prove the flaws. Throughout the process, we spoke about the national criteria for dog parks. This included developing a dog park master plan rather than creating them piecemeal. Don't pick a site where the neighbors don't want it. Don't locate it near single-family homes. Don't locate it on high-traffic streets. Locate it where there is ample parking. Don't pick a site that is environmentally sensitive or a site that has meaning to the neighbors. Due to the time, I will jump to something hopefully more important that is quite noteworthy to us. The information is helpful, well-researched for when studying where to place a dog park, but several cities have rules where they outright disqualify a site from consideration if it is closer than 200 feet from a home. Yet your proposed dog park calls for a 25-foot landscape buffer, and you treat it as if it's lush and gorgeous and generous. Today you are voting on zoning change to make 520 a park. For the last several months, we have been repeatedly told that this is already a park. It has never been zoned as a park. 520 University site has specific restrictions which preclude it from being a park. So rather than admit someone made a mistake, you are seeking to change the zoning so it can be a park. Wordsmithing and rationalization aside, this process now requires a zoning change. And while the city has said you are following the process, she failed to disclose the requirements leading up to today's vote and have not been followed in the least.
Excuse me,
Before
sir.
going to planning and
If I may,
zoning.
you've gone over by 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Will
Okay.
you bring it in for a landing? Thank you.
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Thank you.
While we can document over 100 errors and false statements, I would rather use this time to encourage you to consider a better location as outlined in the PowerPoint you just saw. It's closer to supporters, complies with Dade County codes, and is safer for pedestrians and dogs. They're environmentally and financially more responsible. Please take that suggestion seriously. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Jean Ann Davis.
Good evening.
My name is Jean Ann Davis, and I'm a member of the University Green Neighborhood Association. I am a full-time resident and owner of 3710 Harlano Street. I would like to address the need to preserve the microhabitat bordered by University, Riviera, and Kadama. It's home to butterflies, bats, and birds. It's home to a number of different types of butterflies, to name a few. They're monarchs, large orange sulfurs, and my personal favorite, the dainty sulfurs. Recently, the Miami chapter of the North American Butterfly Association conducted a census on the property. They noted the relationship between the butterflies on the library site, which has the butterfly garden, and the site that is being considered in today's meeting. They expressed that irreparable harm would be created to the microhabitat by a fenced off-leash dog park with artificial turf. There is talk in our neighborhood that we may well have bats in the neighborhood. Nocturnal sounds have been heard and observational studies are underway. The Florida bonneted bat is a protected species and it may be making itself at home in our neighborhood. As a member of a garden club, I've had the privilege of hearing the distinguished professor from the University of Miami School of Architecture, Joanna Lombard, present on gardens, greens, and schools. And here is a memorable quote from one of the research papers. In naturalized areas versus areas constructed with playgrounds, children exhibit more imaginative role-playing, fantasy, and exploration of the environment for longer periods of time with greater variety and different types of play and a reduction in conflict behavior. So this area provides an unstructured love of nature. The property under review today offers a great variety of birds. We have cardinals, blue jays, even eastern screech owls, but my favorite is the ibis. The ibis often arrive after a rain and they feed in the grass that the city is contemplating putting artificial turf over. It would be a shame to eliminate the habitat of this majestic bird. Besides, it's not nice to hurt Sebastian. I stand before you committed to maintaining the quality of my neighborhood and to remind you of the Hippocratic dictum, first do no harm. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much.
Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. Sitting here thinking, and I know that some people do not like when I say here we go again, but this is a perfect example of here we go again. There is a court date in December. Why are we pushing this today? I know the answer. The sooner we push it, the sooner we can start doing what the neighbors don't want, and then we'll claim that we've already spent too much money, so we must keep doing it. That's one answer. The other answer is, who cares? We don't care what the neighbors want. We want this, and we're going to do it one way or the other. But I was smiling and laughing when I was coming up, because today we had another big project that had a lot of people on both sides, and we were impressed because there were lots of people here that were supporting the project. Well, I don't know where the supporters are now. I wonder if they miss reading the agenda because they certainly did not show up tonight. Either that, or I guess they think that it's a done deal and they don't have to come and talk because somebody has assured them it's going to happen regardless of what the people want. Because it's not what the people want, it's what individuals want. You were giving an opportunity today to consider an alternate site. It made a lot of sense. What's the pressure to get this going when there's a possibility, if you look into it, that you may be able to do it in a better place with happier people and in reality pleasing those that are asking for it, which are not the ones that live right next door. I think it's time for you all to think about what residents, the ones that pay the taxes, want, and not the people that only want it but not next to their house.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Before we move on, Madam City Attorney, will you please clarify what the purpose of E1 is?
Yes, Mayor. So I will read the title, but I think if I may suggest, maybe
Yes.
we can have the Planning and Zoning Director
Yes.
remind us, as she did last meeting, what
I
would
just want to
be
clarify because I've heard
accomplished
the same,
here.
because I've heard the same over and over.
So Mayor, just to kind of review the title, so it's an ordinance that would amend ordinance number 1952, which changed the zoning on lots 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, block 120, and lots 1 through 5, block 131, Country Club, section 6. So it's the addresses that we know as 430, 440, 450, and 520 University Drive, to remove certain conditions of approval for lots 1 through 5, block 131, which is the 520 University Drive. And that is to remove the conditions, 1, that limit the use of the property to overflow parking, 2, that revert the zoning of the property under certain circumstances to single-family zoning, and maintaining all the other conditions.
Madam Director?
So yes, before you, today is an amendment to that ordinance. It's not changing the zoning. The zonings remain to be special use zoning. What you're doing is you're looking at page 2, you can see what we're suggesting to change in that ordinance. Only applying to 520 University Drive, we're removing the condition that has to be closed for those lots when not used for overflow parking, and to allow it to be not only overflow parking, but also to be allowed to be used as a park. Not specific, any kind of park with any kind of specific kind of amenity, but a park in general for public use without it being gated or fenced off. And then also removing that reverter clause that if it's not being used for parking, then it would revert back to single family, removing that altogether.
Thank you very much. Anything else for the good of the order? Commission? If not, may I have a motion?
I'll move it, and I'll just reiterate that this talks about the property not being, used for off-street parking. It shall not be paved, which will be consistent with maintaining the property for birds and ibis. All this particular ordinance does. So I'll move it.
Yep. We have a second?
Second.
Anyone? Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro? Commissioner Fernandez?
Consistent with my vote on the first reading, I believe if it ain't broke, don't fix it. No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Madam City Attorney, will you also go over today's court proceedings?
Yes, Mayor. So in the lawsuit that was filed by the association and one individual resident,
Which association was that?
the University Green Neighbors Association, and there's an individually named plaintiff as well,
Who is that?
Jose Valcoen.
I just want to make sure we put it on the record.
And there was the plaintiffs filed an emergency motion seeking injunctive relief to, among other things, stop the second reading of this ordinance. The court scheduled an evidentiary hearing for yesterday. There was 6 hours of evidentiary hearing yesterday evening. It was concluded today with closing arguments via Zoom, and the court ruled from the bench and denied the motion for injunctive relief. The emergency motion for injunctive relief.
What is the next steps moving forward?
So the lawsuit proceeds, but we were able to have today's second reading, but the lawsuit proceeds. So we are, essentially proceeding with the lawsuit. There's been no final determination.
I just want to make sure we put it on the record, because the media asks. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate information on the record from the city attorney. All right, moving on. Thank you very much. Yes.
I have a request from city manager. We received today an alternative location, which staff has not had an opportunity to look at. I'd like for staff to look at this and provide feedback.
So the mayor?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we'll be happy to look at it and give feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 54 Solid Waste, Article 3, Collection and Disposal to amend Section 52-121 Roll-Off Waste Contractors Franchise Agreements of the City Code, updating certain requirements and establishing requirements for the securing, removal, and emergency management of roll-off containers during tropical storm and hurricane events, providing for penalties, cost recovery, and non-renewal of franchise agreements for non-compliance, providing for severability, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, if you allow me, it's my pleasure to introduce to you all in person our new Assistant City Attorney, Yesenia Alfonso. Yesenia Alfonso was actually an intern with our office back in 2018 when Miriam Ramos was City Attorney. So we're very happy that she's come back to the city. She spent some time in the public sector at the Broward County Attorney's Office and in the private sector as well. And so we're very happy that she's now part of the team and she's hit the ground running. So she's the one who drafted this ordinance that's before you today.
Welcome home. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So like Christina, City Attorney said, this item is an ordinance on first reading, so it requires franchise to remove, empty, and otherwise secure roll-off containers during a tropical storm or hurricane event. This item came up during the city's emergency hurricane drill. We do currently require this under our emergency powers. However, we did think that we would have a stronger requirement if we include it in our city code as well. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'm happy you brought this up because I've been meaning to speak with the manager about potentially just embarking on a study. If you go through the city of Miami, for example, adjacent to Merrick Park, where all the warehouses are, that's the city of Miami. I go to the gym there. When I'm running through that area, you used to have a major issue with the roll-off dumpsters in the alleys. It was an epic nightmare. You had illegal dumping. You had the roll-offs all through the alleys. Something interesting that I noticed last month that was implemented, I don't know if it was through some sort of legislation or what it was that now all those roll-off dumpsters, which obviously the new projects that you're seeing being built are requiring them to be housed indoors, air-conditioned, obviously to control the smell. But if it's an old building, they're outside. They don't have a place to put them. Like the little the body shops, they all have the dumpsters in the back, basically clogging up the alleys. If you drive through those alleys, now you'll see that they pushed the dumpster all the way against the back wall, and they built an enclosure, a very tight enclosure with basically like barn doors. Some of them are made out of wood, and some of them are made out of some sort of recycled plastic. So it's an actual fence structure around them. Again, it beautifies it, and it contains the dumpsters inside there, and it probably stops a lot of the illegal dumping. Can we look into that? And see if that could be a potential
Let me
for...
find out what City of Miami did, yes.
Yeah, because that way you'll know where those dumpsters have to be, and they have to be placed back in there, and those fences have to be maintained. I'll take some pictures of it in the morning when I go to the gym, and I'll send you some pictures. But if you get a chance, just right by the Douglas Station in that area where those warehouses are, you'll see all those warehouses now no longer have their dumpsters basically free and clear in the alley, roaming the alley, being rolled out, and sometimes you'll see them in different areas because when they clean them out, they don't put them always in the same spot, so they become more of a nuisance. Even, for example, my gym, you know what they made them do? They made them take it out of the alley and they made them use one of their parking spaces. and I'll take a picture of that tomorrow. Again, I understand that people want that parking space, and I get it, because there's a lot of traffic, but getting those alleys cleared up is a very big deal. Cleaner, more efficient, people can drive through them. So I'm gonna take some pictures of tomorrow morning, and I'll send them your way.
Mayor, you and I have talked about using air conditioning compressed units in all these stores if we're going to activate our alleys. So we'll take a look at and see.
But it's an interesting way. It's an interesting way. I'll take some pictures of the.
I will drive by and I'll find out what city we did. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I do have a question for you. Are those locked?
Yeah, they're locked.
Okay, because like St. Mary's is having a problem with that. A lot of illegal dumping. I mean, if Waste Management can work with businesses to have them locked, unlocked, that'd be
I'm gonna show you.
great solution for them.
I'm gonna take some pictures tomorrow so you can see them. Some of them, if they have to be in the alley because, for example, it's a small warehouse and you have no choice, they don't have parking spaces. They have it all the way against the back of the warehouse with, probably about this much sticking out of the wall, and it's one of those smaller containers. The bigger the container, obviously, the bigger the enclosure. But at my gym, what they did was it's a bigger container. So what they took an entire spot. They required them to put it there. Again, it's game changer. Aesthetically, for illegal dumping, you would see a bunch of dumping around because you would see people the actual containers were full, so people would stop the cars in the middle of the alley and they would illegally dump adjacent to the dumpsters. That is eliminated completely. So I've been meaning to bring that up to you.
I better take a look at it.
Great. Please share it.
I'll share some pictures of that. And if you have a chance, just drive by. It's literally next to Merrick Park.
I know exactly
in that warehouse district.
I know exactly what you're talking about. On
where Countach is.
Yes.
Where Body and Soul is.
On the back of Countach.
Right there.
Yes.
Around that area. Okay. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. Sorry I took over. You brought something up to my mind that I've been meaning to talk to the manager about.
No, that's great.
Do you have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Do you have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E4. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before you move
Yes, sir.
forward, at the request of the sponsor, would like to defer agenda items E5, F3, and
Hold on.
F10.
So E5 is deferred.
F3 and F10.
And through the mayors, those are my items. Tomorrow we have an early budget hearing, and I think this meeting's gonna go to like midnight right now. So if anybody else wants to defer any items, I think it'd be a great idea.
Was it F3 you said?
E5, F3, and F10. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we go back to E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving a purchase and sale agreement to include certain key terms with 475 Biltmore MOB LLC for the purchase of an office building located at 475 to 495 Biltmore Way, waiving certain requirements pursuant to Section 2-1089 of Division 12 of the Procurement Code, authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate funds from the building reserve, providing for a severability clause, repealer provision, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Director, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Paige Perez, Asset Manager. This ordinance for your consideration and approval would authorize the city to enter into a purchase and sale agreement with 475 MOB LLC for the acquisition of the property located at 475 and 495 Biltmore Way. Because the property is uniquely situated adjacent to the Development Services Department, the proposed purchase would support the city's long-term goal of consolidating multiple municipal functions into a single facility, improving operational efficiency and enhancing service delivery for residents. The key terms of the agreement include a purchase price of $24 million, earnest money deposit in the amount of $500,000, closing on or before October 30th, 2026, with a due diligence period of 60 calendar days with one 15-day extension option. We have obtained appraisals for the property. This is an established property with stable annual income. Adequate data was utilized by Integra Realty Resources for proper evaluation utilizing the direct capitalization method. Therefore, we feel that their valuation was the preferred and most justifiable, concluding with a value of $23.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job. Mr. Manager, I want to thank you. First and foremost, we've been chasing this property for a long time. Again, it's another testament to your hard work here in the city. I brought this property with the previous city manager who was here, and we didn't purchase it, which I thought was a shame at that point. We made some other great purchases, but we didn't purchase this property. But this, again, finishes closing out the loop in the entire block. We control our destiny at the end of the day. And again, this is an asset that is located in the best place in the state of Florida, Coral Gables. And I congratulate you for your hard work, and thank you for diligently going after this for the last few years and bringing this home.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do you have any further comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. Like I've said before, I think it's a wonderful idea to buy it, but knowing how much time and money was spent getting the 427 building ready, the question is, where is the money coming to purpose it, to remodel, to get it ready? Because pretty soon, I know that it's rented now. Some of the rent is paid by the city, by the way, because we have somebody there already. But the other people, once they know that eventually they're going to have to move, they're going to start planning to move, so the rent is not going to be there. Okay, so this is my concern. I know that we can find the money. I've been around long enough to know that when we need money, we find money, because that's why we have money that was not used the previous year, and in the second year, we can use it for whatever we want. We've gone that route before. I guess that's how we pay for things that we want and we don't want to get permission for. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to extend the resident parking rate pilot program through the date of the second City Commission meeting in January 2027 to collect additional data in order to better determine the long-term feasibility of a resident parking rate.
Thank you very much. I am the sponsor of this item. The reason we put it back up here is we still need a little more time since there's this ongoing Tallahassee homestead exemption. I think the fiscal impact as it is right now is minimal. However, I think it would be fiscally responsible to keep on evaluating the fiscal impact. Monica?
Good afternoon, or good evening, right? Monica Beltran, Parking Sustainability and Mobility Services Director. Just to provide information on this program, it's been well received. Currently, and by the way, this is no different than other municipalities or cities with these programs. There are 2,130 registered residents for this program to date. So I'm going to include data for 14 months. We have waived $25,000. However, the total revenue was $16 million. So the impact is 0.16%. And all I can say is that it's been for those residents that use them. By the way, our brilliant students today concentrated on parking. Hey, I felt felt good about that.
That's a beautiful.
But they also proposed some parking cuts, of which this is the least impactful. And we will have Apple Pay.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Monica. I'll move it.
I have some
Well, let's
questions.
before you move it, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor, you had a question or a statement or something?
I do have some questions, and while the director's up there, it's a appropriate time, because we do have the mobility hub coming, and we're breaking ground on a particular date, and I wanted to hear your evaluation of the impact on availability of parking and recommendations.
So thank you for asking, and I'm formulating a program to present to my bosses. And it's a multi-prong approach. So first thing we did is we evaluated what is the impact, right? What is the true delta between 1 and 4? When can garage 4 accommodate the parking that we're going to lose at garage 1? And we did that by evaluating the vacancy or the space availability, and found, not surprisingly, that weekends at certain times, it would be the supply of parking would exceed the demand. However, what we were doing is we're reaching out to the private garages, one in particular, so that we can remove from G4 the city vehicles that are parking there, so that we can then move the permittees from G1 to G4. So that's one measure. The other one is we've looked at valet. The issue here is that we have to accommodate the staff, right? The transient use. We have to accommodate the food pickup and delivery, which is a big part of what they do. So not one solution, but multiple choices of solutions. And really, we're looking at certain days at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and as well as weekends, Fridays and Saturdays at 7 p.m. Those are the times that right now we're exceeding capacity.
So I think the first part of the question needs to ask, when is the actual day we're going to be closing down Garage 1 for available parking?
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
The problem that we're having that we just resolved was that the power for the south side of the mile, which is on the north side of Garage 1, is coming from Garage 1. We had all kinds of issues with the existing facilities. We've worked it's been a nightmare because we cannot allow that part of that block of the mile to have no power. So we've created a situation where we are building transformers on the alley to actually power that part of Miracle Mile, and then come back and do a switch when we do the actual mobility hub and power it back from the transformers at the mobility hub. This is something that we found out when we started doing the project. Highly unusual to have a city facility be the transformer location for private property, but that's what we have. These projects were done in the 50s, and things were done a little bit differently. We'd like to probably provide that area 5-year period or 10-year period to go ahead and switch back to have their own transformer. And Mayor, we've also talked about using compactors and refrigerated trash areas so we can activate the alley. So we have it resolved. We finally figured everything out. FP&L actually had issues because they weren't sure what was there. So we had our own electrical engineer figure that out. We're in the process of getting that resolved. Vice Mayor, we have the new parking lot. The green area now is being converted into parking lots at the Davison property, which is a property just north of Seasons 52. That green area and what we have now is going to add 130 cars that we did not have before. So we have 284 cars in Garage 1. That takes care of about 130 of that, so we have about 150 cars that are still pending, and that's something that we're working with our parking director on. We're also looking at maybe bringing back the freebie circulator that was very, very helpful doing streetscape. Right now, that circulator system has a pickup time of about 20 minutes. It just or more. It just doesn't work. But we're looking at that. We're going to have major projects in the area. We've got City Hall under construction, Publix under construction, and Garage and the Mobility Hub under construction at the same time. So we are looking at a circulator we'll be bringing that to the commission that just deals with the downtown area. When we did that for streetscape, our times were six minutes. So that is doable, but people can't wait 25 minutes. So we're also looking at that. So we have a number of alternatives that we'll be presenting to the commission, but we're certainly looking at the downtime. We're also fixing garage 4. It's an obsolete garage. It doesn't have an elevator, but I think people are going to have to be using the 3rd floor now. People don't like to use it because there is no elevator access. But we have but I think garage 4 will be more highly used now, and we are providing all the work required for the 30 years recertification of that garage. So we are working with various plans, including looking at certain options in the private garages to see if we can accommodate more vehicles there, and some garages where we have excess. But we are working with this dynamic now.
So let me see if I can put my concerns in a nutshell. This proposal runs the pilot program, which we're evaluating numbers through January. And hypothetically, let's say we break ground in October. So it's going to skew the results. So really the analysis gets altered. And from what I'm hearing, you're still working on trying to figure out where to put people.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're trying to figure out where to put people. You're 150 cars short.
Right, at certain times. But
So my suggestion, at least to keep this moving for right now, is to, instead of picking January, pick a date before the groundbreaking and bring this back when you're ready for your report and make suggestions on how much longer, and, can you run it through January without skewing the numbers? I think we need to look at where the numbers are before we break ground and lock them in there and then move forward on it. And hopefully we have enough parking, because a Davidson lot, as far as I know, is a private parking lot.
Through the mayor?
So that wouldn't be available.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have about 2,000, and that's about $13,000. Our discussions with Commissioner Castro have been that, for instance, if that goes to 20,000, it would be $130,000, which depending on what happens with the state can be something that can be substantial. So that's the idea about deferring it for some time to look to see what happens at the end of the year and how much use is this going to actually get. Right now, it's not significant, but will it be significant a year from now for that? So that's our discussions with Commissioner Castro. So that's why we are looking at extending it.
So going back to my question, that's January 27. Okay, and we're going to hypothetically break ground in October. I'd like to get a clean set of numbers to be able to show this is how many people are participating, this is how many more people we're drawing down in, this is how many more people are coming to park. So really the discount is resulting in additional revenue as opposed to being impacted by the fact that we've broken ground on a parking garage, and then we can reset the study after that to have a clean set of numbers. That's my concern.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
If you go ahead and second my motion, I'll accept your amendment.
Yeah, no, I'll second the motion, but you
I'll
understand,
accept your amendment.
I mean, so is it correct to say hypothetically that we're going to break ground in October?
Sometime this year, it looks like it right now. We are wrapping up the issues with FPNL. They've been a lot more problematic, quite problematic, but I think we have them wrapped up now. FPNL is working on that design, so I would have to come back and give you a little better number as far as the start date.
So why don't we
From a
phrase it
design
this way?
perspective, we have
Till the
actual
start.
plans. We have actual plans that are permitted right now, and we can start construction tomorrow. Actually, if it wasn't for the FPNL issue, we've made it very clear to them that is we're holding back our project, by the way. And they've been very cooperative. It's just been a little bit of a nightmare. We currently have a permit. This project will be a revision to that permit. And so we already have a permit because it's gone through Durham. All we have to do is have a contractor to actually pull the permit on the job. Our intent is to pull the permit on the old set of drawings and then provide a revision for the new skin and the new work at the ninth floor.
So I'm going to second the motion. I think it's real important for this to run, especially during the hot summer months. Get more people downtown. And it'll just extend it until you're ready to break, the month before you're ready to break ground, whether that's the end of September, October. The language would cover it just by saying the month before you're ready to break ground. Stop the program there, and then we can discuss what to do with it after.
All right. So basically, the program will be frozen and stopped in 3 months, right? July, August, September.
Unless there's another motion.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Director. All right, moving on to item F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question asking if the charter should be amended to raise the value of public work projects that require formal solicitation and providing the threshold value be amended consistent with Florida statutes, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item is sponsored by the Mayor and sets forth a ballot question to be held on a special November 3rd, 2026 ballot, a question regarding this public work threshold value. Mayor Slezdick mentioned this when he mentioned the Charter Review Committee recommendations, and this question was one suggested by city staff and the Charter Review Committee. As mentioned, the current $25,000 threshold is rather low, and what this would do is allow the city, if approved by the voters, to solicit bids under $300,000 without following formal solicitation procedures. Obviously, anything requiring city commission approval would still come before you all. It's just the manner of soliciting. And the question put to the voters would be, shall Section 24 of the city charter be amended to increase the threshold for public work projects requiring formal solicitation from $25,000 to $300,000, with that amount adjusted as specified in Section 25520 of Florida statutes. As mentioned by Mayor Sleznick during the Charter Review Committee summary, Florida statutes provides that same $300,000 threshold as adjusted annually by the engineering news record. So that would be the same for the statute here. I believe now the $300,000 is already around 400. I'm not an engineer. 400 some thousand. So that's what the actual amount would be, but it would be adjusted annually based on that record.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll take a motion.
I'll move it.
A second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, moving on to item F5.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question asking if the charter should be amended to require continuance residency immediately preceding the conclusion of the qualifying period for the offices of mayor and city commissioner, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Again, this item is sponsored by the mayor, and thank you to Mayor Sleznick for doing my presentation for me. This is another small change to the city charter, which would require, if adopted by the voters, continuous residency in the city for a minimum of 1 year immediately preceding the end of that qualifying period. As noted, now that elections are in November, that qualifying period is in June. So by the end of the qualifying period, any candidate for position in the city would need to have been a resident for a continuous year immediately prior to the end of that. This is similar language to questions adopted in nearby municipalities and would be on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second?
Second?
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Item F6.
F6 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to provide for the mayor to be elected to serve a 4-year term commencing with the November 2028 election without changing the associated mayoral term limit, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for an effective date.
Thank you again. This item is sponsored by the mayor. As mentioned previously in this meeting, there have been 2 votes in the last 20 years or so on this item, both of which were very close, as previously discussed by Mayor Sleznick and the Charter Review Committee. This question would be put forth to the voters in November 3rd, 2026, and it calls for changing the charter to reflect a mayoral term of 4 years, consistent with that commission term, beginning in 2028. It's noted here that our current mayor, if reelected in November, would not be eligible to serve in November of 2028, and the associated term limits would not be changed. Our current term limits are 8 continuous years as mayor, so rather than being 4 2-year terms, if adopted, this would be 2 4-year terms. So there would be no changes to the associated mayoral term limit.
Thank you for clarifying. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a, give me one second.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Maria Cruz.
All right, now we're paying Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. Now we're playing ping pong. The charter said, the original charter was 2 years. So somebody came up with the idea of changing it to 4. It was voted to 4. Then we changed it back to 2. So now we're gonna suggest 4 again, and 3 years from then, we're gonna go back to 2. But when it's not broken, why are we trying to change it when obviously we changed it and it didn't work? Number 1. Number 2, I know there are many rumors going around, but as far as I know, nobody present or not present has expressed an interest in running for mayor in 2028. But you never know. There may be somebody in the wings waiting, and we may be trying to set it off for that person. Bye.
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings. I wasn't even planning on commenting here, but then I started thinking about it. I can appreciate that for any mayor, having to run every 2 years is, shall we say, be aggravating, right? And I don't contest that. But what strikes me is that I think there's something good about our having 3 people on the ballot every time. Because if there is an upswelling of public opinion about, if you have a, shall we call it a change election, for some reason I'm thinking of the election in 2001, Some people don't want to think about that. I'm not trying to get back to that issue. But what am I trying to say? When you have it every 2 years, then if the public is really upset about something, they can say, okay, we're electing 3 people who will actually change it. Whereas if the mayor's term is 4 years, then maybe the public can only express their, let's just, for the sake of argument, call it outrage, but they can't change anything. So that's why I prefer to keep it 2 years. I'm not contesting that it's got to be aggravating for any mayor to have to run every 2 years. I agree that that's a lot of wear and tear on a mayor. It's just that I think it's better to have the public able to, in any single election, say, okay, we've had enough, we're going to change things, and then they can actually get it done because they can elect 3 people to change it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. May I have a motion?
We
Do I
have a
a
motion,
motion and a
sir.
second. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
I disagree with changing it to 4 years, but I do agree with putting it out on a referendum for having the people vote, so yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F7.
F7 is a resolution of the City Commission calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the city charter should be amended to require a vote of the electors prior to the sale of certain city-owned properties, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you again. This item is sponsored by the mayor. As mentioned previously in this meeting, this question came up in discussion with the Charter Review Committee, and the mayor has put forth this ballot question. So the question would require that the city charter be amended to require that the sale of a city-owned park, recreational facility, golf course, or open park space be approved by the city's electors, with this requirement to be further outlined in an ordinance adopted by the City Commission, where those definitions of sale, park, open space could be better fleshed out. This question arose after discussion at the Charter Review Committee based on some of our neighboring municipalities having similar restrictions. Though, as mentioned by the Chair Slesnick, that was a 4/5 vote. This proposal is for a vote of the electors rather than a vote of the commission.
So thank you very much. And this is a message to my colleagues and one person in particular who's here. What we have done here, and I'm happy that Harold is listening to this, well, what we've done here is we've weaponized social media as a community. So we have blogs here, and what we do, certain people on the commission and certain people in this room, is they leak false information to these blogs. Let me give you an example. And then they run with it. They run with it. And before you know it, snowballs. And you're knocking on someone's door and they're saying, listen, I can't support you because I hear that you're going to sell off Granada Golf Course. First and foremost, Granada Golf Course is a historic golf course. Okay? You can't redevelop Granada Golf Course even if we wanted to. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the latest joke that was being told here in this town was, the reason why you want to overturn the reverter, I think even the Herald mentioned it, is because you want to redevelop and sell a portion of the youth center off. Think about how ridiculous that sounds. Think about how people get into these little echo chambers and they believe this insanity. I can say this on the record. I'm the elected official that I can't even remember there being an elected official that brought more green space to this community than any other elected official. Name me one more elected official. Yeah, that's it. He never was mayor.
No, but elected official.
Okay, George Merrick. I'm fine. I'm fine being second to George Merrick from Commissioner Fernandez. It's okay. Just this year alone, it's 30 acres. How many acres have we brought to the downtown? How many acres have we brought to the residential communities through legislation that I've written? And it's the constant, BS, lies, innuendos, scare tactics that are used to get people, no, they're going to scare. The reason why they want to do the things in the Granada Golf Course is because they want to sell it. So you know what I did? Let's take it to an extreme. Let's take it to an extreme. And here's your extreme. The voters will decide now, by the way, green space, golf courses, and youth center. So what's the point of a reverter? What's the point of a reverter? If you have now an ironclad, if the residents vote by over 60% to sell the youth center, which will never happen, to sell the Granada Golf Course. I mean, I've had people tell me that I'm going to make the Granada Golf Course into a park. That's why they didn't vote for me. Because I was told you're going to make the Granada Golf Course a park. That it's a historic golf course. You understand that? You can't make it into a park. But people believe it because it's on the blogs. Or they hear from somebody. And that's the assumption they make.
True.
So this, I don't want to put this forward. I don't want to tie the hands because at the end of the day, what's the point of me having an elected official? And I talked to the manager. The manager asked me, Vince, what's the point of being an elected official? Well, you have no choice. You have to do this. Because people will implicate you in things like, for example, raising your salary. I think it's absolutely insane that an elected official will raise their own salary. We did it here. We did it here in the middle of a budget hearing. So what do? Now, residents are the ones that will make the decision. By the way, and I think we should be able to raise our own salary in a way that is transparent, in a way that I tried and said, let's have a public discourse. Let's have a conversation. By the way, I think we should, not in this agenda, but maybe in the next election, we should put forth a plan of action. I'll leave it up to my colleagues to raise your salaries. And by the way, just for the record, it won't be during my time here. Okay? I think elected officials should make more money here, especially when you're dedicating the amount of time you are. But now we've left it up to the residents. So I have no other choice but to present this type of legislation to protect not only my integrity, my reputation, but the idea and the concept of that elected officials will do actual damage and harm and sell the youth center. They're going to sell the youth center. No. Let me tell you why I want the reverter clause removed. Because a group that for 5 years doesn't file their 501c3 documents, you don't know how much money they have in their bank account. You don't know if they file their taxes. Have they not filed their taxes? Are they following the rules? But the most egregious of it is, how is the makeup of their board, the composition of their board decided? We're decided here in an election that happens every 2 years or 4. We're voted on by the residents. But you have a board that has power over the youth center that can say, well, my wife, my daughter, my friend is on this board. If people don't vote my way, I'll just remove them. That's not the way that, in my eyes, we should allow any public asset that's worth over $100 million be transacted. That to me is a fact. And now you can have all the reverters you want. They're meaningless. You want to know why? Because the residents will make the decision. So that's why I have this here before the community and before the commission, because this is the way to truly put this to rest. It's over. The conversation ceases to exist. Just like we've had with the November elections, just like we've had with the raises and a litany of other things that the residents overwhelmingly supported when many on this commission, for example, the IG, would not support. And now we are going to have an IG. So that's why I'm putting it forward, and I ask for every one of my colleagues on this commission to support it because it's the right thing to do. Madam Vice Mayor.
I fully support it, and it gives me peace to know that when I finish my time here, that the hard work that's been done by this commission to secure these properties is not going to be unraveled by a future commission. Okay?
Well said.
Or by a board with a reverter clause that decides to have a litigation case and spend a lot of taxpayer money in court with whether or not particular actions do or do not violate the reverter. So I'll move it.
I'll second it.
So through the mayor?
Yes.
I would actually ask, I think this is very important legislation. I agree with the vice mayor. I think that for many years, commissions, our commission, commissions before that, have worked to build on the number of neighborhood parks that we have, on parks in the downtown. We've been able to get the city to where it is today. And I think we need to set that protection going forward for the city. My recommendation would be to add an extra word or two, actually, which is sale or transfer. Because commissions could get creative and transfer it to another entity and do it that way. I think the protection should exist for residents so that there is no sale or transfer of parkland.
Through the mayor, through
If
the-
I may, if I
I
may.
did cover that with the city attorney and about transfers and land swaps and all that, and no, it's covered.
It's covered,
I
perfect.
did that
All right.
also. I did that also. Look, my point is that we can go back and forth about simple words here, but this has nothing to do with the commission. This has to do with stopping the abuse on individuals' reputations in this town. And it's enough, because I'm tired of hearing the assault that happens on people's reputations here on blogs and anonymous people who, I don't read any of that stuff. They send me screenshots. I stop sending me this stuff. I don't care what any of these people say. Put your name front and center. Don't be anonymous. Front and center. So my point is that I read it when they send me the Gazette and they send me the other garbage that's out there, Political Cortadito, or the Gazette, which is now used to be Gables Insider. When they send all that stuff to me and it says the same thing over and over again, and you read it in the comment sections when they send it to me, Vince, they're saying that you're thinking about selling the youth center, and that's why you want to get rid of Verter. It's infuriating to even think that we've gotten to that point in this community. Well, you will scare people. We'll scare people that this commission, which has worked, myself, which I have worked 13 years of my life, to write legislation so the city has money through permit fees to buy parks like the Dorothy Thompson Park, like the one against Salzedo, Salvador Park, excuse me. I can go on naming parks like the one on Granada, like the one of you. Many of you have gone to ribbon cuttings there and enjoyed those ribbon cuttings. All those parks have been bought with money through legislation that I've written or through properties that I have found myself and brought
go
to the
back.
city.
I remember when I was in property advisory board way back in the day, the city purchased 6 properties in 1 year.
Yeah.
Which was Venetia Park, the one on Alhambra. I think Lisbon was on that list as well.
The project that was split because Benny Torre redeveloped not redeveloped. He beautified this exceptional historic home, and he split the lot. He was going to sell it, and we bought it. We bought that lot. We bought the one on 37th Avenue in Alhambra. We bought the one on Granada, adjacent to the Coral Gables Country Club. We bought the big piece on Salvador. We bought Dorothy Thompson Park.
North Ponce.
We bought the North Ponce. I mean, and then it goes on and on and on and on. But this right here you should have faith and trust in your elected officials. But when people start with that rhetoric and they start using that in campaign material, that we're going to sell Granada Golf Course and we're going to sell the Coral Gables Youth Center, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's insulting to a person's commitment to come and run for public office, and you're going to start selling public assets. I mean, again, in how many weeks, Mr. Manager, through your effort and my effort that we've been dealing in for 10 plus years, we're going to bring in the largest park into the city's hands, and it didn't cost the city $1. And what do? We put a covenant on it. Right? You're laughing because we put a covenant that restricted our ability to even develop it. You know the first thing I heard? And if you read it, because it was put online, I had people tell me, they misunderstood what the Herald printed that said that a portion of it, I'd like to return it back to its original old Florida splendor with pine trees and, pine rock lands and, low-lying areas where you can have palmetto brush and that kind of stuff. Maybe some land orchids. Maybe the vice mayor can help me with that. And they thought, oh, well, they're just going to take a little portion of it. They're going to bring it back to its old splendor, maybe about 10,000 square feet, and the rest of it they're going to develop it. I literally tried to explain to people, and they're like, oh, you're a liar because you're an elected official. It's useless. It's useless to even try to explain. Not the Herald's fault. They just quoted me, and the quote was taken as a small portion. Yeah, a small portion, because I think that the rest of it should be kept as a green space where people can enjoy. So I apologize for taking you more time than I should. Mr. Manager, go ahead.
So the mayor, we had a perpetual easement and a title restriction. I don't know what else can we
The
do.
chances, and now we have this.
And now we have this. I don't know what else we can
And
do.
now we have this. I mean, outside of, I don't know what else we could do. The mayor Salzedo was here. He's like, listen, he wasn't saying it, but he was kind of saying, hey, you can do a 4/5 vote. No, we're taking it even further. We're taking it even further. I don't think it gets, I don't know what else we could do. So our intent, and I think we're pretty clear for the youth center, for the Granada Golf Course, and for all our green spaces, for the youth center, for Granada, for the golf courses, and for all our green spaces, is to never allow them to be developed. Never. Because that is the asset that defines, along with our canopy, defines the city beautiful. That defines who we are. And by the way, I got to give credit where credit is due, because I always like to do that. Vice Mayor Mena was a champion for parks. He was responsible for the redevelopment of Salcedo Park, Salvador Park, excuse me. Salvador, correct?
Yes, Salvador.
Salvador Park.
Salvador, yeah.
Salvador, and he was always advocating on behalf, and he was the one that basically asked me to change my legislation from 100% going to acquisition to 65-35, where 35% of it went into renovation of existing parks and 65 went to acquiring new parks. So just want to give him a little shout out.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Okay, you said you wanted to take this to an extreme. And I have an idea. I think the reason you really brought this up is to protect your reputation regarding the golf course and the youth center. The reverter clause is here to protect the youth center exclusively for the youth. And I understand where you're coming from, but I think there's something that we need to keep into consideration. And not only the sale of a property is going to protect these properties, because we can lease it, for example, 99-year lease, right? Also, we can change the land use of these properties as we have done in the past. And the city can absolutely use something else that exists. There are a lot of city-owned properties that are leased in Coral Gables that are ours. So if you really, really want to take this to an extreme, go ahead and add that language.
Let me correct you. Okay, number one, I already talked to this with the city attorney. 99-year leases, we don't 99-year lease parks, and we don't have any parks that are leased here in the city. So let's be very careful with the things that we say, because again, they're misleading and people believe them, just like we're going to redevelop the youth center and we're going to redevelop the golf course. So this is as extreme as it gets. There's nothing, there's no sales, there's no leases, there's no rents, there's no nothing. You cannot sell a city-owned piece of property that is a green space, a park, or the youth center. It's clear as day. I know you want to find a way to tweak it in a sense to find some weak point on it, but this is as strong as it gets. Madam City Attorney, can I make this any stronger?
This is pretty strong. It would require, like we said,
Go ahead.
it would require approval by a majority of the voters. So that is pretty strong.
Can you think of anything else?
There's always different things that can be
Go
done,
ahead, tell
Mayor.
me, go ahead.
You could make it a supermajority requirement for.
Supermajority, add it. Go ahead.
So
what else would you like? Tell me, go ahead.
It's up to you all. It's not my, I'm not the policymaker, Mayor.
Supermajority, let's go. Let's add it. Supermajority. How about that? Anything else you like to add? Thank you. Okay, so my point is this. Whether it's a sale, lease, rent, no green space in the city of Coral Gables will be sold. None. Now it will be a golf course or the youth center. That's what I'm proposing.
Through the mayor, the language on this legislation specifically states city-owned properties. Doesn't only state parks or golf courses.
Madam City Attorney, will you please correct Commissioner?
I'm going to ask the Deputy Senator to please read the
Sure.
exact question.
If you don't mind, I'll read the question, and I think the last line is an important one here too.
Yeah.
So the title of the question would be sale of certain city-owned property, and the question is, shall the city charter be amended to require that the sale of a city-owned park, recreational facility, golf course, or open park space be approved by the city's electors, with this requirement to be further outlined in an ordinance adopted by the City Commission? With that in mind, the intention of the sponsor was that there be an ordinance that spells out exactly what sale would be, exactly what we mean by those open park spaces, et cetera, just
It's
to
as
further
clear
clarify.
as day. Clear as day. Let's stop playing around with semantics here. May I have a motion?
You have it.
Okay.
You
And we have a
seconded
second?
it.
Do we
You
have,
did it.
do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Public comment. Thank you.
Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, 305-323-2154. I understand how we try to preserve our image, our legacy, etc., etc. The problem is that some of us that listen carefully know that sometimes we do not mean what we say, or we say what we don't mean, whatever it is. I think this discussion has made me think, because you know what? It says the sale of certain properties. We could sell a building, I guess, because it's not a park or a recreational facility. And it doesn't say, and I'm sorry, but listen, we're known for breaking covenants, agreements, settlements, anytime, anything. Case in point, University of Miami, every time they come, they get something changed or taken off. So I'm sorry. It's not what is written, it's how we have learned not to trust, because we say one thing today and tomorrow, that's not what I meant, or that's not what I said. And that is the issue. I think this will be a very valid thing I know that the attorney already says, oh, it's as strong as it can be. It says not to sell. It does not say I cannot lease it for 99 years. It doesn't say that I cannot transfer it to another entity. There's many opening questions here. And I know that some people do not want to accept that, but yes, we have been burned before, and that's why we want it to be absolutely, positively what it means. If we own a park, it'll be ours unless somebody puts it on a referendum and the people say, get rid of it. It doesn't make any difference whether I want to transfer it, lease it, I don't know what other words, because you know there are too many attorneys in the pot, and we can come up with something creative when we want to, and that is the problem.
Mr. Clerk.
Jackson Holmes?
So it's toward the end of the day, and I think people's nerves are a little bit frayed. However, I am personally very upset about this talk about suing the youth center and trying to nullify the reverter clause. I find that maybe my nerves are frayed. I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned, that's an attack on children. We've seen developers do things that we never thought possible. Commissioner Mena, you're praising that he did parks, but he also was called out by the former United States Attorney, Leon Kellner, as being criminally indictable, I guess, over the Greco parking. As Maria Cruz says, we've been there before. We have been burned. We got so many burns that we can't count them. And so whether this thing goes on the ballot is, you know, it doesn't need, there's no reason to be going after the reverter at the youth center. I think that would solve the problem. You want to solve that false accusation? Then stop that talk about the lawsuit, stop talking about a reverter. That'll put the issue to the end.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm just, since we've gotten a little off the rails on what the actual ballot language is, I'm going to read it out into the record. Shall the city charter be amended to require the sale of city-owned park, comma, recreational facility, comma, golf course, comma, or open space, park space, be approved by the city electors, which means our voters, with a requirement to be further outlined in an ordinance adopted by the city commission. The word sale means actual transaction or transfer of a piece of property. This is something I discussed with the city attorney ahead of time, so no land swaps, no other types of means of sale could occur.
Vice Mayor, as we discussed, that can be fleshed out as much as you all would like in the ordinance specifying what sale means.
Right, and we're limited to 75 words on ballot language.
Correct.
But that's something that we can work on over the next few weeks.
So,
And at the end of the day, the intent.
this particular question fits within the box, covers this particular issue. If there's additional issues that other people want to put another item on the ballot for, we can have that discussion at the next meeting.
Again, I would hope that members of the commission, along with members of who are here, of the community, would be ecstatic about this. Would not be finding ways to, take shots at it. That just goes to prove my point. That it's not about the legislation or actually stopping the constant attacks. It's about, you know what? At the end of the day, let's continue it. Let's continue it so that we can continue to proliferate the lies and all the, accusations that are ridiculous in nature about the youth center and about the golf courses. So we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk. Let's put this on for the voters.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Can you go ahead and clarify the motion? Because I believe the mayor said the 4/5 vote. So what is the motion exactly at this point?
I never said the 4/5 vote. The motion was clarified by the vice mayor. Let's stop wasting time. Let's vote already.
As I read it, here, it's right.
You can read it again.
I know,
Right, but
but
we were
the
amending
mayor next to
supermajority
me
or
after I spoke.
That's what I said.
Right, but she didn't read it into the record. Supermajority was the word that he asked to amend it.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's the word.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're happy to amend that question if you want to say 60% or 75%.
Fine with 60%.
60% with a vote with so we would change the question to be approved by over 60% of the city's electors, or we can tweak that language exactly.
Is it going to be over 60% or 60? We need
or
to-
60%?
And if that's part of the motion,
60,
right?
60 plus 1.
The approval of 60% of the electors.
Again,
I'll accept
remember,
the amendment.
to my colleagues, remember, please, for those of you that oppose the IG, for those that opposed sending the raises to the residents, for those of you that oppose November, to my left and to my right, again, join in on this. Stop trying to nip at the heels of things. Join in and let's do something good together. I have the votes anyways because this is common sense legislation. Again, don't be on the record opposing this. All right, so I think we're clear now, right? Supermajority, 60 plus 1, the vice mayor has accepted the amendment. Okay?
We will amend the question and the strike through to the charter to reflect the 60% of the voters voting in that election is required, the approval of 60%.
Perfect.
In any way whatever way I vote, this has nothing to do with me accepting the reverter clause for the youth center. Once again, that reverter clause there is to protect the youth center strictly for the youth. And the other thing I want to go ahead and put on the record, once again, this could still be leased to somebody else, and you can still change the land use. So this is all smoke and mirrors. But I'm going to go ahead and vote yes. Yes to no selling parks or recreations as it's stated in the resolution.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know where you got the idea that I was not in support of it. I was in support of it from the beginning, and I mentioned it in my comments. So my vote is yes. I think this is a necessary protection that we have for our city's parkland.
Commissioner Lara.
Right, so if this was anything other than taking it to the voters, if it had to do with just the disposition of any property, I would vote no. But since this is strictly limited to, well, what it calls for, right? Parks, green space, golf courses, Yeah, it's as close to a no-brainer as I can imagine, right? We kill ourselves to try and add to the green space, to add to parks, to add what's so precious and so limited. So I would have assumed an hour ago, we all would have just been unanimous, so my vote's yes.
Mayor Lago.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, we need to clarify a few things. Again, in an effort to cloud the waters here and, I guess make comments for the blogs. We just heard right now, can we change the land use of a park in an effort to avoid this type of situation? Tell me, I'd like to know.
So changing the land use is a process that requires public hearings, et cetera. So that process, potentially could occur. I don't think that this prohibits that process.
Let's prohibit it. Add it to it. I want to prohibit it.
We may be,
So Mayor, if you want to say the sale or change of zoning or change of use or change of
right,
land use designation or all of the above, if so, we would ask a little bit of time to make sure that the question be very clear and get some very clear direction from you all about exactly what changes.
So let me ask you a question, because I asked both of you in a conversation about this.
Mhm.
What's the point of finding an end around of having this piece of legislation go to the voters and then finding an end around on land use?
You're
What's
always
the
still
point?
going to have public hearings about any
No, but
change.
that's not what I asked.
I'm
Okay,
not,
so
I'm
my
not sure I
point-
understand the
Yeah,
question.
and I'll clarify for you. Let's use the Blue Road open space, for example, right next to my house. So this legislation has been enacted for years. We want to sell that property. The park, designated park, we want to sell it. So I would put it on the agenda to do a land use change on that property, change the land use in 2 readings, and then it wouldn't have to go to the voters for approval, correct?
Correct, as written, it's just the sale, though the city could always convert it back to a park. I think the permanent nature of a sale is what's maybe a little bit different than the change of use or change of zoning. That can always be rezoned or rechanged, or the use could be reconsidered in both ways,
But if you
right?
change the zoning of a park, of an existing park, you change the zoning and you sell it, you're not going to have to face the 60+1 voters.
Correct, as written, that's what it says.
So I asked you, but I wanted something ironclad. That's why I'm taking it to the voters. Very simple. I want on the next agenda, obviously, the problem is that we have a deadline.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure we would meet the
No, but I
supervisor
want
of
it,
elections deadlines.
but we can do it. We'll call a special meeting.
Mr.
I have
Mayor, the deadline is July 24th.
Not a problem. I'll call a special meeting, which I know that hopefully my colleagues will support. If you want to protect green space, it will be 15 minutes.
I would support it.
So understood, Mayor, we are happy to take the direction, and we will draft the question to address the sale, rezoning, reuse. I just want to get some clear
Again.
direction, the use.
Again,
Okay.
my intention is to make sure that there can never be a discussion ever again about a park, a golf course, or the youth center being used for anything else than what it's intended for,
Understood.
which is a park, the youth center, or a golf course. Very simple.
If you want to make it even, we would like to make it even more difficult, maybe that's just trying to see what ironclad really could look like.
Yeah.
So before it could, I'm just talking out loud, before it could be proposed on a ballot, if you wanted to sell a green space, then you would need a 4/5 vote before it could be even considered for being put on the ballot. Would that make it more, would that make it even more strict?
Anything requiring a supermajority vote is always a stricter process.
Guys, it's just a friendly suggestion there.
Listen, I accept anything that, again, makes it even harder. Yes, Commissioner.
Through the mayor. What if we just change the wording so that it's any property that has ever been used as a park? Because then it doesn't matter. You can change the land use and you still can't sell it because it's tied to the property's use in history. Would that,
And I think that was the
Solve the
intent of
problem?
saying that
what I
those
said.
details would be fleshed out in the ordinance because we could define it as parks in our parks inventory,
Yep.
et cetera, and so forth. So that
Yeah.
was the intent of defining that via ordinance.
Again,
As the Vice Mayor mentioned, 75 words is really difficult to encompass. Obviously, this is very important and very large piece of legislation that would be fleshed out, and all those details, right-of-way easements, vacation, utility easements, that would all need to be fleshed out in an ordinance, as would open park spaces is a term we use in our comp plan. We have open park spaces that are not on our park inventory, some that are, some that aren't, and so to flesh that out at the mayor's direction. But again, we're happy to flesh that out as much as we can in 75 words and a charter.
Again, I left a safety valve when we talked about our reserves, which was at the manager's discretion for emergencies, right? You have an emergency, you can't wait for the next election. I want to make this ironclad, but I want to make this election.
So
So,
I'm
Madam
going
Vice Mayor.
to make a suggestion. Pass this now.
Okay.
If we can find that we can add more to it within 75 words, fine. But it might be clear if we break it down into more than one question.
That's what other municipalities have done. They have separate questions about long-term leases or other transfers. It's just difficult to fit in one question.
And it would be less confusing for the voters. And think about whether we should call voters electors or voters. I've had those questions. What are electors?
I would say voters.
Okay,
Make it easy.
we're happy to take that edit, and I think we can clarify, as mentioned, Mayor, that it would be 60%, the approval of 60% of the voters voting in that election.
Yes.
Which is the case.
And I want to make it clear. I want to take the Commissioner Lada's comments about 4/5 supermajority. If we can add it into the mix, I'm all in favor of that. And also the Vice Mayor's comments about let's move forward with this. But in the next week, if we need to come up with a second question or a third question to make it ironclad, I have no issues with that. I will call a special meeting. It will take 15 minutes and we can pass it. But is that fine?
It's fine. I mean,
So something, we should be able to get it done.
Mhm.
And I think it's something simple.
Understood. So the item, and I know we're in the middle of calling roll, but so just to clarify, the item being voted on would still include that language about 60% of the voters voting in that election.
Yes.
And we can discuss in the meantime if we want to make any future changes before the deadline, but if not, stuff like the 4/5 and definitions could be fleshed out in the ordinance.
Because if I may, just one more last thing, because we can say all the ridiculously insane, assumptions, leases and property and transfers. Since I've been here and I've lived in the city most of my entire life, I don't think we've ever leased a park. I know we've leased a parking lot. And by the way, the funny part about it is when we sold that parking lot, I'm the one on the record that, what did I tell him, make him do, Mr. Manager? When we sold it, what do we do with the proceeds?
Buy parkland.
We had to buy parkland. So I made it on the record. You're gonna sell the parking lot? Well, guess what? The money has to be used to buy more parks.
65%.
65% of it. So even when we got money from properties that we sold, which is I think the only one that I've ever seen is that one that we sold, and it made sense because we got what we were gonna make in I don't know how many decades up front, and we ended up buying a bunch of parks with it. It was around $3 million. And we also got all the improvements around Doctors Hospital, the drainage, the sidewalks. I put that in as part of the negotiations on the commission floor.
$100,000 mayor and sidewalk.
Yeah.
Plus the drainage.
Plus the drainage. So my point is that I don't know how to make this any more ironclad. I leave it up to the attorneys. I'm more than willing, work with the manager, work with my colleagues, and if we need another meeting, we'll have another meeting to do it. Commissioner Fernandez, you have something to say?
I was just going to say, I don't think the concern is any of the 5 people up here. I think our intent is never to do any of that. I think the concern is we don't know who's going to be up here 20 or 30 years down the road. After, as Commissioner Lara said, we've put all this effort to get us to where we are today. The question that I had is, would you have enough time to flush this out by tomorrow at the end of our budget hearing, where we can maybe have a special meeting at the end of our budget hearing?
We don't have enough time to formally notice it.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is the noticing of a special meeting.
Not if we defer this item.
Is it a meeting or a workshop?
Tomorrow's a meeting because there will be action. I guess we could continue this
Tomorrow.
commission meeting we don't adjourn the commission meeting and we continue it to tomorrow.
But out of respect for you, I don't have a problem doing that. But out of respect to your staff, do you have enough time?
We could certainly get something together, flesh out a little bit more tomorrow. I think this direction has been helpful, and to the extent you want to give us even more explicit about, if you want to talk about 99-year leases and easements and all of that stuff, we can address everything in one. Okay.
Again, my intent when I brought this up, is I don't want any transfers, leases, 99-year leases, sales. I don't want any of that. Zero. When it comes to parks, youth center, and golf courses. I don't want any sales. Zero. Leases. Any trading. You know how you used to trade baseball cards? No trading of baseball cards. No, like.
So, Mayor, just want to be clear, are you explicit about the youth center? Because we have in the past had other recreational facilities like the Kerdyke Tennis Center or the Coral Gables Country Club where we have had
Recreational facilities.
leases. So that's different
But
than the
leases is different. They're not
Okay.
leasing the whole facility.
operating agreements and leases we've had. So I just think,
But we don't lease a facility as a whole for X amount of time. The youth center has different leases. For example, we have a lease with a gymnastics organization.
sure, I'm thinking more of the country club, for instance. That's a recreational facility where we had a fairly long-term lease with somebody in mind. And again, happy to take any and all
But it
direction.
doesn't have green space. How about green space?
So if you want to remove recreational facility or just be
No.
specific about which facilities, we could be more specific.
Right.
Yeah.
I want you to work.
Our intention was that would cover facilities such as the country club.
Or the adult activity center,
Mhm.
or what else do we have? Kerdyke
but
Tennis
the-
Center.
Again, but the adult activity center is part of a building that has a 99-year lease that we own the land. So it gets a little more complicated. That's why I said green spaces. That's why I wanted to make sure it was pinning green spaces, which is a youth center. Okay?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think it would be helpful if we feel it's appropriate to continue this meeting till tomorrow. Perhaps we can speak with you as the sponsor.
Any property that has green space, I don't want to lose it.
Understood.
Any property, just think about it. It's simple. Anything that has green space. That's it.
Through the mayor, I mean, we
Yes.
have Country Club Prado, we have lots of green space
Mhm.
that makes this city special.
Yep.
And no, I don't want to have to worry about what happens after I leave.
So,
this
Madam
place.
City Attorney, do I vote on this issue or no? Do I vote on this issue?
So the commission took a vote.
I haven't given my final
No.
vote.
We stopped mid-vote.
So, so just want to be clear on what we're doing. So the deputy city attorney had another suggestion, if you all want to hear her additional suggestion.
So it sounds a little bit like what you were suggesting is a covenant that be executed for each of these facilities, that they must remain
Facilities
what they
and
are.
park spaces.
Parks and spaces, so that a park remains a park, an open space remains an open space, et cetera, and that those covenants can only be released after a vote of the electors.
Again, whatever you like to do, it's fine with me, as long as it goes before, as long as. it
These
goes-
decisions are yours to make. We'll-
Again, this is what happens when you bring it, it gets more and more complicated, the more lawyers that get involved, okay? So.
It's our job, Mayor.
I understand that, but it's also, that's why you guys make so much money, because you drag the process on. Trust me, I have a lot of you on payroll. So my point is this. I want to make sure, be very clear, okay? I haven't voted yet. I want to make sure that no green space in the city, parks, plazas, Country Club Prado, the youth center, and our historic golf course and not be sold. When you sell something, there's multiple different types of sales. A 99-year lease, trade, a transfer, you know? My daughters are trading those FIFA cards now everywhere they can. No trading any green space for FIFA cards. None.
Some of them are pretty valuable.
I know, but in 2 weeks it'll be not valuable. So my point is that I don't care. No trading, no bullion, no transfers, no Bitcoin, none of that stuff. Okay?
And certainly not Apple Pay.
Yeah, no Apple Pay either. Okay?
So, Mayor, if you all withdraw that motion, we
sir.
continue the item, we will
I
come
withdraw
back
the
with
motion.
another, we will come back
I'll
with another
withdraw the
version.
motion.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
We'll enjoy budget tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe after the budget hearing, we hear this, but we'll be ready.
Maybe at the end of the meeting, we want to, because also we have the prohibition in our code from continuing a meeting beyond 9 PM without a vote of the commission. So perhaps at the end of the meeting today, we decide
I think
that we're extending this meeting right to a certain time.
But we can get through it. We move quick.
No, but I'm saying if we're going to continue today's commission meeting till tomorrow, until after the budget meeting, we should address that at the end of today's meeting.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Sorry to be the contrarian, but I think the better course would be that we vote, right? Can't we take care of the details in the ordinance?
That was the intention, but I think if you give me 10 minutes, I think I could work on a question in return while you guys keep addressing this, and maybe we could get it done today.
I would prefer today or tonight, or just bring a cot.
Just before bedtime.
Commissioner, I wholeheartedly agree with you, but that was the reason why I made the comments that I made. No matter what you vote on, they'll say, you know what? And it was, look, one of the comments was made up here. You know what?
But
it'll be somehow, some way. They'll paper, rock, scissor, and they'll sell the facility. So something insane. They come up with ridiculous ideas to basically undermine the commission.
Mr.
We're
Mayor,
gonna stop that.
Your record is clear. I don't know if the city has ever sold a park to anyone. I don't even know the answer to that question. There's no basis if what you believe is that people are making accusations that have any sort of basis to them. There is no basis to it. And all the effort you've just spent and this commission has spent debating how we're going to make this as ironclad as practical, right, is more than enough proof, right, against anyone. And I just personally, I don't give power to people.
No, I don't give power, but may I give you just with all due respect, may I give you an example? Multiple examples? Did you ever believe that somebody would vote against an IG? Did you ever believe that somebody would raise their own salary and vote against giving residents the ability to control salaries? Did you believe that people would vote against a November election? Did you believe that? No, I didn't believe that. I didn't think in my lifetime I would see, after being up here 13 years, to see somebody raise their salary the way that I saw it happen here, 101%. I don't believe that would happen here, and it happened. I never believed that somebody would say, "Hey, up here, you know what? Let's dip into our reserves." After when I got here, we had $15 million in cash, and we left, and now we have over $60+ million. I never believed somebody would say that. After it took us 13 years to go from a AA to a AAA. So I mean, I've seen some pretty wild things happen up here.
Your point is very well taken. I would suggest that our attorneys craft away while we can finish out the agenda as much as we can right now.
I'm all in favor of that.
Yeah, I think we have, 2 other items left?
Let's do it.
No, more than that, I'm
We have a few
afraid.
others. No, we're good. We're almost there. The city manager items will be quick. He told me. All right. We'll like
get to work.
Vice Mayor.
We'll
Thank you, city attorney team. F9.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to develop and implement a same-day permit program for certain small-scale residential work, providing for flexibility in program design, eligible permit types, reviewing disciplines and administrative procedures, and providing for an effective date.
So as the sponsor of this item, I think that this is one of those that I don't think is particularly complicated. It's one that I experienced when I knocked on doors during the campaign last year that came up often, of how we could take meaningful steps to try and simplify the permitting for those items that are simpler than a complicated structural renovation or improvement to one's home. So, what I'd like to do is ask the city staff to evaluate and bring back recommendations for a same-day or an expedited permitting program for eligible programs here in Coral Gables, because this is the type of practical, resident-focused initiative that can make a real difference for many people in a community. Other municipalities do this, right? So City of Miami Beach does this, so does the City of Miami. You just want to help the residents move through the permitting process more efficiently for certain eligible projects. For homeowners, permitting is not a delay that's abstract. They feel it every single time. It affects a family's ability to be able to make minor replacements of doors, windows, shutters, make improvements to the bathroom or the kitchen, repair a driveway, or complete other work. It's important to their home and their daily life. I think every one of us here who are homeowners have obviously experienced this in one respect or another. So we have very high standards here in Coral Gables. There's no question about that. and those standards should never be compromised. But where the work is limited in scope, it's non-structural in nature, otherwise, appropriate for expedited review, we should look for ways to make that process more efficient, more predictable, and more responsive. I'm not asking that we remove safeguards. To the contrary, any program that we come up with needs to be designed to protect the city's standards. It should address historic preservation where it's applicable, of course, and ensure that the projects requiring more detailed review continue to receive it. But for the right types of residential permits, it should be able to create a process that moves us along, that respects the residents' time and helps them to move forward more efficiently. So those are my thoughts. It's just really a direction to the administration. We have Doug here to help give me his thoughts on this, to see whether or not we have the sufficient staffing and operational needs so that we can do this, and maybe come back with my colleagues' support and see some ordinance along those lines.
Through the mayor,
Mr. Manager.
I think we can do this. We'll look at various at the permits that don't have a structural issue and things like this. And I think we have additional staffing that we've hired. So we'll be happy to look at this and have a series of 1-day permits. And I think we can do this, and I think we can do it effectively.
Well, that's great to hear. I mean, I can almost hear the peals of hallelujah from the hills of Coral Gables, if we can get this thing through.
May I add something, Commissioner Lara? First, I love the idea. Thank you. And Mr. Manager, thank you for being so quick on the draw there. I'm all in, but let me ask you a question. What do you do about projects like, for a simple project, for example, a re-roofing, 3090 with a tile? All these tiles have to be approved by the BOA or the city architect. Maybe we can streamline the process and say, if you pick from this board and you just say, listen, this is what I'm doing on the permit, it can be part of the process.
Through the mayor?
Yeah.
If the color is one of the colors that's selected, it doesn't have to go to the board. It can be a 1-day permit.
Awesome. Okay, good. Perfect. It's a big deal, especially during the rainy months. Excuse me. Great. That's a simple one. If you can get those out of the way, it opens up the system.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
I agree, it's a no-brainer. You want to move it, I'll second. Let's go.
Okay. I so move.
A second.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a second mover and a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Do we have F11 next, or was that moved? Okay, F11.
F11 is a resolution of the City Commission supporting an economic development partnership between the City of Coral Gables and the Town of Bal Harbour to encourage reciprocal promotion of each municipality's respective business districts, restaurants, cultural institutions, retail destinations, and community events.
Yes, I'm the sponsor of this item. I went ahead and I wrote a memo to the commission. This came about because Commissioner Levy reached out to me actually through social media. He spoke to his administration. This is from Town of Bal Harbour, and they would love to partner with us, not spending any taxpayer funds and using the actual resources that we have. I think it would be a great opportunity, especially in the summer months, to go ahead and have their constituents come to our city and our constituents go to their city. On July 14th, Town of Bay Harbor will be presenting this in their city commission as well, and we will hear from them. It's not a specific idea. The idea here is that city staff from Town of Bal Harbour gets together with city staff here, and they come up with the best marketing or whatever resolution to help the city.
Commission, does anybody like to say anything before I speak? Okay,
I
so
was wondering if we had any staff input.
yeah, so I two things. Number one, has our staff reviewed it, Mr. Manager?
No, Mayor, we have not.
Okay, so number one is that. Number two, I don't know. Maybe I'm sounding selfish, but our resources are our resources. I want our staff working to market our restaurants, to market our businesses, to market our stores. Why would I want our resources to market Bar Harbor? Bar Harbor, how big is Bar Harbor? Does anybody know? As a city?
It's 12 to 13 miles away. It's not
But how big is the city though? How many people live in Bar Harbor? Does anybody know? You want me to look it up?
According to a quick Google search, it's about 3,000.
Okay.
3,000 plus.
So we have a city that we're gonna do an agreement with to market their city and their shopping center with 3,000 people, but they're gonna benefit of the fact that the city of Coral Gables has 51,000 residents, that we're gonna tell them to go to Bar Harbor instead of come to the city of Coral Gables. I'm kind of wondering whether people are just figuring out where Bar Harbor is and where the Bar Harbor shops are. So at the end of the day, I can't support this because our resources should be spent here in the city, promoting restaurants. We just saw kids that came up here and that showed pictures of Miracle Mile storefronts that need marketing, that need promotion. So at the end of the day, I'd rather spend that effort and our staff resources and our marketing efforts. Again, I don't know how we would market them. We put them on social media. We give them our email list. What would our plan be to help out Bar Harbor? My goal and the reason why I was elected as mayor of the city of Coral Gables and commissioner and then vice mayor was to promote and protect our city and to make sure that we spend our hard-earned monies. And when I mean monies, our resources, our staff, to make sure that we promote and protect the city beautiful. So I'm trying to figure out a reason why we want to promote a 3,000 person city, and then how are they going to provide the resources? And besides the fact that staff hasn't reviewed this, there isn't a plan attached to it. I can't support this.
To the mayor.
1 second. Anyone else before?
My comments as well is, our staff hasn't looked at it. This doesn't make sense to me. It's 12 to 13 miles away. It's not adjacent. There's a lot of people from South Miami that come in here every single day, which is why with staff, we've been working on developing a plan to have trolley service eventually that'll facilitate people moving to and from South Miami to decrease traffic and make it much easier for students to come here and downtown and patronize our stores.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got to say that I'm not supportive of this, and it's kind of bewildering to me. Why in particular, Commissioner Castro? Why are you selecting Bal Harbor? Do you have any particular connection to Bal Harbor, or have any particular insight into Bal Harbor? Perhaps in your permitting days, when you used to be a permit expediter. Is there any connection to Bal Harbor that we should be aware of?
Of course, full disclosure, maybe 3 years ago or more, shops at Bal Harbor were my clients. They're not my clients anymore. That was before I was commissioner. So there's no ties to actually, there's no benefiting to it. I thought that question was going to come up. And what the mayor said, that how do we benefit? We're mutually going to benefit because staff is going to get together with their staff. And there's no taxpayer funds really being used for this. This is a benefit to our city at the same level. We're not giving more to them than they are giving to us. And the other thing is, this is really embarrassing. This is the city of the town of Bay Harbor that actually reached out to us, city of Coral Gables, for us to be good neighbors, to work with them. And what this commission is saying right here, I'm embarrassed that they would even hear it. This is already on their agenda.
Commissioner,
Well,
you said Bay Harbor or Bal Harbor?
Bal Harbor, I'm sorry.
If I can finish answering or providing my comments, then, Mayor, I agree with you, and that's exactly why I was running, is to do everything I can and take all available time, resources, and support that this city has and direct it to the promotion of the city only. I mean, this is almost akin to wanting to find a way to increase affordable housing outside of the city of Coral Gables. I wouldn't spend 1 minute doing that as a commissioner, maybe in my private life, but not as an elected official with finite time on this dais and charged with the singular responsibility to promote the health, safety, welfare of the residents of the city of Coral Gables. So I see nothing in what you're proposing that would lead me to want to devote time, resources, or support to in essence, assist somebody or an entity that directly competes with our own affluent shoppers, diners, and people seeking entertainment. I don't see the distinction, you know, in any way. It's where we would be devoting time, effort, and resources to promote someone else that's doing, I'm sure, with their own commissioners and councilmen, the same thing to try and promote their own city. So I think, you know, there's a lot there that's missing, and I'm still a little bewildered why, you know, or what it was that Bal Harbor said to you when they reached out to you that made you feel that there's a metric you can point to or some measurable denominator, right, that will show how this would improve Coral Gables.
Through the mayor, one of the things that they discussed was maybe like one day the constituents of Bal Harbor can visit Coral Gables and we can give them a discount or something like that. I said that, you know, our restaurants are privately owned and that I would find that to be difficult, but that I would leave it up to staff to decide what is the best way that we can partner with each other.
If I can give you a bit of advice, if you'd like to do something,
Can I finish really quick?
I thought you had finished, but let me just add something to that. If you like, why don't you work with the chamber so you can connect the Bal Harbor Chamber with the Coral Gables Chamber and connect the business community, and hopefully that will drive some synergies between the business community. I understand what you're trying to do and to promote our businesses and our community, but there's just a finite amount of resources here in the city, and I think we have to concentrate on the city of Coral Gables first and foremost, not another community.
Okay, if I can go ahead and finish my comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the reasons here was to go ahead and bring constituents or visitors of Bal Harbor. They have a lot of visitors that normally do not visit Coral Gables. And that was one of the points, to bring different people into Coral Gables. And maybe we can use the same strategy to do the same, but at the same level. It's not that they're going to benefit more than us or we're going to benefit more than them. It's a mutual agreement to benefit both. And I wasn't proposing nothing crazy. Maybe putting it on our calendar or our social media. That's minimum. I really do not see why we wouldn't want to bring more people into Coral Gables. That I think we have similar constituents in both. Not in amount, but in things that they like or the restaurants they like to dine in.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
I will move it.
You substitute? You said?
I will move it.
You move it? Do we have a second?
Through the mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't think we should have a vote on an item that is going to pin us against another municipality.
Commissioner, with all due respect.
If I was putting on this agenda, I would defer it, bring it back after talking to maybe Belkis and trying to see if there's a plan that would make the rest of our colleagues comfortable. Because I think having a vote up here that's not going to go a positive way, it's just not going to look good with another municipality.
Again, if I may, I'm not disagreeing with you, but my job as the mayor and the person who runs the meeting, I gotta call a vote when it's a resolution.
I hear you.
So at the end of the day, okay, Commissioner.
I'll second for a vote.
Okay. Do we have any public comment? Perfect. We'll close the public comment. So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Nope.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
You want to make a comment before?
My comment was going through the chambers, I think, is the appropriate route.
Thank you for that. I also vote no. Moving on to the next item, F14, I'm going to defer. It's a longer conversation. It deals with code enforcement, and it's a simple one. I just want my colleagues, you know what, I'm not going to defer it. I'm just going to tell you really quickly. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. It's very simple. I would love my colleagues, don't worry, I would love my colleagues just to, not that they're not paying attention, they have their eyes and ears on everything, but just to pay special attention to the waterfront. I'm going to bring it to the next commission meeting. I'm going to bring this out to the next commission meeting. I'm getting calls from residents and emails. I've gotten 2 emails from residents if I remember correctly, Laura will have to remind me, where they're saying there's a lot of code enforcement issues on the waterways. It gets overlooked. Again, it's not, we're doing a great job in the front facing properties, and on the sides, because I know people have been caught for canopies when they don't have canopies on the side, so that have installed illegal canopies. But the back, they're having some code enforcement issues. And I'd like to see, Mr. Manager, if we can get some input from the commission and from your team to basically just, I don't know how we can do it. I don't know if it's, I know our police have code enforcement, have boats, but do our code enforcement team have boats on the water? Your mic.
Mayor, I think what we can do is team up with the police department and ride the waterway with them.
Great idea.
And have code enforcement ride along with our waterway patrol and make sure that we a lot of times it gets overlooked because that's really the back. That's really the back of house, but it's not really back of house when you have a waterway. So we
Great
can
idea.
ride with the police department and have code ride and take care of that issue.
And also, maybe we can have someone from green space vegetation look at the overgrowth in certain areas, because you have certain areas, for example, on Blue Road, that I've seen some very large invasive species that are on people's properties that, we can figure out a way, hopefully, to remove them, like those pines, those large pines, Australian pines and stuff like that.
Happy to. We can have green space and code.
Yeah.
Right.
Can we talk about that at the next commission meeting?
Yes, Mayor.
Give it a little bit more
Yes, Mayor.
talk after you've talked to your staff?
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Clerk, we'll defer this item to the next commission meeting. F15. Mr. Clerk, this is an item that discusses the cost of April referendums. I'd like for you to briefly give us an overview and
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
because there's been, again, a lot of misinformation.
Just wanted to brief the commission. Leading up to the April vote by mail referendum election, there was a lot of conversation about what the cost of the election would be. The commission requested, or the city requested from the supervisor of elections, an estimate of what the election would cost. The number that the city said throughout the whole process was $82,000. That was the estimate that we received from the supervisor of elections. I brought it to the attention of the mayor. The city finally received the invoice from the supervisor of elections. It was $81,650.
Okay, you can take credit. It's okay. I know
So
you're
it's
proud.
not
I know
about
you're
saving
proud.
$350 or anything like
It's
that.
okay. I got it.
It was about the fact that, we received an estimate, we stuck to that estimate, and when the final invoice came, it was below the estimate. Projecting at the November election, the estimate is supposed to be less than $15,000. So if you combine the cost of the special vote by mail referendum election we had in April, the cost of having a second election in November of 2026, those two elections would still be cheaper than having an election next April in Coral Gables. It may not be a lot, but we're a small department. And when you move those elections from April to November over the next 5 years, we're talking over $600,000.
And we have the slide. There's a slide here.
Yes, there is, sir.
And by the way, I'd like to give credit to somebody who's watching, a resident by the name of Tom Wells. I did all this work to showcase the actual savings, because he came to multiple meetings and refuted the actual savings over the long run. So this is especially for that resident, so that he can see very clearly what the numbers are, and that we did the right thing.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor, and this savings would only be for the regular election. If there is no runoff election, then the savings will be doubled.
Yep. So look at those numbers. So that's what we said for a long time, for about a year, when I was harping about moving elections to November. And I remember I got pummeled for this. But here it is. The proof is in the pudding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you. And I'm very, very proud to put that up there. So I hope everybody sees the facts of the facts. All right, moving on. F16. This one I'm very proud of. As the sponsor of the FIFA Soccer Watch Party, with the amazing work of staff deserves all the credit. ACM, DCM, manager, the directors, all our public works team, our police, our firefighters in the back, all our IT, public works, parks. Mr. Director, you guys deserve all the credit. Can you give us a quick recap with some photos to show how successful that is, and tell us what are the next watch events that are forthcoming?
Thank you. So Here is some of our team that made it possible. Before the game, got a fire chief there,
was great.
ACM. So there was a lot of yellow shirts.
A lot.
There was a lot of Colombia versus Portugal.
They didn't fare so well today, right? They lost against Switzerland.
They just lost. Penalty kicks.
Brutal.
Penalty kicks.
Brutal.
No, it was penalty kicks, 4-3.
Brutal. Yeah, 4-3 penalty kicks.
So we did there was a lot of spirit. What you're looking at right now is kind of the calm before the storm.
You know what was awesome about this? And we took this early. This place was packed.
That's what I'm saying.
And
This is the
I
calm
want you to
before
show
the storm.
the night photos.
Yes.
You know what was amazing about this, Mr. Director? The amount of families, kids that were out there.
Yes.
And everybody, they were in full force. Look at this.
It was a great environment. We had some items for the children, bounce houses, but it got to that point, we started having to get rid of the bounce houses.
Yeah,
We were
because
running
it's
out of
packed.
space. We had our staff sitting on it trying to get the air out. But it was great. We were able to, we had our vendors. Our vendors were great. They followed all the FIFA rules of no branding, and they were very supportive, and they were very happy. They can't wait for the next one.
I want to take a quick moment, and I forgot to mention the Plaza who helped us sponsor this event, along with everyone in the city. Look at this at night. Look how this was.
Mm-hmm.
It was packed.
Yep.
There was an energy there. People were enjoying the game. People were going to the Plaza. They were buying food. They were having drinks at the Plaza. They were coming back. So these are the type of events that, again, in my opinion, are when we've done these events in the downtown, they energize the downtown. These people leave here 8 o'clock, 9:30. They go have dinner. People are walking all over the downtown with the Columbia jerseys on, having dinner, going to bars, going to books and books. Look at that. I mean, that's amazing how many people are there. Having a great time, families. So, great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
So we're going to have some more. So the third place game, which is on that Saturday of the 18th, and the final, which is the 19th, we're going to have watch parties there as well. So there'll be 2 more coming our way.
So, Mr. Director.
Yes.
I want to talk to the manager, and through the manager, I'd like to see if we can promote it, again, as heavily as possible. Start now.
Yes.
Put it on our newsletter. Martha, I think, does a great job. Start putting it on email. Start getting people out there. I mean, we did this on such short notice. The ACM crushed it.
Yep.
The DCM crushed it. I mean, it was incredible the work that you guys did, along with your team, all the Public Works. The Public Works team was out there in full force. Those guys were amazing.
They were great.
Amazing. Firefighters, police, there was a huge presence. Everybody felt safe. And we did that in how many days, would you say?
8, 9
Get up.
days, maybe. Yeah, it was quick.
No,
It
but
was
I'm
a
talking
very
about
fast turnaround.
how much social media time did we
We didn't have that much time. We had Martha's help. We had all the park sites. We did as much as we could, but it was quick, and we still got a really good turnout.
I mean, we got a lot of people out
Yeah.
there. So,
Through the mayor?
Yes.
But it seems to me from looking at this that, and like you said, this at night, it was super explosive with the turnout, that far more families, visitors, and it seems like a far more inclusive event was held on at the Pond Circle than one would imagine would be held in one single private establishment.
But you know what's incredible? The people who wanted to go have let's go have an alcoholic beverage. They walked over and they had it at the plaza and they walked back. They had multiple different bars open at the Lowe's. They had the Salosa bar open. They were able to have drinks there. If you didn't want to eat, for example, the food that was in Pond Circle Park, you walked over to Sandwich, or you walked over to Joe and the Juice, or you walked over to, Fogo de Chao, or you walked.
So it was
over,
more inclusive for anyone of people who want alcohol, somebody who have kids. Everybody had something for, and then it benefited a far larger group of businesses as well.
And by the way, the parking was amazing. No, I didn't hear one complaint about parking. People got there. It was a controlled crowd. People were excited. This is the type of event that is only going to grow exponentially once we deliver on Pond Circle Park. This is what I foresee Pond Circle Park being at least once a month. It could be something really special. Really special.
Through the mayor?
Yeah.
Is there a way, because you're saying you had to get rid of the bounce houses.
Yeah.
Do we have the resources to close down the street as we do for the pumpkin patch in order to keep them running? and have that area for the kids, or maybe move the vendors out there so that we have more space for people to be in the park?
I think it's more resources in terms of police. For us, I think from a practitioner's standpoint, I'm not so sure we needed all the bounce houses. The little kiddie play area, which was the small one that doesn't take up enough space, and you can always do like a bounce house and not an obstacle course. So we were looking at how we could minimize that footprint to make sure that we have a little bit of kid activities and not take up too much space.
Could I add, let me add something to that.
Yeah.
Because maybe it's not the bounce houses, but look at the turnout that we had. We didn't have any time to really promote this.
Correct.
If we're going to start promoting now for the 18th,
Yeah.
you know, and we're talking about 11 days away. Yeah. People that experience this,
They're coming back.
whether you're Colombian or you're American or whatever it is that you are, you want to enjoy the World Cup, and they're going to say, we're coming back here. Look at the experience that we had. The weather's going to be better. You know, the atmosphere is going to be livelier. It's going to be the World Cup final. It's going to be the third place game.
Yep.
So maybe we close off that street. If it works out, I'm just putting it out there. It's up to, leave it up to the manager.
Yep.
We close out the street and we put our vendors there so we can fit more people in the actual park itself so they can have more seating. Nobody complained about there being no seats. Everybody brought their own seating. Right. Everybody brought their own, like you saw that young baby baby on a beautiful blanket enjoying themselves. So maybe we close and we push the traffic away from one side of Pond Circle Park, or we close both sides of Pond Circle Park and we divert traffic. I know it's difficult. We push traffic.
Yeah, it's just resources. We can look at it and see.
It'll allow people to walk from the plaza on one side easier, and we could put vendors on the other side,
or close that side,
or both sides, or regions on the region's bank side, and we just close it off and we push people towards Lejeune, and we push people towards 37th Avenue, and we put up those signs. I'm just giving ideas because I have a feeling that it was so successful, and people are going to be here just like 4th of July. How many
It's
more?
the second time that's been successful.
And I'm going to give you an example right now when we talk about 4th of July. I heard 4th of July was packed. All I received was phone calls of people telling me, I've never seen so many people here. So if that was successful, imagine after we had this event, what people are going to be coming to.
Yeah, and a couple of important points. FanFest is closing up. So now there's going to need to be more outlets for people to watch the games if they want to watch in this kind of atmosphere. One thing I did want to mention, because you mentioned the design of the park, Maria de la Guardia was actually there, the designer of the park. So take a look and see how we do events there. So as we work through the design and everything, she's able to see what an event looks like there with placements of tents and everything else. So that was good too.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll get started.
Amazing job. Moving on to item F17, the recap of 4th of July festivities. All I got was phone calls and photos from people talking about the drones. I'd like to give credit to the vice mayor. She came up with that idea a few years ago, and she brought it to fruition. Amazing. I can show you text messages, people writing me. They were making bets. How many drones there were. And I said, 350 drones, because I wrote staff and I said, how many drones do we have out there? And it was 350 drones is what they told me. The amount of people, how many people do you think were there?
We think at least over 30,000, maybe more.
Largest ever?
Could be close. We'll have to see what the numbers are when we get it. We don't have them yet. But yeah, it was, at 5 o'clock we were like, it's a little, and then by 7 we were like, oof. It was quite packed.
You know what? I had two owners on the golf course call me and say, next year we need the drones to be higher and the music to be louder. I said, you've lost your mind.
Yeah.
I told that to the manager.
I don't know if we can connect speakers all the way on the back.
I know, but they said we want to hear the orchestra.
Through the mayor?
Yeah.
And actually, that's an issue that we've talked about it every year because the folks who are not in front of the stage cannot hear any of the music. So if you're on the where the food trucks are, in the past there was no sound. The other complaint that I got was not enough drink stations to purchase drinks.
Yeah.
We had a family from church. They told me they were in line for 45 minutes to buy drinks.
Yeah, well.
So we may need to look to expand that.
Yeah.
But Mr. Mayor, at 5 o'clock, Fred and I were talking about it. It looked empty. And by the time the fireworks show started, but people waited until the weather conditions, because at one point we were expecting thunderstorms. It never happened, never materialized. The thunderstorms were at the airport, and people just came out.
Right, it was that and the heat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it turned out fantastic.